I'm pretty sure I never made a review on Peacemaker Season 1, so I'm going to do that now briefly. I liked it. So with that out of the way, let's talk about Season 2 because the finale just aired. And I'm going to tell you something, sports fans. Brains were made for thinking, and boy howdy do I have thoughts. There's good and bad. The finale, bad. I'm just going to rip the band-aid off right now. There's going to be spoilers here. I'm going to be talking about spoilers. This is your fair warning. Alright, let's begin. Season 2 is very different than Season 1. At least, I feel like it is. Season 1 was all about getting you to care about Peacemaker. This is a character most people had never heard of until the Suicide Squad rolls around, and then James Gunn gave you this character that most people wouldn't wipe their fucking ass with, and then all of a sudden tried to get you to care for him. Which is a tall order considering you had seen Peacemaker kill a beloved character in the Suicide Squad movie. Yet he takes a risk, makes Peacemaker the frontman, and John Cena, who is a talented actor but never really showcased like deep chops for an emotionally complex character until this. In Season 1 of Peacemaker, I really bought into him. He had so much going on. A guy who had grown up under the guidance of some evil people and had done some heinous things, all in the name of what he believed was justice, peace. He said it best. If every grain of sand on a beach was a dick, he would suck each and every one of them if it meant peace would, fall upon the world or whatever. Like, he truly believed that what he was doing was for the better of the world. But everyone can see, the viewers, he's a bad guy. And throughout Season 1, you see him start to change subtly, slowly, but he changes in a big, big, big way. He gets friends, and these friends are just as complex and just as fucked up as he is, and together they end up saving the world. It's a really good season, I felt. I thought it was exciting, and it did a great job getting you invested in these characters that you've never heard of. Season 2 now dives deeper outside of Peacemaker, and now you're seeing significantly more of Amelia Harcourt. She, I would actually say, is kind of the main character of the season. We get a lot of fleshing out of everything that's kind of fucked up in her life, and she can't get the job that she's basically done her whole life, and it's their whole reason for living is being, the secret agent that goes on missions for the fate of the country, fighting for her country, and she can't do that anymore after the events of Season 1. So now she's just fucking cruising bars, getting into fights. And we see a lot of what happens in Season 2 through Amelia Harcourt's eyes. It's not like POV, I'm not talking like fucking Cloverfield or anything here, but like, we are following it through Amelia Harcourt going through it. But that's not to say that Peacemaker fully takes a backseat or anything, like he is still very present. He's going through a lot. So Season 2, he is now really exploring the dimension access that he has. There is a quantum unfolding space, which you're introduced to in Season 1, and in this season, he's now exploring, and he happens to stumble upon a dimension that's extremely similar to our world, except his brother's alive. And his dad actually cares about him. And everybody loves Peacemaker. They view him as like the superhero. That guy is the shit. And he's never had anything like that. Love, adoration, and it's something he's always wanted. Season 2 drives home just how badly he wants to be accepted, how badly he wants to be a hero. And then he finds this dimension, and immediately he kills his doppelganger. He kills the Peacemaker of that dimension. It's actually amazing. It's a really good sequence. And now he's flip-flopping back and forth between these worlds. And I think that's super cool. Eagly as well. Eagly has a lot going on. Eagly has his own fucking story arc where he battles against a man who believes eagle are beaked vermin that must be exterminated from the country to save us from a curse. It's fucking, like, I actually really liked that a lot. It's goofy, but it was, like, exciting, actually. Eagly versus that hunter. That was fun. I do like them exploring these characters deeper, and Season 2 is, start to finish, basically just about these characters becoming even more inseparable and even tighter. Chris, Peacemaker, is under surveillance because they don't trust him. They get a blip when he's using that quantum unfolding space in the different dimensions, so now they're investigating him and they're about to swoop in and try and take control of it. That's like the main big bad motivator here. Rick Flag Sr. has taken over and obviously holds a grudge against Peacemaker and wants an excuse to kill him. So the 11th Street kids work together to try and, like, keep Peacemaker safe and help him deal with everything that he is experiencing, with everything that's happening in the other dimension, all that kind of stuff. And most of it's played off comedically. I actually think the comedy in Season 2 is better than in Season 1. Especially a new character they introduced, Flurry. He had me giggling hard. So that was a nice treat. And most of what I'm saying here are things I liked about it. Like, I think these are positive aspects. I do think they did a good job with these characters. But I have very similar feelings on Season 2 of Peacemaker to House of the Dragon Season 2, where it felt like the whole season is just building. Just building, building, and then the finale hits, and I really think this is a very disappointing finale. I was streaming tonight, and a lot of people were saying the same thing about, like, how let down they were by the finale, because the finale is basically just setting up for the events that are going to follow either in a later season or in another DCU movie. It is purely a season that gets the framework set up for the next thing. You don't really feel like a sense of closure or a sense of, like, a big accomplishment. Like, Season 1 feels like a complete package. Like, it clearly sets up for more, but at the end of Season 1, a lot was accomplished. Here, it's mainly just these characters get closer, and Peacemaker and Amelia start to recognize their love for one another. Like, things happen, but there's no real sense of, like, anything, huge or any kind of, like, big resolution. It ends with Chris getting trapped on another world. And that's it. And the finale is mainly just a music video. You spend more time listening to bands in the finale than you do watching a show, really. So, like, it is disappointing. And it feels like the journey here didn't really have a conclusion. And that the journey was really the friends we made along the way. Like, full stop. Like, that is unironically kind of the experience of Season 2. So it's just underwhelming that it builds to things that don't even get concluded in the show. Like, it just sets up the pieces on the board and nothing else. Like, and I understand, like, getting ready for the next phase and moving down the line with more DC projects and needing to make this fit in and getting it rolling. But, like I said, with Season 1, it still felt like it accomplished that while giving you a complete experience in the season, where it felt like things were happening. Season 2 also, like, it doesn't have a whole lot of action, which is fine because it does good character work. I think the writing is solid around the characters for the most part. But, like, there isn't a whole lot of Peacemaker doing things. Actually, I'm pretty sure Peacemaker only has 2 scenes in the entire season of him actually, like, fighting. One of them is he fights his doppelganger. It's a very brief encounter, but it's fun. And the other is when he's saving the day in another dimension, in that alternate world where he's the hero. I can't think of any other instance of him even battling or doing anything. Actually, that's not true. He fought Judo Master, again, very briefly in the forest when he was running away. So, like, he just didn't get a whole lot to do, and that's kind of the same song and dance for every other character. Outside of, like, developing them further as, like, friends and, all the fucked up baggage that they're carrying and learning to come to terms with it and move forward and be stronger from it. Outside of, like, those character struggles, there's not a whole lot of things the characters get to do, like, actively do. So overall, it's just a little disappointing, especially considering the note that Season 2 leaves off on with the finale. The finale is, like, shockingly weak. So, I didn't dislike Season 2, like, I still did enjoy it. It's not bad, but it is, I don't know, it feels a little undercooked. Like, there was definitely a better meal that could have been served with all of the things that they had, like, all of the ingredients. I think they were too focused on, like, setting things up for the next, either season of Peacemaker or the next, like, Superman movie or something like that. I think it was a little too thinking about the future that it kind of neglected what would make a season successful, like Peacemaker Season 1. So I think it was a bit of a step back overall, but I didn't hate it. Anyway, though, that's just kind of how I feel about Peacemaker Season 2. That's about it. See ya. Yeah, this is just downright evil. A French streamer named Jean Parmenov, real name Raphael Gravin, has passed away in his sleep on stream after this marathon stream that he was a part of, where his friends, and I wouldn't call them friends, they are like actual demons, basically just abused him, beat him, fundamentally tortured him, made him consume dangerous things, and then he went to sleep and died in his sleep. He was 46 years old, and the exact cause of death is currently being investigated. Jean Parmenov was mainly a gamer, and then over time grew a big following and started doing like more IRL streams, and from what I can gather, more like extreme challenges. But what happened during this marathon stream where he ultimately passed away was something that he was not a full willing participant of, as evidenced by what he would say during streams, as well as a text message he sent to his mother just days before his death. He allegedly sent this to his mom shortly before he passed. "Hey mom, how are you? I'm sick of this game. It's gone way too far. I feel like I'm being held hostage by their awful concept. I'm exhausted. I want to leave, but the other guy won't let me. He's holding me hostage." The other streamers involved here are trying to claim they had nothing to do with it, and then even posted some very heartfelt messages about his passing and how much he meant to them. But if you watch any of the footage, and I don't know what I can and can't show you here because it is actually torturing this guy, and then he eventually dies. Like, if you just watch that, it's very clear this isn't a man they respected. This is someone they treated like a human punching bag.
Oh, t'écoutes?
Ouais, ça va. J'ai jamais bougé vraiment. Vraiment. T'inquiète pas. Genre là.
Allez, arrête, tu vas mourir. Arrête, ça fait arrête. Oui. Arrête.
Ah, il me prend, putain.
Arrête, tu vas mourir. Arrête, tu vas mourir.
I've seen a few news sources showing these clips, so I'm assuming that these are okay to show. Not that any of it is okay, it only gets worse from here. But as far as what they did to this man and the abuse that he endured, this is like the lowest level of it. Not that there's a such thing as diet torture, there's no such thing as like a tasteful amount of torture, but as far as like clips I can show you of just how awful it was, this is, I think, the limit of what I'm allowed to show. It is shocking that it went on for so long. Like, this was not just like a one-time thing, this was a recurrent gag on their streams where they bring Jean in and then they all just turn into like the toddlers from Weapons and start like ripping at him, beating him, insulting him. Like they really treat him like their prisoner, like a dog's chew toy or something. It is foul. And they have the audacity to claim that they did nothing and that they are blameless in this death. Like, oh, it was just such an unexpected tragedy that he passed away. No one could have seen it coming. I think any sensible person will look at all of the evidence that they themselves filmed on stream and be able to say with high level of confidence that they definitely had a hand in his untimely death. Two of the streamers directly involved in this have made statements where they're trying to put on this facade of grief, but I don't buy it at all. The first comes from Naruto, which is a wild name for a piece of shit like this to have. It's been a while since I've seen the show, but I don't recall Naruto ever being a huge advocate for torturing innocent people. Anyway, his statement says, "I've always dreaded writing these words. Sadly, last night, JP, Raphael Gravin, left us. My brother, my sidekick, my partner, 6 years, side by side, never letting go. I love you, my brother. We will miss you terribly. Please respect his memory and don't share the video of his final moments. For his family and for us, his second family, rest in peace." A bunch of words there, and I don't believe any of them. All of these words are once again more meaningless than mahoganize, and that's a word that I completely made up. This is hollow when you look at how they treated this guy for so long. It wasn't just the physical abuse that Jean Parmenov, Raphael Gravin, endured. It was the mental abuse. They would all, like, from what I can tell, they were even doing their best to, like, keep him from sleeping. They were, like, strangling him as well, which, of course, is physical, too. But, like, there was significantly more than just the physical stuff they were doing to him to mistreat him and abuse him and dehumanize him. It was terrible. It was truly terrible. Like, obviously, I'm not going to show any more from the stream, but do you want to know how they went to check if he was still alive? Well, When they thought something might be a bit awry, they threw a bottle at him. They just threw a bottle at his body, and then they went over and started slapping him to try and see if he'd wake up, but he was still unresponsive. So that's when it dawned on them that he had died in his sleep, on stream, right next to all of them. There is nothing that I have seen here that leads me to believe they genuinely cared about this guy. I think it's very clear Raphael Gravin very much cared about them and wanted to be their friend, and to me it seems like they exploited that. They manipulated him into being the butt of the joke for these humiliation streams. That's what these were. They were humiliation streams that they roped Raphael Gravin into agreeing to, and it seems like they were just dangling this carrot of friendship in front of him. And like all of the attention that it was gathering, it seems like they were holding over his head like, oh man, we need you here, JP. We need to, mistreat you on stream, but just know we love you. This is all part of, the joke here for the audience. We're all in on it. We're not laughing at you. We're laughing with you. That's what it seems like to me from everything I have seen here. And this has gone on for a really long time. It really seems like at no point did they actually respect JP or treat him like a friend. He was simply the catalyst for their humiliation streams. Because of him, they were able to get a lot more eyeballs and make a lot more money off humiliating and abusing this guy that they never actually really viewed as a friend. That's what it looks like to me. Now, all of this was broadcast on Kick, and it went on for a long time. Not only this 10-day marathon, but a lot of the other abuse that happened prior also broadcast on Kick, and at no point were they ever, reprimanded or shut down, according to sources. So a lot of attention is now turning towards Kick about, how they handle illegal shit like this. So our priority is to protect creators and ensure a safer environment on Kick. All co-streamers who participated in this live broadcast have been banned pending the ongoing investigation. So they didn't ban until after JP's death. Now, this kind of thing has happened on Twitch before. This isn't exclusive to just Kick. This has happened on YouTube streaming before as well. There was a streamer a while back on YouTube who literally murdered his girlfriend on stream. This is unfortunately something that has happened on other streaming platforms, and I understand that it can oftentimes be hard for a company to proactively get involved and stop something from happening before it happens, preventing a tragedy. This isn't fucking Minority Report here with Tom Cruise able to see the future or some shit. They couldn't prevent it in some of those cases, but this one's a little different because a big source of their content was mistreating JP on stream. Strangling him, beating him. That was a big piece of their content for a while, even before all of this blew up and he passed away. I feel like at some point Kick could have absolutely been alerted to that and taken action. And Kick does have a history of letting criminal activity fly unpunished for a while. There is a streamer that I have talked about numerous times who has literally fucked a prostitute on stream on Kick in front of a child on stream and still was never banned for that. And that wasn't even the first time that he fucked a prostitute on stream. But that was the first time he did that while a child was literally in the room while he had sex with that prostitute. Still, never banned. Kick has been very loosey-goosey with their enforcement of their own policies, where they will let criminal activity fly for way too long. So that is something I think they really need to get under control. Kick has been growing a lot recently, and I think if it wants to continue to grow, it needs to take shit like this far more seriously. Before something like this happens. I feel like day one of JP being abused during this 10-day marathon, Kick could have come in and just put the kibosh on it. I'm not saying that would have saved his life or anything like that. Of course, there's no way to know. But if Kick would just be a little more mindful of trying to prevent illegal activities from being broadcast on there, it'd be really helpful, not only to the platform, but to people like JP, where if his friends weren't receiving such monetary incentive to keep humiliating and abusing him, if they had been banned by Kick, well, maybe they would have stopped. But when they get to do an entire 10-day marathon of a bulk of the content revolving around, fundamentally torturing this guy, well, then it seems like they've got the green light to keep doing it, and they made a lot of money doing it too. And I already know the defense that a lot of people will use here about Kick has grown a lot, so there's a lot of buns in the oven. They can't keep track of every stream every single time. And I recognize that to a certain extent, But this was a big stream for them. Like, this is something that I think would have been on their radar in some capacity, and given Kick's history of just letting, like, really degenerate and illegal shit fly for a while, I think there's a chance they knew about this, but just were letting it ride because it was a big stream, and they don't want to be viewed as the platform that's like Weenie Hut Jr., where they'll, like, ban people willy-nilly. Which, again, I get, but when it comes to, like, torture and illegal shit, there is nothing wrong with stepping in and banning those accounts. In fact, I would argue it's very beneficial for your platform to do that, so that way the perception of Kick as a whole isn't like a lawless wasteland where criminals go to broadcast illegal shit. And it seems like the user base would like Kick to do more in cases like this. Aiden Ross made a statement where he mentioned that him and Drake are going to be covering the funeral costs for Raphael Gravin, which I think is a very nice gesture. And from what I can tell, it seems like Aiden agrees that Kick needs to do more in cases like this to stop the illegal content from being broadcast on that platform. It seems like it's something the users agree needs to have more action taken on, like stopping illegal broadcasts of crime on Kick. Now, to go back to the actual individuals involved in the abuse of Parmenov, one of the lawyers for them has come forward and said that the victim had cardiovascular problems and that the violence in the videos was acted. All of those scenes are just staged. They follow a script, he said. Actually going back to the classic, it's all just acting. A pretty interesting defense tactic here. I wonder if the text message Raphael Gravin sent to his mother agrees that it was all a script and that it was just acting. That must have been part of it. It was one hell of a script here. This is up there with some of Nolan's best scripts. This is crazy. To claim that the violence was staged and just acted. No, the fuck it was not. You can watch it yourself and see that is not the case. Like, they're trying to pull that meme of Patrick Stewart going to sleep and then saying, wasn't sleeping, just acting, and use it to try and excuse the hand that their clients may have had in the death of a 46-year-old innocent man on stream. It's, again, you can watch the clips yourself. It's pretty infuriating. It's hard to watch, but you can. And it's very clear this was not some script and that this was not just acting. This is real terror and real abuse that this man suffered at the hands of people he thought were his friends. Now, I do know that there are a couple of clips where Raphael Gravin was playing along with it to a certain degree, where he would kind of lean into like the humiliation / abuse for the sake of like the stream. There are a couple moments of that, but it's very rare. The majority of the majority of it is them like just lashing out and like attacking him or making him do things against his will, and it's not scripted. Very clearly not scripted or fully agreed upon. So I think that is a very weak defense. I guess we'll see if the French courts agree, but I really think you can say with high confidence that this stream and these streamers did play a role in what ultimately happened to Raphael Gravin. They may not have directly killed him or anything like that, but I do think everything they put him through for such an extended period of time had a real role to play in what happened. It's sickening. This stream was hard to watch the clips from. It was brutal. Anyway, I had to talk about it a little bit. It's just so fucking crazy. That's really about it. See ya. Hold your horses. No, this video is not about One Punch Man Season 3. If anyone out there has eyeballs and you've unfortunately subjected them to the torture of One Punch Man Season 3, you probably know that not much has changed since the last video I made on it in terms of how disastrous this season has been. But I want to give credit where credit is due. The most recent episode, episode 8, is the first time this season I felt like I was actually watching an animated series. We had a fight sequence with characters that actually moved in this episode. Whoopee! Yeah, we fucking got there, baby. Anything is possible! This is the first episode where the fight scenes actually have motion. There are moments in the flashy flash fight that I think are really good. Is it perfect? No. But compared to the rest of the dog shit we've been fed, this was a gourmet meal of an episode. And I think what this shows, at least to me personally, is that JC Staff can deliver quality at least to the same level they did in Season 2 of One Punch Man, which in hindsight, pretty solid, but Bandai is the reason why Season 3 is so shitty, because of lack of budget they were willing to allocate to the season, lack of time they gave JC staff to work on it. Somehow they still had it be just like rushed out and farted whatever they could get on the table. Even though it's been 6 years since Season 2, I think Bandai is the main villain here that has caused Season 3 to be so awful, so rough. And Episode 8, I think, is irrefutable evidence that JC staff can deliver good quality animation if they have resources and time to do so, which Bandai deprived them of, just left them fucking emaciated, malnourished with no money and no time to work on it. But I was pleasantly surprised at the quality of Episode 8. The flashy flash fight, I thought, was really solid overall. It doesn't salvage Season 3, like it doesn't redeem it, but it is a nice treat. There's only a handful of episodes left in Season 3, so this is very tardy to the party here. This would be like me finally hitting a growth spurt and reaching 6 feet tall by the time I'm 85 years old. You know, at the ripe age of 85, I'm finally living my dream of being 6 feet tall. But you know, it's a little late. Kinda cool anyway, I guess, though. Point is, I'm glad Episode 8 was good. It's finally a step in the right direction, and maybe I'm just suckling on the supple bosom of hopium. Maybe I'm just latched onto the titty here. But maybe this is a sneak peek at things to come, that the next handful of episodes, it's going to finish on a high note instead of this sad whimper that the rest of the season has been. Probably unlikely, but who knows. What I do know is that we here at Cheeky decided to extend the Black Friday sales offer to today. So today will be the final day for the 20% off of all of our soaps using any creator codes. So go to usecheeky.com right now to get the best soap in the universe at an incredible deal. Anyway, like I said, this video is not even about One Punch Man, but I wanted to mention that really quick. This video is actually about a different anime, one that a while ago I said I didn't like. And I dropped it after like 5 or so episodes. It just wasn't hitting for me. But recently I wanted to give it another shake, another spin, because I've seen perpetual glaze for it, and I thought, let's just really commit to it and let's watch the series. And I really, really like it. Frieren. Frieren is a show that I'm sure you've probably heard of in some capacity because people love this show. And when I initially watched it when it first came out, I just had a hard time getting into it. Like, it was a very nice looking show and it was very comfy and cozy, but I just wasn't getting invested into the world or the characters. But I just keep seeing and have always seen so much praise for it that I just thought, you know what, let's just watch the whole thing, and if it's really not for me, it's not for me, but at least I, consumed the entire thing to know for sure. Which is typically not a philosophy I subscribe to. I think, like One Piece, for example. I, out of spite, committed to watching the entire One Piece series, but it took me like fucking 400 episodes to fall in love with it. I don't think it's reasonable or rational to expect everyone else to go through with that level of headstrong commitment for something that you weren't, immediately loving. I think it's totally okay to drop something after a few episodes if it's just not feeling like it vibes with you. But for Frieren, I just continue to see amazing things. So I said, let's do it. I want to give it another shot. And I'm really happy I did, because this time around, I genuinely thought it was like a masterpiece. I think Frieren is incredible. And now I'm super pumped for season 2. I think it was such an amazing experience. I don't know what demon crawled up my ass the first time I watched this, but it must have been clouding my vision with sin and folly. Because I was a big dummy back then, I suppose. And looking back on it, it's weird because I've never had an issue with slow burn in media, whether it's games, movies, shows. In fact, some of my favorite are more of a slow burn experience, which Frieren definitely is. But I don't know, I guess just initially I didn't get hooked by the concept, and Frieren as a character wasn't someone that I felt I could care about across many episodes. And I think that's probably because the show does something I don't think any other shows I've ever seen have done. It starts you at the end of a hero's journey. Frieren's previous party had just completed the major task, defeating the ultimate evil, saving the world. You as the viewer don't get to see that happen. You don't watch the show that focused on that hero's journey. You are watching the show of what happens next through the eyes of Frieren, who is an immortal being. She is an elf, so the 10 years they spent on that journey saving the world, that's not even a blip on the radar of her overall lifespan. And the way she views the world around her is like very distant and removed emotionally because everything she is experiencing is so trivial in the grand scheme of her never-ending life. Her extraordinarily long life, all of this will be meaningless at some point. So she's very apathetic. There is a comparison I drew on my first watch that I still think is somewhat applicable, where there is a game, an amazing game I played a long time ago on the Xbox 360 called Lost Odyssey, that kind of tackles occasionally similar things as Frieren through like some short stories in the game. And I don't know, I think maybe I just got the wrong impression for what the show was really about and where the show was going. Because I didn't give it enough of a chance. But I'm just so happy I went back to watch Frieren, because this show really is special. And even the first 4 or 5 episodes this time around, I was a lot more gripped by. And the show does, like, really gather a lot of steam after you get through, like, the initial building blocks and the foundation that it lays. My initial impressions of Frieren was that she was just going to be like kind of a generic stoic character in Immortal where like everyone she could ever care about will die, so what's the point in caring? Which is something I've seen in other shows where they have like a character that feels kind of like a robot, like an emotionless husk. And I thought that's what they were setting Frieren up to be, where eventually they'd start to like crack that shell slowly but surely. She is immortal. Time is very different to her, but she has emotions. She has tons of emotions, and she conveys them in her own way, and she subtly changes as well in her own way as a result of all of her experiences and everyone that she meets. And she starts to have regrets, and she starts to care to learn about these people that she has a party with. So it's a very cool growth to see across the season, and I just think the show is beautifully done. It has action too. It's not like just dialogue and doing chores. Granted, a lot of it is them making stops in their journey to do certain things, but the stops are also a really valuable experience too, and they're not like boring or anything. I actually think some of the stops are the most memorable parts of the show, with what you get to learn and what comes from their experiences at these stops, where she's like collecting grimoires and whatever as payment. It's just unlike anything I'd seen before, and I think my initial impressions were that it was going to be like kind of boring, maybe even slice of lifey, so I just maybe didn't tune out and connect with the themes. But going back this time around, man, it fucking hits. Time has always been like a very grand, scary concept to me. In fact, 2 of my tattoos are time-oriented pieces, as corny as that sounds. It's just so interesting the things you can play with in this ballpark when it comes to time. And the way Frieren uses it with her, I think is brilliant. The show is just truly a complete package. It is visually breathtaking. I think they've knocked it out of the park with the animation. The emotional beats really resonate with viewers clearly because it's like one of the top rated anime of all time. But like even me personally, a lot of like the themes that we're coming across, like they do hit and it feels very poignant. Like it is a well-executed show when it comes to its emotional moments, and its characters, I feel like, have a lot of depth and are very well fleshed out and established, and it makes you care about them and their journey. And it does also have action, and I think the action is great. I'll probably wait to do a full review on Frieren after Season 2, because it's right around the corner. But for now, I just wanted to put this out here about how wrong I was with my initial impressions of Frieren. This show slaps. I think Frieren is a masterpiece. So I definitely get the glaze now. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Anyone remember the plot to Kingsman where the bad guy had that special technology that had people's brains just kind of get fried and they all couldn't resist the urge to just kill each other? Just violence out the wazoo? Yeah, that technology exists right now. It's called Pokemon cards. There are so many fights breaking out from Pokemon scalpers, and there's some new ones that I want to show you today. I know I've already covered quite a few, but these are 3 brand new ones, fresh out of the oven here. These muffins are still steaming, and one of them gets pretty bloody. What started as a wholesome hobby for children has been completely hijacked by the stinkiest, greasiest, most aggressive losers you could ever possibly imagine. And they love to fight. You know, there's chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay and the scalpers violent, because it's getting brutal now. Anywhere that sells Pokemon cards has become the salty spittoon. It is a PvP-enabled zone. It is deplorable. Card shops getting robbed every single day, many times a day, actually. Armed robberies often too now, it seems. And now fights are becoming even more commonplace at businesses that sell Pokemon cards from these stinky fucking worms, man. It's crazy. Now, if you want to avoid being stinky and greasy and a loser, you better start showering using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Get some of our soap.
Everyone just gonna look. I'll look.
No.
Nope, you didn't hit it, bud.
No, get the fuck out of here. That's the same, bro. You for real?
Are you for real? Are you fucking kidding me?
Chill. We were sitting here for an hour. Chill.
One of those rare scenarios where everything and everyone in here seems peculiar. So this guy rolls up, I'm guessing he's got like his meta glasses on, so Dweeb kind of rolls up, scoots in sideways after locating the Pokemon card vending machine, and then goes to get a box out of it. There were 3 dudes standing in front of it, all on their phone, but they're not interacting with it. Even though the machine is on, it's functional, they're just standing there idly. I guess they all entered low power mode or something. So, like, it's clear they're there for the machine, but this guy cuts in front of them and goes for a box, and then one of the other guys activates and he says, nope, that's not going to happen, and then instantly, like, throws him against the shopping carts, like it's the WWE, so he's throwing him against the turnbuckle. And then the guy, like, grabs him by the neck, like Homer Simpson to Bart. And he says, are you kidding me? While, like, getting strangled. Now, the guy who went for the box was also instantly aggressive because the other guy's like, no, not gonna happen. He's like, you didn't touch it, dude. So, like, if there was a legitimate confusion, I feel like he would have expressed that, like, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were waiting. You were just standing there. I was unsure of what was going on. Like, I feel like if there was real, like, innocent confusion over not knowing if they were there to get something or if they were waiting for someone or something, he would have expressed that as opposed to just like, snooze you lose, pal. I'm getting my Pokemon cards to scalp on Facebook Marketplace first. Huh, sorry. Like, I feel like his response is already combative too. And then the other guy escalates by throwing him in the shopping carts. Then it leads to the neck grab there.
Chill with that, bro. You really gonna do that?
Are you really doing this?
Fuck the Falcons, by the way. Keep pounding, bro.
Oh, real cool. What the Gaber sitting here fucking clutching shit. Oh, good one, buddy.
You can actually hear the lump in this guy's throat starting to develop as the tears are welling there. Good one, buddy, he said, sniffling on the way out. Like, what do you even mean, good one? All he did was call you a pussy. Like, that's all. It's not like he was trying to roast you or anything. He just said you were a pussy. That's all. And he walked away saying, like, gay birds here talking shit, I think is what he said. Like, now, I again don't really understand what they were doing there. The guy said they'd been waiting for an hour. To do what? Like, the machine is still just sitting right there. Are they waiting for, like, a restock on the machine or something? Like, they're sitting there trying to spawn camp it, which has become extremely normal, by the way, for these fucking losers to stand around these Pokemon card vending machines like it's the magic conch out of SpongeBob. So I think maybe that's what they were doing. They were sitting there for an hour waiting for it to be restocked with the product they wanted. But in that case, why would it matter if this guy came up and got one of the boxes that none of them were interacting with in the first place? I don't really get it. It doesn't make sense to me unless I'm misunderstanding what they were doing there for an hour. This whole thing is so odd, and I can't even imagine the shamelessness to get handsy and, like, pugilistic over your placement in the Pokemon card vending machine queue, or, like, trying to cut in there to desperately get your paws on a Pokemon box there. Like, to start, like, fighting over it is so cringe, man. These scalpers, like, I don't know how they don't have any shame at all. It's impressive.
Round two.
This one's just a little quick one. This one's kind of just like a little hors d'oeuvre for you here of a fight for Pokemon cards. I don't know what led to it. I don't have a whole lot of context. But there was a scuffle that broke out, apparently over Pokemon cards, and it ends with that guy getting him in like a headlock there. and the cameraman's saying round 2, so I don't know if this is like the second time like that they've tussled like in that afternoon, or if this is a thing that keeps happening between these two guys. They keep meeting up here and squaring off over Pokemon cards. Either way, it's pathetic.
This isn't guys, stop! Yo, stop! Stop! Guys! Oh yeah! Stop! Oh, stop! Oh yeah! Oh, stop! Oh yeah!
Get your shit.
Guys! We're not fucking doing that here.
What do you mean they can't do that here? You sell Pokemon cards at this establishment, right? It's a fight club, fundamentally, then. This is exactly where you go to exchange some knuckle sandwiches. Now, according to the Poke Street's description here, it's not known what exactly caused this altercation between these two gentlemen, but I think we can make an educated guess based on the ambiance of the card shop. Pokemon seems to be a pretty integral piece of its identity. I would say it was likely something to do with some Pokemon cards. Just a hunch. This one gets kind of wild, though. This one, there are some blows that are connecting. They are swinging on each other. It does get a bit bloody. This one's one of the more brutal fights I've seen over Pokemon cards, outside of the guy that got stabbed over Pokemon cards a few months back.
Guys! Stop! This isn't needed! Yo! Guys! What the fuck?
Johnny.
Come on!
Bro. You little bitch. It's
I
all
don't
on
give a
camera.
fuck, bro. I don't give a
I'm
fuck,
gonna
bro.
You're gonna get sued.
You the one over here going
Bro,
crazy.
why are you fucking swinging on him? If you don't want any altercation,
Swinging, what
just
swing,
sign
bro?
you.
Oh, whatever. I'm getting him off him.
Yo, chill out, guys.
The guy who's pushing the other one like it's a weight sled is now leaking a little bit. His nose has been popped. His snoot got booped there. So he's now dripping blood all over the floor of the card shop here. And the guy who's pushing him back and eating punches like it's a bowl of cereal is threatening to sue him. He makes that threat multiple times. I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like you'd have a really hard time winning that case when it seems like he is also aggressively pursuing this confrontation. And according to the comments, he may have even been the aggressor in the beginning too. Again, it's not entirely confirmed or not, but I think you'd have a really hard time winning that lawsuit there. He'd have to really fucking get Saul on the horn.
Bro, I don't care,
Oh, this is gonna be so good for me.
Guys! Stop! Guys! Stop this! Guys, come on! Guys, come on! Guys! We don't need any of this!
Chill. Life is so fucked.
Chill.
You like that?
Stop.
Andrew, you don't know me, dog.
Stop! Yo!
Get your stuff.
Yo, we don't need any of this going on, guys! What the fuck?
Like a dog chasing the mailman, this guy who is actively still bleeding cannot stop chasing the other guy around the store. The other guy seems to be trying to disengage with this now. He's like, all right, look, enough is enough. We've been pugilistic for far too long. Let's let bygones be bygones. He's like trying to get away from it, and the other guy just keeps saying, your life is fucked. You don't know me. He's still threatening like the lawsuit angle, and then gets pushed onto this table. He just keeps trying to go up to him. So like I said, I feel like he'd have a really hard time with that lawsuit, because it's not like he is trying to get away from it. The other guy's disengaging, and the guy who's threatening the lawsuit just keeps chasing him down for more action.
Yo! What the fuck? Bro, I'm coming back, bro. He's the one that's harmed, bro.
Oh, yeah?
You gotta get him off.
You gotta get him off him.
Big hacking me, bro. Guys,
Keep hacking at him.
head out, dude. Head out. He's so Johnny. Bro, what the fuck? Yo, Johnny.
Finally, they separate them again, and the guy immediately tries to go outside, but then is still followed by lawsuit Larry over here, who now is following him outside to continue the altercation further. That's where the footage cuts off, so I don't know what happened next. I'm assuming they continued the tussle out there, which, you know, I guess that's a little more civilized. They at least took it outside there, taking it out of the card shop. All over some Pokemon cards. Well, most likely. We don't know for sure what was the catalyst, but I really think we can make a good guess here. Just look at the spot. It is a card shop that clearly has a strong Pokemon presence. They're both, I think, in the Pokemon card collecting or scalping community. I think it probably stemmed from that. Anyway, though, just wanted to show you some of the more recent Pokemon card fights. The hobby is not improving at all. It is still being completely fucking destroyed by scalpers, and it's just a disaster. That's really about it. So yeah. Stop everything you're doing. You've got to check this out. I know that sounds like I'm trying to peddle cigarettes to you, but you really got to put your peepers on this puppy here. This is something fascinating. I just saw the wackiest robbery attempt. It wasn't really a successful robbery. It plays out like a skit. Like if you were playing pretend with your boys in middle school. It is so odd. It's like if a soccer mom picked up a hobby of crime instead of wine.
I need you to and tell them that I am Rebecca Peterson and sorry. And that this is a robbery.
Now this is how you do character introductions. So she marches in, fee-fi-fo-fums her way up to the counter, brandishing a firearm, and introduces herself. She says that she's Rebecca Peterson. Now, at first I thought that was like a fake name and she was trying to frame someone she didn't like, you know, the local book club or something that she attends. I thought she was like, oh, it is I, Rebecca Peterson, committing this armed robbery. Let the police know that Rebecca Peterson committed this robbery. Because I'm pretty sure she said, call the police and let them know Rebecca Peterson made this beat, you know, committed this crime, that kind of thing. But it turns out that is her name. She is Rebecca Peterson. So this is extremely polite. Excuse me, sir. You are being robbed by Rebecca Peterson. It's like some fucking Princess Bride shit here. And the way she's moving from side to side there, I think she's trying to dodge the camera. But I also don't understand why she's bothering, nor do I understand why she's bothering to put her hoodie up when she's still giving her full name to the cashier to identify herself with. See, it seems like at that point, goose is already cooked, cat's out of the bag. Why even bother trying to dodge the security camera?
Okay.
Put it down.
Okay.
Yes, listen.
Cashier is cool, calm, and collected. He's like, all right, I understand. Now put the gun down. And she does. He hits her with the Jedi mind trick, disarms her just like that.
There's a robbery.
What is that? Down, down.
I'm telling you right now that there's a robbery.
What robbery? Oh my!
Yeah, she snapped out of the hypnotism attempt there from the cashier. Lets him know once again, putting her foot down. This is a robbery. We're not playing games here. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. And then just does a fucking desk pop there. Blasts the stand, which obviously frightens him. So it's not a fake gun or anything. She did come in here with a loaded weapon, and she'd been pointing it at this guy the entire time. That is some pretty scary shit there. Now, with the way she's acting, she's making it sound like she's placing an order, like, pardon me, one robbery. Please. Like, she's going about this robbery like she's expecting it to play out like something she saw on TikTok or like a movie or something. It's like she's getting directions from ChatGPT on how to conduct a armed robbery. It is so fucking peculiar. And her behavior is just alarming. It feels like she's not in her right mind. Like, it feels like, I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of psychotic episode or something, but it's very scary, especially for the cashier, who has this gun pointed at him this entire time.
What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing? The owner in the back room.
It's like when that shot went off, it confused her as well. She completely forgot that she was the one doing the robbery, so she's looking around like, who did that? Which one of you just shot this gun? Which one of you cowards just shit in my pants? I don't know, it's like she's under some kind of spell or something here, and the sound from the shot, like, briefly broke it, but then she goes right back into the robbery. The cashier's like, the store owner's in the back. Go to the back. The store owner's there. That's the guy you want. If you're robbing us, you got to start over there.
The robbery.
Yeah, the owner in the back room. The owner in the back room, run!
I also love that he grabs a cardboard box as his, like, ballistic shield. Like it's straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. I understand being, like, panicked and afraid, so you're just looking for anything. I totally get that. But I love his strategy of the owners in the back room, run, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Go, 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 go! He's getting away, go, go, go! That is a classic Looney Tunes strat of, he went that way, Doc. That way. He's over there. Go, go, go. What are you doing? Go, go. What's that over there? That kind of thing. And it actually works. So she's like, oh, okay, you're right. All right, I'm going to go over there now. So the cashier is like one of the most convincing men on the planet, it seems. He does get her to go to the back of the facility there, which I imagine gives him time to run outside, which I believe is what happened. He ran outside, he called the police came, they did arrest her. But we do have footage of her going to the back here. And she posts up like it's a James Bond poster. She just right down the pipe, bang, and actually hits the camera. A genuinely pretty impressive shot for someone who doesn't seem to have any training with firearms in the first place. She was clumsily able to hit the camera on the first shot there. Apparently, after failing to locate the owner in the back counting money like Scrooge McDuck, she then fled the scene. So she got into her car and allegedly tried to escape that way, but police were able to track her down. They picked up her scent somewhere along the way. They were able to apprehend her, and now she is currently awaiting arraignment and all that. So, a very peculiar set of circumstances. The clerk also made a statement saying that he tried to remain calm and like calm her down because he saw that her mentality was not awake, which I think he was very correct on. It definitely does appear that something has gone awry. It doesn't seem like she's all there. It does seem like it's some kind of, like, psychotic episode or something, which, very sad stuff, but very scary for the clerk there, because she did come armed and willing to fire. She was letting that shit air out. She was clapping it. She fired a shot right at the checkout. She fired a shot at the security camera. Luckily, no one was hurt. She's now facing charges of attempted armed robbery, wanton endangerment, brandishing, assault, and destruction of property. Which sounds about par for the course based on everything we saw on the surveillance camera here. This whole thing was just really bizarre. I had to just yap about it a little bit when I saw it earlier today. I don't know if it was like a mental health crisis or drugs or what, but man, the clerk there must have been fucking terrified when that gun went off. I also read in another article covering this from a local agency that he was covering for a friend's shift when this unfolded. So I don't think he's going to be super willing to to do that anymore going forward. But anyway, yeah. Just wanted to yap about this a bit because I was stunned with the footage I saw. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, the data center that everyone's talking about is the Kevin O'Leary one. 40,000 acres here. It will generate as much heat as, I think it was 23 atomic bombs detonating daily. The community did everything they could to voice how much they don't want it, but then they decided, fuck that, we're doing it anyway. So the fossils in power over there were like, yeah, it's alright. We'll unanimously vote it through. 40,000 acres, by the way, is whatever you're picturing, triple it. I feel like most people here can't even fathom what 40,000 acres actually looks like. It is an unbelievable scale.
Concern and outrage in Utah.
For hell's sake, grow up.
There it is, yeah, for hell's sake, grow up. What an interesting expression there, brother. Usually it's for heaven's sake, but this must be one of hell's finest warriors.
grow up.
where hundreds of protesters this week flooded this meeting of Box Elder County Commissioners
Can you be quiet and let our citizens hear what needs to be said, please?
as they voted to move forward with a controversial data center proposal backed by celebrity Canadian businessman Kevin O'Leary.
Fucking worm, man. He's such a worm. Oh my god, and the way he keeps defending it too. Ugh, it's so delusional. He's like, oh, no one's actually against it. They're just being bussed in. They're misled.
Hello, sharks.
Known as Mr. Wonderful on the hit show Shark Tank,
You should do this deal. You have no risk. Just say yes.
O'Leary firing
Nice
back
leather
at
jacket.
protesting criticism in this video posted on social media after the vote.
I'm pretty aware of what these concerns are. They are around air, water use, heat. Sustainability is at the heart of what we do in terms of all these proposals. We're not just Utah.
The Stratus Project is a plan to build a 40,000 acre...
Kevin's Canadian, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Isn't this guy Canadian? Yeah, he's Canadian. Because I was listening to some of the other things he was saying about, like, oh, this is exactly what we need in the country, that kind of stuff. Love that. Love that. Thanks, Kevin.
Development
One of
in
us.
Utah's Great Salt Lake, boosted by government tax incentives, and according to a county fact sheet, is eventually expected to generate and consume up to 9 gigawatts of power once completed, a number MIDA, the state entity backing the project, says is more than double Utah's average energy consumption.
Perfect.
Data centers of the old have a bad reputation. They gobble up a lot of water. They use up your power. And then when they're all built, they don't employ many people.
That's very true. I was actually just reading something about one of the larger data centers in the country. I believe it's a Meta data center. It had temp jobs, obviously, for the construction, which they always tout like, oh, it's so many new jobs to the local economy, so many new jobs for the community. It's great, that kind of thing. And then they checked in on that Meta data, I'm pretty sure it was Meta, data center like a year later. I think they had 150 actual employees for a massive data center. And then some of the other ones that are on the smaller side had 25. So they don't actually employ a significant working force. It's a complete scam. It is completely a scam.
This is not that. Power usage is completely self-contained.
The project's potential environmental impact sparking much of the outrage.
And we're losing land, we're losing water, and we're losing air quality.
This has the footprint in the valley of 2,000 Walmart supercenters. That's the physical footprint. If you want the energy footprint, it's 40,000 Walmart supercenters in this one small valley.
As plans for other large data centers proposed across the country have led to heated debate.
Remove this person that's heckling.
O'Leary now casting doubt on the pushback in Utah.
We think over 90% of the protesters are actually not people that live in Utah or Box Elder County. They're being bussed in.
By who? Who would bust them in? We have to fight this data center. Who? All of the rich people that would even be able to afford to do that are all gung-ho on these data centers, Kevin. It is solely for fucking goober demons like you to profit off of. So who the fuck would even be bussing them in? All of them are constantly lobbying for data centers. All of the rich people that would be able to afford 90% of these protesters being bussed across the country. So they wouldn't do that. It's all a scam. And it's painfully clear that the politicians don't actually care about, like, the people here. Outright denying them, then they leave after getting overwhelmingly booed for it so they can go unanimously pass it in private. It's such a sham. No one here in Utah wants it. The actual communities these data centers are built in do not want these things. They make it clear. Like, it's not like people are quiet about it. When data centers move in, they are constantly pushing back and fighting. But since all of these politicians are in the pockets of the people that are building it, they just force it through anyway. And then there are checkups, like there's been enough that have been around long enough that you do have data, so you can see the impact that it's had on some of the local communities where they've been there for a little while. It is significantly higher prices on energy, water, also reduced quality of water in certain ones that I've seen. Like, it is bad. It is genuinely horrible for the people there, and it gives them no benefit. Because again, they run so lean, they don't actually hire a lot of workers. One of the biggest ones in the country, again, I'm pretty sure it was Meta, only employs, I think, 150 full-time employees. Everything else was temp jobs. So you get nothing. You get actually nothing for this. It moves into your community, jacks up your prices, and fucks you in the face. Clean water is overrated. True. Give me the AI runoff sludge. That way I can drink it happily knowing that it was used to generate a picture of me in a bikini on Twitter. What are data centers used for? Genuinely everything around AI. Like, computing, everything. Like, it is a giant hub for all of it. So that way they can use the infrastructure, so they also sell that to, like, the military and things like that. That way they can utilize it. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not exclusively AI. Like, I know a lot of, like, cloud computation and stuff and storage, I know. But that's the bulk of it. The reason why we're experiencing the boom is AI. Data centers aren't, like, brand new, but the reason they're exploding like this is solely because of AI. We'll talk about the hantavirus in a little bit, but no, it's not. From everything I've read, I don't think there's a chance for it to be a pandemic or anything like that. It doesn't seem like it's conducive to that kind of spread. Very scary virus, though, in general. It's a scary thing. What's crazy is, genuinely, I think it was like 3 weeks ago, I was ranting and raving about how much I hate the idea of cruises. Oh, you know what? It was the Northern Lion Super Cruise. I was going on about how much I hate the idea of cruises. And look at how vindicated I am. I'm telling you, man. Cruises are fucking gross. That's just your irrational fear. It's not. I actually don't have a fear of cruises. I just hate the idea of it. It's just trash. It is genuinely being stranded on a floating prison. I hate the idea of it. And if there's anyone that gets sick, fucking everyone's getting sick. Poop cruise, norovirus, hantavirus, undiscovered viruses, plague. He hates whimsy. If it involves whimsy, he's out. Whimsy is not... That is the worst word to use to describe a cruise. What the fuck is whimsical about just endless gambling and buffets? And motion sickness. That's not whimsical. Speaking of cruises, ship with the contaminated people with viruses coming to port tomorrow. Is that tomorrow? Isn't a cruise ship like the best place for an outbreak to happen? Can't we just keep them there? You would think, but I guess not. I don't see why it needs to dock. Just fucking fly the materials that they need to survive in. Drop them off. I don't really see the necessity for docking. But whatever, I guess. Bill Gates wants round 2. Imagine Bill Gates was the one. Hey man, I guess it's possible. He could have been in there. What's the Disney Cruise stuff? What happened on Disney Cruise? Is that the norovirus outbreak? 'Cause I saw that one too. The Disney Cruise was them filming CSAM. What? What the fuck? How? What a week for cruises. Holy shit. Disney cruise ship staffers among 28 arrested in a massive child porn operation. Holy. Officers with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection boarded 8 cruise ships between April 23rd and April 27th, interviewed 28 workers as part of an ongoing investigation. During the interviews, they confirmed 27 of the 28 individuals had either received, sent, possessed, or transported child pornography, according to the statement. Disney Cruise Line ship was among those that were boarded and where employees were detained in connection with the investigation. In a statement, a Disney Cruise Line spokesperson said the workers were no longer with the company. We have a zero-tolerance policy for this type of behavior and fully cooperated with law enforcement. No shit. Zero tolerance for crime? How strong, Disney? While the majority of these individuals were not from our cruise line, those who were are no longer with the company. Well, hopefully they're in jail. Hopefully they will be in the slammer for the rest of their life. Officials said they included 26 members from the Philippines, 1 from Portugal, and 1 from Indonesia. It wasn't Disney's fault, bro. Well, it wasn't a Disney-sanctioned thing. It's what? Doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it's a terrible thing and they are Disney employees. I don't think anyone's blaming Mickey Mouse directly for it. In gaming, there are a few titles that people have fantasized about for years, collectively feeding delusions about their existence and how their announcement is right around the corner. This year, this is the year. Jeff Keighley's Game Awards, he's going to come out in a banana hammock and finally reveal to the world Half-Life 3 is in development and launches today. It's a shadow drop, actually. E3 is going to get revived and they're going to finally tell us Bloodborne 2 is right around the corner. That kind of thing. But deep down, people know that these games aren't in development, and they're probably never going to be. But the hopium around it is so strong and contagious, people can't help but believe. These games include Half-Life 3, Left 4 Dead 3, Bloodborne 2, and until today, Hollow Knight Silksong. Hollow Knight Silksong is a game that people have been wanting for so long since it was announced many, many moons ago. And with radio silence and a lot of missed deadlines and unfulfilled promises, like with Phil Spencer saying, it's coming in a year, that kind of thing, people have just been hurt so much, myself included, to the point where a lot of us wrote it off as one of these, white whales like Half-Life 3 that we're just never going to experience. But against all the odds, Hollow Knight Silksong just dropped today. And on just Steam alone, within the first couple hours, it has already broken over 534,000 concurrent players. I can only imagine what it's like on console right now. Apparently, Steam, Xbox, and the Nintendo eShop all went down right when this launched. Presumably because so many people were, immediately trying to buy it because there was no pre-orders or anything. Hallelujah. Everything about Hollow Knight Silksong's launch, to me, is an absolute fucking grand salami. This is a home run. First and foremost, its price tag. It's $20. That's beautiful. I love to see that. In an era where every game seems to want to be 50, 60, 70, 80 bucks, even games that are only 2-3 hours long, or games you've never even heard of, Fart Smoker Massacre or something, some fucking AA horror experience being 70 bucks. It is so nice to see Hollow Knight Silksong come out here and just be hey, $20. Enjoy. It really feels like Silksong is just truly here to be hey, play us. We're not really getting involved in all of the shadiness and greediness the rest of the industry seems to be trying to normalize. Just fucking fork over 20 clams and just enjoy. And it's refreshing. But anyway, let's cut into this peanut butter jelly sandwich and take a peek at the cross section. I want to give you my first impressions here. Does Hollow Knight Silksong live up to the hype? And the hype was at, almost unheard of levels. Like I said, this is up there in the category of the Half-Life 3s and the Bloodborne 2s and shit like that. So it had big shoes to fill because Hollow Knight is a beloved title. I played Hollow Knight well after everyone else did. I played it, seriously, for the first time, 3 years ago. I streamed all of it and fell in love. I absolutely adore Hollow Knight. So, of course, I was scratching at my neck to sink my teeth into Silksong. Like I said, I really was starting to doubt if I'd ever play this game. I didn't know if it was ever going to release. I thought this was going to be dunking on a 10-foot basketball hoop. An experience I'll never have. I really thought that this was just going to be, always a fairy tale. And I am so happy that it's here. And I'm even happier to say that the game is amazing. I have put about 4 hours into it so far. I streamed it this afternoon. And of course, when I finish my playthrough, it'll go up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, best fucking gaming channel on YouTube. I am already really enjoying my time with Silksong. I think it's off to a fucking banger start. If you've played the first Hollow Knight, you know what you're in store for here. That DNA is still very much intact, but it feels much smoother here. I just got to the point where I get the dash and sprint, and you can combo out of the dash attack because it launches you up. You can combo out of it into a down needle, which comes at an angle, and then you can combo out of that into just a normal side needle attack. So there's a lot of creativity with the comboing you can do on enemies in this that feel really, really good. It just seems like there's so much skill expression that when you really dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs of the mechanics to the gameplay, you will probably find some really fucking cool things to experiment with. So I'm already getting into the nitty gritty and loving that. I think pretty much everything that you liked in Hollow Knight, you will find in Silksong, but even more in-depth and fleshed out. And for some people, I actually saw that as a complaint in chat. Some people in chat were upset that the game is so similar to the first Hollow Knight. And I understand that complaint when it comes to things like fucking Call of Duty, where it literally is copy and paste with no innovation. It is just rip and ship don't even think about it, fire and forget, because people are just going to buy it no matter what, so what's the point in trying? It's basically you're getting the same thing every single time, just with other maps and other guns, and that's really about it. It's boring. I get that complaint for that series. For Hollow Knight, though, that just isn't the case. Like, yes, it is clearly very much like the same DNA as the first Hollow Knight. Like, the map is the same, shopping, all of that is very similar, but it is all expanded and improved upon. Like, everything is more in-depth. And everything that Hollow Knight, the first one, did well, is done, I would argue, better here, except for one thing. My only complaint about Silksong, and it is kind of a sizable complaint because this is a big portion of what the game is asking you to do, I don't like that they changed down needle. So to Pogo in the first Hollow Knight, you would do a down attack in the air, and you'd bounce off of whatever you hit, whether it's an enemy or like a spike, you would bounce off it to give you some extra air, which of course led to more skill ceiling. There was a lot more you can do with that. In this game, pogoing is still here, but instead of being just like a normal straight down attack with the needle, you instead come at an angle. You come at sharp angles every single time. You can't go straight down with it. You have to come at an angle. So, what ends up happening is when you're traversing some places that are requiring you to pogo, such as in Farfields, I think it's Farfields, the place with the red flowers that are spread out all over the place with vines under it, so if you hit it, you take damage and reset. The platforming challenge there is doing the pogo off of the flowers to reach the next section, the next platforms. And in the first Hollow Knight, that's obviously there too, but it felt much more intuitive to just do a normal down needle, pogo off it, go to the next one, rinse and repeat. Here, since you're coming at angles, and since you have to go from right to left pretty often, you have like these sharp angles that you're doing that sometimes just feel inconsistent, and oftentimes actually, at least in my playthrough, you'll actually like hit the hitbox of the flower without pogoing, so you'll just like attack through it. It just doesn't feel as good as just the normal down needle pogo from the first one did. At least not yet. Now, again, I'm only 4 hours in. It might get much better as I get more familiar with it, but as of right now, I am missing the way pogoing felt in the first one. That's the only complaint I have. Pretty much all of my deaths in my playthrough right now are from pogoing. Like attempting to pogo either off an enemy or off of like the flowers. It is taking me a lot of getting used to, and maybe by the end of it, I'll warm up to it and say I love it even more than the first Hollow Knight, because I see the vision. Like, it wants it to be even more demanding, like, and give you even more options for your movement. Like, I can see the vision, because sometimes I can string together, like, a really good set of pogos throughout the terrain and throughout the enemies, and it is beautiful looking. The way that you'll pogo into, like, a dash cancel or something, and then go right into the next pogo while still in the air, like, it looks really cool because you can combo all of this together, and I do see, like, there could be a lot of cool experimentation with it. But right now, like, I just feel like more often than not, it's become a headache because I want to just do like a normal down hit and pogo offs or something. But instead I go off to the side, miss, and just go straight into the shithole and take big damage or just die. Like, I don't know. It's not that big of an issue, and again, it is still fresh, so maybe I just need to get more familiar with it. That is the only complaint I have about the game. Everything else I think has just been smooth sailing, and I absolutely love it. Every boss fight has been hype. Every environment I've visited has been nice. The characters are charming. The game's sound design is a slapper. Everything in this is exactly what I was hoping for a new Hollow Knight experience. And I imagine most people that have picked it up are probably pretty satisfied, would be my guess. Like, it really feels like it knows exactly what people wanted and just gave you more of that and more options with it. So I'm excited to keep playing it. I'm excited to finish it, and I'm very happy to see that it is doing so well for Team Cherry. This has been a lot of years, baking here in the oven, and it looks like everyone's really enjoying the dessert. So I'm happy that it's doing so well, and just wanted to give you my first impressions and say that, yes, it does live up to the hype so far. And I'm optimistic that it will only continue to get better as I get deeper into the game. That's really about it. So, yeah. It's been a little while since my last video covering Pokemon card-related crime, and that's not because things have started to slow down. It's not looking any better. In fact, I'd argue it continues to get worse. And I just thought, you know what, let's take a peek, see what's going on here, and I'll show you two of the most recent break-ins where thieves made off with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards, including one of them an armed robbery where one of these fucking degenerate fungus worms actually brought a gun into the Pokemon establishment and then started breaking the cases while pointing the gun at employees and people that were just in the area.
You see it right here, caught on camera, a person smashing through an Everett gaming store, stealing thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards and other collectibles.
So this one was a classic smash and grab where this gentle sir busted through a window and then went to the Pokemon card display case and tried to kick it with his leg to break the glass, but he's so fucking weak and pathetic he couldn't do that. So then Goober here, Secret Agent Shitstain, had to retreat through the window to grab an axe to actually get into the display case because his noodle arms and his papier-mâché legs weren't cutting it.
You could see where a thief smashed through to get inside this Everett gaming store, and this isn't the only store in Western Washington that's picking up thousands of dollars worth of damages while thieves take off with cards worth thousands more.
Card shops have to be getting robbed more often than gas stations and jewelry stores combined at this point. These fucking freaks continue to just burglarize local card shops, which, mind you, the majority of the time are just family-owned and operated businesses, in order to steal their products to scalp it online for like $5 worth of profit. It's so fucking absurd.
A surveillance video from Mugu Games last Thursday shows someone breaking in the store and try to make off with valuable Pokemon cards, which we see this person was willing to go great lengths for.
Went back outside, grabbed an axe is what it looked like, came in, smashed the window, grabbed some stuff.
Owner Michael Doran says in total, over $40,000 worth of Pokemon cards were stolen.
Just piece of shit, man. It actually infuriates me seeing just how common this has become with these card shops being burglarized. If I was a local card shop owner at this point, I'd be booby-trapping this bitch like it's Home Alone. I'd be having all kinds of traps that I'd activate at night when closed. You know, like a boxing glove pops out of every window if it gets, like, broken into. Fart spray deploys if the glass is broken. Like, all kinds of shit. Like, a giant log comes through and just blasts them or something. And then probably what I would also do, and what I imagine a lot of card shops are going to start doing, is I would never put any real product in the displays. I would only put proxies in there to represent the actual merchandise. I would keep the real cards separate. Because at this point, you cannot have real product on display in these shops. These locations are constantly being broken into.
Dorn says this isn't new.
We've been broken into 4 times. We've been armed robbed once. We've had multiple snatch and grabs of thousands of dollars worth of product.
And his store isn't the only one in Washington this week cleaning up thousands of dollars worth of damage.
I was watching it in real time. It's a little frustrating and a little scary. Have some dude, grabbing all the stuff off the shelves.
Again, like I said, it's extremely common. Owning a card shop is like strapping raw meat to your body and then jumping into shark-infested water. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when your shop gets burglarized. It's fucking tragic. And mostly it's Pokemon right now, but I don't know how many of you keep up. Scalpers are starting to transition to One Piece because Pokemon has been so infested with scalpers that even scalpers are getting discouraged from scalping it. They have now transitioned to another popular card game called the One Piece trading card game, which is a trading card game that's kind of near and dear to my heart considering I've competed in One Piece tournaments. I think it is a fucking wonderful card game. And one of the things I used to talk about with this card game is that it was like price accessible for a lot of people. Some of the top decks were actually like really cheap, especially when compared to other TCGs. That is now no longer the case because scalpers have fucking latched onto it like a hemorrhoid, and now prices are shooting way up because of it, and now a lot of real players are having a hard time getting their hands on product. It's a disaster. The entire TCG space has just become a cesspool because of these kind of fucking worms, these parasites.
But Dorn says what really has him frustrated is the lack of accountability when it comes to those who've been caught stealing from him and other businesses, which he feels is why others keep leaving.
I mean, there's a reason why businesses are moving out of Snohomish County, Washington. I'm here every day, and nowadays I feel targeted.
Totally reasonable. That makes a lot of sense why he would be fearful of keeping his business in this location, especially if authorities are doing nothing to actually catch the perpetrators here. And from the way the owner of Mugu Games is talking about it, I get the impression that even if they do catch the thieves, there's not like harsh punishment doled out to them, which I have seen cases in the past where authorities will catch like a TCG scammer or someone that stole from a card shop and they just get like a slap on the wrist. They don't even go to jail or anything because they don't view it as like a serious crime. I mean, it should be viewed as a serious crime. This is a fucking crime that should be punishable by time in the fucking slammer. Like, they are a danger. As you mentioned, they had even been armed robbed before. So this was a snatch and grab, which again, thousands upon thousands of dollars in stolen merchandise, which is a huge blow to his business. And the authorities, I guess, aren't doing anything to make him feel protected, to make him feel like it's safe to continue to operate there. So, of course, he's going to be playing with the idea of leaving, as he should.
Armed robbers, they burst into a Pokemon store in the meatpacking district and started smashing display cases and grabbing items. The store owner says that they made off with more than $100,000 in merchandise.
Now, this is footage of the armed robbery that I referenced at the beginning. So, two thieves went to a pretty new location here. One of them pointing a gun at the employees, and the other went behind the counter and with a hammer just started breaking the display to start scooping in the merchandise. And apparently they made off with over $100,000 worth of product.
You can see those robbers walk in the store. They're wearing all black with anime backpacks on around 6:45 last night. They smashed the glass display cases while pointing a gun at shoppers. Now, along with the $100,000 worth of merchandise that they stole, the NYPD says the robbers also stole $1,000 from the register before running away westbound on West 13th Street, where this store is located.
Imagine being such a useless, worthless, loveless, dickless loser that you and your buddy hold hands and go on down to the Pokemon facility located near you, armed with a gun, and start pointing it at the people there and smashing the display to steal the merchandise, all because they believe they can somehow make a killing by flipping it somewhere, which again is not super easy, not really a slam dunk, especially if you try and sell it to another shop or do business in person. There have been numerous cases where people have tried that and got arrested for it. In fact, I'm going to show you a very recent one because, spoiler alert, turns out it's not exactly easy to do that. And trying to flip it online, again, isn't guaranteed because you're mainly selling to scalpers, and scalpers aren't going to be paying some kind of fucking premium for this shit. They're probably out there robbing stores too. And it's just crazy that this keeps happening. Like, I know I keep using that word, but it actually is insane. And based on the surveillance camera footage here, these feel like they're probably like kids. Like, I don't even think these are adults. One of them's wearing like some kind of like comic book backpack. I don't know. It looks like Carnage crossing over with like a fucking Labubu or something. I'm guessing that is the backpack he takes to his fucking first year algebra course. Like, that is actually probably like a 15 or 16 year old that is handling that gun, pointing it at the people in there. And then his friend, the way he's handling the hammer makes it feel like he doesn't even know what he's holding. Like, it's some kind of alien artifact. It seems like he doesn't even have the strength to lift the hammer. It's like fucking Thor's Mjolnir. Like, he's struggling to even hit the things with it. Like, the hammer is controlling him. Like, these are not adults, I don't think. I bet these are actually kids who continue to see like the Pokemon hysteria and convince themselves that this is how they're going to make like $1 million.
The Poke Court is a Pokemon store that was opened by a group of friends who grew up watching Pokemon and traded cards. And the founder says they opened the store 2 months ago and the robbery happened in just 3 minutes. She says the store was filled with more than 40 customers for its first ever community event when the robbery happened.
They were all brandishing firearms. They pointed them in the faces of my employees and my customers. And then they, like clockwork, went to our high-end display where we keep all of our most valuable items. They smashed the display. They looted over $100,000 worth of merchandise.
This business didn't even make it 6 months. It barely lasted longer than a mosquito's lifespan before it was burglarized. Armed robbers busting in there for the Pokemon cards. That is how out of control this phenomenon is. It sucks, man. This shit blows major ass. My heart breaks for all of these local card shops that continue to just be brutalized by these criminals, this fucking scum. Now, I want to end this on something kind of positive, though.
3 people are behind bars for stealing thousands in Pokemon cards and then trying to cash in at a Fort Myers shop. Deputies arrested this trio, Deshaun Boyd, Jimmy Satan, and Jermaine Warren this afternoon.
They took 10. Big W. Finally, a case of the thieves being caught, arrested, and thrown in jail. One of their names was Jimmy Satan. She said Satan, but it's literally Satan. Is there a more fitting name for someone who steals fucking Pokemon cards, literally trying to rip the joy out of what is supposed to be a hobby for children in order for his own personal gain? Like, unbelievable how fitting that is. Fucking Jimmy Satan here with Team Rocket.
$1,000 worth of the Pokemon cards from Gorka's Pokebarn in Collier County, then tried to sell them to Dynamo Collectibles in Fort Myers.
Turn said, that's them, call the cops.
Busted! You're watching Lee County deputies walk in on 3 thieves trying to sell $10,000 worth of Pokemon cards. Mark Nestico says they walked in his store with 29 booster boxes filled with packs of Pokemon cards.
It's so satisfying finally seeing an arrest here from these Pokemon thieves. Oh, I bet they were so excited too, just filled with jubilation. Easy $10,000 payday, let's just go offload this over there at that other shop, only to be arrested in a matter of minutes, walking out of there in cuffs.
He called 911.
Joking with them, having a really good time. We let them open free packs.
Less than an hour before, deputies say the trio stole them from Gorka's Pokebarn in Collier County using a fraudulent credit card.
We hadn't had advanced knowledge that they were stolen. They almost 100% would have gotten away with it.
They really tried to speedrun that, so they used a fraudulent credit card to steal the merchandise, and then an hour later tried to sell it to another shop. That's galaxy brain scheming right there. And that's the level of intelligence that these TCG thieves have. Like, these are actual Neanderthal brain idiots that are doing this. The people that are breaking into card shops to steal Pokemon singles, or the people that are taking a gun into a Pokemon event to steal the Pokemon product. These are actual idiots. Like, legitimately dangerous, stupid fucking idiots. And I pray that more and more arrests like this happen, because it is out of control and something's gotta change with it. I really think any card shops out there should really seriously consider only putting proxies in the displays in order to protect yourselves from these kind of idiots. So that would be my recommendation. I can't really think of anything else you could possibly do to combat this, because even the stores that take security extremely seriously, like one of the stores that I covered a couple months ago was literally inside of a storage unit with a giant garage door, basically a fucking vault door, to prevent thieves from breaking in. And you know how they still gained entry? They crashed a U-Haul into it. So, like, no matter what you do to try and, like, protect it, like, prevent thieves from getting inside of it, people will still find a way. So I think the only thing you can really realistically do is just try and cut your losses by not having the actual product in those cases, like the real singles and all of that, and instead keep those off facility somewhere else. And if someone expresses interest in buying those high-value singles, you let them know, like, hey, all right, we'll do this deal, but we've got to go, grab the actual card. I don't know what else the solution could be. This shit sucks. I just wanted to give you a little update that it's not getting better, it's only getting worse when it comes to these TCG robberies. That's really about it. So yeah. For 2 months, many of you have been trying desperately to convince me that I would like something that I was pretty confident I wouldn't. And like a stubborn child refusing to even try a head of broccoli, I stuck to my guns, crossed my arms and said, no thank you. I do not like green eggs and ham. And for 2 months, I'd been adamant that I will not watch the movie that blew up this summer, K-Pop Demon Hunters. I saw, I think it was 2 of the trailers, or maybe it was 1, and I saw it twice, I can't remember. But I saw the trailer, the animation looked great, but it is just not my kind of movie. It is a musical, and I've been very public about how much I do not like musicals. So it simply was not for me, but when this Netflix film exploded with popularity, I said, I'm happy that you're all happy. I'm glad. And for 2 months they said, no, Charles, listen, you old Scrooge. This is fucking incredible stuff. You might not like musicals, you might not be the biggest K-pop fan, but this movie's gonna blow you away, trust me. The amount of times I heard that, if I only had a nickel. And I was firmly planting my feet and lat spreading, saying, I'm not doing it. You won't get me to watch it. I already know I won't like it that much. What's the point? But then tonight, at 5 a.m. after another sleepless evening, no rest. Gotta tell you, sports fans, I wish the K-pop stars could start targeting insomnia. Fucking banish that to the Shadow Realm, please. If you finish with the demons, please go after insomnia. I'm really fucking tired of it. But I said, to hell with it. I'll take a peek, I'll take a gander, see what all the fuss is about. Nothing to lose. I either watch something and I'm moderately entertained, I watch it and I end up loving it, or I fall asleep. All of these are fine outcomes at 5 a.m. when I just can't sleep in the first place. So I just finished it. It is now 6:30 a.m. And I bet you're expecting me to have like this big like eureka come to Jesus moment, like, no, you were all right. It actually was like my favorite animated movie ever. Sorry to say that's not the case. I feel exactly how I expected to feel after finishing this film. I didn't hate it or anything. I didn't like dislike the movie, but I didn't love it or anything. It was a fine time. It was a beautiful animated movie. Like, the animation was stunning. I love the style of the film, which I also knew I would going into it, because the trailers, they do a really good job of setting you up for exactly what you're going to get. But like I said, I just don't like musicals. And I don't dislike K-pop, but it's not my favorite musical genre. So it's a musical in a genre of music that I don't typically download and snap my fingers to. So it was never going to be like the grand slam home run in my eyes, but I totally understand why so many people have fallen head over heels in love with it. I definitely get it. If you like K-pop, this definitely has it out the wazoo. And the songs are catchy. Like, some of the tunes are definitely, little earworms that'll have you humming it a little bit, no doubt. My favorite song was actually the second to last one, the Your Idol one from the Saga Boys. That was a good song. I enjoyed that boner jam. And I'd confidently say that there's no bad songs in here. There was none of them where I was like plugging my ears, like begging for the agony to stop or anything. Overall, like, it was fine. It's exactly what I expected to happen for me. I watched it, I was entertained, but it wasn't something that I'll be singing or really thinking about like in a day or two from now. But, like I said, I really do get why so many people have been glued to it. I know it just went to theaters. Netflix, this was so big for Netflix, they decided to put it into theaters, and in its debut a few days ago, it brought in 18 million, I think it was, on its opening, which is actually a huge opening. Like, it beat Weapons, which I know Weapons is going into like its second or third week, but like, this is a pretty big movie across the board. And it also does something that I actually think is a pretty cool direction for movies to go. I've heard they've offered like sing-along performances, like theaters are doing sing-along showings where people go in with the full notion that there will be people in the audience singing along to the music in the movie. I would never want to be in one of those auditoriums. Like, they did that same shit with Minecraft with the Block Party edition where you're supposed to like yell memes at the screen or whatever. I would never want to be in one of these auditoriums, but I appreciate that they're doing it, because I think any effort to make things more social and get people to interact with other people of similar interest is a great step in the right direction, whereas all of society and all of big business is right now focused on trying to keep you indoors and isolated from other human beings, even going as far as to try and fill your romantic void with AI companions. So anything that kind of kicks that trend is getting 2 big thumbs up from me. So I really like that K-pop Demon Hunters is having these sing-alongs, which apparently are doing really well, with a bunch of people going around others with similar interest and being social and singing to a movie that they really like. I think that's great. I will never go, but I'm happy that it's there, and I'm glad so many people are going. I guess I'll give you a little pseudo review here. The story is, throughout time, there have been these chosen singers who use their voice to seal demons away to keep humanity safe from them. They use their voice as a means of keeping them at bay and the ultimate demon lord from consuming souls. And now in the modern era, it is a K-pop group that takes on this responsibility, and they're getting very close to the golden seal that will once and for all end this battle where the demons will no longer be able to access the human world at all. Whereas in the past, there's always been like little tears where they can kind of trickle in here and there. But now, they're very close to stopping it entirely. So we follow their journey to accomplishing that. Spoiler alert, we're going to get into spoilers even for K-pop Demon Hunters, baby. The main singer, Rumi, she is actually part demon. And she wants to seal this so that way her demon patterns can go away. She's been hiding them her whole life, and her mother figure, who's not her actual mother, but someone who promised to take care of her, has been trying to keep that secret from the rest of the group and the rest of the world because she believes it is a problem that needs to be fixed. In pursuit of the golden sealing of the demons throw one last Hail Mary. They're about to face defeat, but then they call upon their own boy band, who then goes to the human world and directly challenges them on the charts. They can't beat them in a fight because the K-pop Demon Hunters are very adept at combat, and the fights, I think, are very cool. I think the fighting is very flashy and it's very stylistic, and I think it goes hard. There's not a lot of fighting or anything. This really is mainly about like the story, the characters, and the music. But when there is fighting, I think it looks really cool. Really, everything in the movie looks very cool. They did pull out all the stops here in the animation department, and I really appreciate that because I fucking love animation. Like, it really is visually great. It is breathtaking at points. But anyway, they have the boy band out there, and now they're competing directly on the charts. And the Demon Hunter group, the K-pop Demon Hunters, they're Huntrix, that's their name, they immediately recognize the Saga boys as being demons, and they're immediately privy to their plan of stealing fans away so that way they can poke holes into the seal, so that way the demons can flood in and power up the Demon Lord. And then a romance blossoms where the lead demon of the Saga boys and the lead of Huntrix, Rumi, they start to find common ground because she's part demon. And he's very troubled. He doesn't want to be like evil. He made a mistake in his past, and he has been paying for it for 4 centuries now. And he just wants the voices in his head to stop. That's the whole reason he's helping the demon guy. And they are at odds, but eventually it blossoms into a very understanding, mutual relationship between the two of them. And it's a decent story. Like, it's not anything new. It's nothing you haven't seen before, but it's executed well enough that I think a lot of people will find it to be very fresh. I do think, though, that there were things that they wanted to explore but ran out of budget for. For example, Rumi, we only get little tiddlywinks about her past. She is the only person of her kind that we know of in this world that is half demon, half human. And we only know the bare bones that her mother and a demon got together and she was born and was viewed as a big mistake, but the mother asked for a promise from her most trusted companion to keep her daughter safe. But we don't know anything about the mother or the demon father or anything like that, and I thought for sure that would be something we'd learn a little bit about, but it never came. Unless there was a post-credit scene that I might have missed. I didn't go through the entire credits. Maybe it's possible, I'm not sure. But I'm just surprised that that wasn't explored. It also felt like Rumi was the only character that got real depth. The other 2 members of Huntrix, they kind of just played on the sidelines. Like they gave you bits and pieces, like they gave you the general character personalities and like a bit of the background, but never really too much. You never really got to know them very well past their desire to seal the demons away and their complete hatred of demons. I really thought this movie was going to go in a different direction towards the end too, because we know Jinu, that's the demon guy's name, the lead of the Saga boys. We know about his past a lot, and it seems like he's not the only one of his kind that is just reluctantly serving the Demon King. Like, no one seems to want to do that. They just have the voice in their head that is compelling them to do so. And he explains to Rumi that all demons do is feel all of their shame and all of that anguish that they've experienced when they were humans. They just live it perpetually. Like, they are not happy with where they are and what the Demon King does to them. So I thought that there would be like this turning point where there was like an understanding with Huntrix, like, oh, these demons, like, they were once people, and that's still somewhere in there. And a lot of them just want to live without that voice in their head reminding them of their biggest mistakes, that kind of thing. But that never comes. I thought that was where the plot was going, at least to a certain extent, but it's not. I guess it's just Genu. He is the only one in the entire demon world. Him and his pets. They also are an exception. But it's not a complaint or anything, by the way. Like, they don't have to go in that direction. It's totally fine they didn't. I'm just saying I was just kind of surprised because they kind of put the breadcrumbs there that I thought that was where they were going. Anyway, though, I don't have any, like, big complaints about the movie or anything. I really don't. Even though it's not my cup of tea, it's not my taste, it's not like there was anything in here that I think was wrong or bad. It's, again, just not my genre of movie. So it doesn't really appeal to me in a big way. But I didn't have a bad time watching it. I was entertained. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Well, it happened a little sooner than I expected, but I think everyone knew this was on the horizon. AI is now making actors. And the first AI actress is about to be signed by a Hollywood talent agency, it seems. Meet Tilly Norwood.
Like if a Sunday roast went to drama school and got BAFTA optimized.
But can she cry on Graham Norton?
Of course she can, and it'll be clipped, subtitled, and monetized on TikTok by lunchtime.
If that isn't the most pathetic fucking thing I have ever heard. So this is an AI-generated video to announce their AI actress Tilly Norwood. Her 5-second bursts of acting in this comedy sketch were so impressive that she is now being eyed by talent agents, according to Eline Vandervelden. I don't know who that is, but that sounds like the name of a character from a Duke Nukem game. So, at the Zurich summit, apparently there were agents, fucking falling over themselves to sign Tilly Norwood, the first AI actress.
We're all going to hell. Got recommissioned, didn't it?
3 seasons and a podcast.
By an AI commissioner.
That's right, baby. 3 seasons and a fucking podcast. This is a certified LeBron scream if you love Tilly Norwood. Moment. Tilly to the moon. I've said it for years. She is an underrated gem. Ever since her debut in Funky Fart Blasters Volume 8 Deluxe, I've said Tilly Norwood has what it takes to make it in Hollywood. Be damned to the flesh and blood machine future. Good future. We want Tilly to be the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. That's the aim of what we're doing. What a noble goal. Yeah, fuck working hard for something or spending a long time grinding to get somewhere. Just go ahead and make the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman with AI. People are realizing that their creativity doesn't need to be boxed in by a budget. There are no constraints creatively, and that's why AI can really be a positive. It's just about changing people's viewpoint. Well, I got a viewpoint for you. How about this, huh? What do you think of this viewpoint? That's my butt cheeks right there. I almost fell off the chair. A little wobbly. Change that. Huh? I'm so tired of this goddamn spin. Like, AI is allowing people's creative juices to overflow. The cup runneth over on creativity thanks to the power of AI. This is literally the absence of creativity. It has nothing to do with budget. If you can't afford an A-lister, there are plenty of talented actors that don't charge that kind of money. Fucking find them. There are talented people that aren't Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. So if you're feeling constrained by a budget, maybe look elsewhere outside of the A-list. And if I have to hear this despicable, silly, stupid, ugly-ass excuse of it allows everyone to get creative, I'm gonna have a conniption. I'm gonna have a fucking freak out. Creativity is like air. It's free. It's all around you. The only difference is you need to learn how to be creative. So, like, if you have some ideas in your noodle floating around and you want to, like, draw them, learn how to fucking draw. If you have a story you want to tell, learn how to write. If you have an idea for a character that you want portrayed, well, learn how to cast for someone that fits that. Now, don't worry. They're addressing the elephant in the asshole here about, not too long ago, AI was seen by many in the industry as a negative and something to push away at all costs. Remember the US writer strikes? Yet today it is being embraced by an increasingly large swath of industry, partly because it offers a way around the seriously tough economic conditions that producers in particular are operating in. I like how they start this by saying not too long ago, as if this viewpoint has passed. This is still the prevalent viewpoint. People don't like everything being replaced by fucking AI slop. But I will say I appreciate their honesty, the going full mask off there about the whole goal of it, to just save money on the bottom line and nothing else, to cut corners and save cash. They just right in your face say that. So I at least appreciate they didn't try and like sugarcoat it or anything there. It's the whole purpose behind it is because it saves the top of the food chain a lot of money. Oh yeah, this next section's super fun. It's a little sneak peek of what I imagine the Hollywood writing process is going to look like for all the big budget blockbusters in the next couple of years, because you can save a lot of money on like writers because you can just have ChatGPT be your writing partner, I guess. She describes it as sort of a writing partner. It would come back to me with ideas and I would be an exec producer effectively. We worked together. I then got feedback from lots of people and we adapted constantly. There were so many iterations. I mean, it took a long time, I'm not going to lie. And it's also about performance, right? Because every one of these characters will say the lines differently and you need to instruct them differently. If this comedy sketch is anything to go off of, boy howdy is the future bright for blockbuster productions. High quality material being shit out here, no doubt. I hate that they're trying to coin a new term here, by the way, AI directing. At first the line was pronounced as, "But can she cry on Graham Norton?" with the wrong emphasis, and we needed the voice to be more doubtful, so you're really trying to find the words to describe the emotion. It's like instructing an actor, really, and for me it was very much about getting the right performance out of the AI actors, because if they say it in a wooden way, it wouldn't have worked at all. It is so pathetic how many terms people desperately try and put onto just using AI, like prompt engineer and now AI directing. Holy shit, it's so cringe. As you can imagine, with normal people that aren't brainwashed fucking vampire weirdos in Hollywood, this didn't go over well. So they did make a response. To those who have expressed anger over the creation of my AI character Tilly Norwood, she is not a replacement for a human being, but a creative work, a piece of art. Like many forms of art before her, she sparks conversation, and that in itself shows the power of creativity. She keeps using that word, but I don't think she knows what it means. How in the fuck is this in any way, shape, or form creativity? Like, what? What are you talking about? People got mad at you because of this, and all of a sudden it's like, thank you for being creative. Like what? Like maybe creative insults? I don't even understand, really. Just because you made people mad doesn't mean that it was, the power of creativity that had done it. I see AI not as a replacement for people, but as a new tool, a new paintbrush. Just as animation, puppetry, or CGI open fresh possibilities without taking away from live acting, AI offers another way to imagine and build stories. I'm an actor myself, and nothing, certainly not an AI character, can take away the craft or joy of human performance. Creating Tilly has been for me an act of imagination and craftsmanship, not unlike drawing a character, writing a role, or shaping a performance. If I have to hear this absurd cope one more time, I'm gonna have a conniption. This is just fundamentally no wrinkles in the brain type comparison here to say that AI is a tool like, CGI or animation, how it didn't take away from live actors, it's just an addition to. It is so far removed from that. I don't know how many times I have to teach you this lesson, old man. Like, Jesus Christ. You compare it to a paintbrush. Set a paintbrush down and then tell it what you want to be painted on that canvas. Tell me what happens. Nothing, right? Because tools cannot just do the shit on their own. You can't set a pencil down and tell it to draw James Corden fighting Goku. But I can go right now on any myriad of AI services and just type in James Corden fighting Goku and generate 1,000 images of it. I cannot do that in anything else that's not AI. It is not like animation. It is not like CGI. It just does shit for you based on whatever sentences you feed it. You are not special. You're not a fucking prompt engineer or an AI director because you change some sentences around to generate a new video. It is not a tool. Animation, puppetry, CGI, that is a totally separate art form and expression that takes immense talent. AI doesn't. There's no training required. There's nothing. You just type in sentences. So as long as you're literate, it'll just spit out something that loosely resembles whatever you fucking cooked up in your noodle and typed on the keyboard. It is a dog shit comparison. It is the absence of creativity, and it is not a tool. It is a replacement. As you said on your own little press release for this, its goal is to save producers money because it's cheaper. They will choose an AI actor for a role over a human being because they don't need to pay the AI actor a fucking salary. You said it yourself, it is to cut cost. Holy shit. Anyway, though, enough yapping about that. Tilly Norwood, she's got a bright future ahead of her, no doubt. I'm very excited to see what Hollywood agency swoops in and signs her. They're gonna have a real breakout star. Shit sucks. That's really about it. See ya. In the wild and wacky, deranged world of family sports, there is no end to the lunacy. I'm talking about novelty sports games for the whole family to not enjoy but pretend they enjoy together. I'm talking about things like horseshoe tossing and croquet. Today we'll be diving into this uninspired and unfun cesspool of activities with one of the worst ones I've seen called marbles.
Outdoor games are a family tradition, but many keep you stuck in one spot, or can even leave you with a real pain in the back.
That's always an important selling point in these products. You know, it's good for all ages. It's not painful for anyone, from the biggest bodybuilders to the most frail, glass-boned, paper-skinned people on the planet. Anyone can play them, and no one will have fun with them. However, in marbles' case, I don't see it being like a healthy alternative for people with bad backs or joints. They show this alpha male straining his back throwing a horseshoe, which I don't attribute to the horseshoe's weight or anything like that, unless that horseshoe is made from parts of Thor's hammer and it's just 500 fucking pounds. It's really the bending forward motion that would be hurting his back, which you still have to do with marbles, so it's just the same thing but with a ball instead of a horseshoe.
Instead, how about you open a bag of fun with marbles? Designed for all ages and abilities, marbles is a fun outdoor family game that's perfect for all ages, similar to lawn bowling.
And just as fucking boring as lawn bowling. Notice how the man with the bad back who just threw himself into the hospital with the horseshoe is now doing the exact same throwing motion but with a ball this time. A horseshoe doesn't weigh very much. I think they weigh like a pound, maybe 2. Granted, I'm not the most seasoned veteran when it comes to horseshoe throwing. I'm not over there fucking my sister in Alabama and playing horseshoes at Thanksgiving. But from the limited exposure I've had in that sport, I've noticed that they're not very heavy even when I was a toddler. So I don't think it's the weight, it's the throwing motion, which is the same from marbles to horseshoes to cornhole.
Marbles doesn't require a dedicated court or setup. To play, start by tossing the point ball underhand. Then alternate turns throwing the balls, trying to get them the closest to the point ball. After all marbles are thrown, the player closest to the point ball scores.
Now be honest, I know you're foaming at the mouth, scratching at the neck, needing your marbles fixed after hearing how this exhilarating sport functions. Fucking digging through your mom's purse looking for a credit card so you can order some marbles now. Looking into your bank statement, seeing if you can afford a bag of marbles. I know this shit sounds thrilling. And also, it can be used with literally anything in the world. It doesn't have to be marbles balls. You can just grab fucking tennis balls and just designate one with like a Sharpie as the point ball. Not that I'm trying to teach you how to pirate marbles or, do-it-yourself marbles or anything. I'm not trying to give you like knockoff marbles. I'm just telling you, there are workarounds here, loopholes to getting your marbles fixed without needing to get the official licensed brand of marble balls. But I don't know why you would do that. This looks so fucking boring. It'd be more fun wiping your ass with a bad case of hemorrhoids than playing marbles.
Whether you're at the beach, campground, tailgating, or in your backyard, marbles will brighten up your day and get everyone excited to play.
It will not do that. What marbles most likely will do is act as a band-aid for a shitty family relationship where the father, the son, the wife, and the daughter, they're not all on the same page. All of them not exactly fans of each other, but maybe once a week, maybe every Friday, the father forces the family to play marbles in the backyard to try and bond, but it only makes them drift further apart. Marbles is also just a horrible fucking name. It sounds like Leif Erikson Day from SpongeBob. Hinga-dinga-durgan, marbles, SpongeBob, marbles.
Unlike bocce, marbles are light, buoyant, more dynamic, and can be played almost anywhere. In fact, using the terrain to your advantage is half the fun.
Ladies, I know that trick shot just made you wet, but please calm down your thirst. That marbles expert is taken.
Each set of marbles comes in a heavy-duty toteable canvas bag with the instructions printed right on it.
Ah, there it is. The Holy Scripture, the 10 Commandments of marble.
Each marble set contains balls for 2 individual players or teams.
Marbles are a hit wherever I take them. I bring them out at family reunions, when the grandkids come over. They're easy to play with and will give us memories that'll last a lifetime.
Now this is actually a very powerful testimony. Unless you're living under a rock, then you're probably familiar with the legend Chip G, Hall of Fame Merbler. Often referred to as the bad boy of Merbles, he was rumored to have performed cunnilingus on over 20 women at the retirement home where the last Merbles championship was held. So him coming out here saying how much he loves Merbles, that is something not to be taken lightly. But I do have to say, I think Chip is being a little too pretentious here. Merbles aren't exactly going to give you memories to last a lifetime, unless you're playing strip Merbles with your family and grandma loses and her fat, flabby titties come out and you're still like 9 years old. Then maybe that'll stick with you for the rest of your life, and Merbles is definitely going to be a negative thing to you from now on.
Merble's lightweight design ensures that they're gentle on your joints and shoulders and much easier to transport than cornhole, bocce, or horseshoes. Perfect for RVs, car trips, tailgating, and more.
And if you're traveling with any of those games, you're already no fun to be around, so you might as well add Merbles to that.
They even make a great gift. Merbles, open a bag of fun. So call now to get your set of Merbles today for just $49.95, only through this exclusive TV offer.
That's a fucking ton for just some little light balls. When I first heard that number, I was blown away. $50 for what is essentially just 7 balls that any balls could be used for? That's a bit insulting, but who am I to question the Merbles brand? That shit's probably made out of unicorn hide. But yeah, anyway, maybe I'm wrong and this will be the next huge sport. You know, right now we're in an esports craze where all kids growing up want to be professional gamers. Maybe in like 5-10 years, kids growing up are going to want to be professional Merblers. But only time will tell. That's it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Oregon Trail again. Let's do this shit. I believe this is my 4th attempt at completing this impossible adventure. But this time, I really think I can do it. I'm gonna leave in May. As in, may I please fucking complete this and make it to Oregon. And fuck all this. I already know how this goes. I know this whole song and dance. I'm just gonna go with this dude's recommendations because I don't have a strategy. Fucking 3 yokes. You must be out of your mind. He's an amateur, a rookie. I thought he was a damn connoisseur here, an expert, a seasoned veteran. But unfortunately, that's not the case. He's useless. When someone offers you 3 yokes, that's how you know you can't trust that person. This dude right here probably funnels squirrel's piss into his wiener hole and then pisses it out and claims that it's his piss. Then he puts that piss in a bottle, sells it on the market as piss. Although it probably wouldn't be a very successful product, considering bottled piss isn't exactly in high demand. It's not an inelastic good. But when someone offers you 3 yolks, you can guarantee they're dabbling in piss. Fuck. I can only carry 3 wagon wheels. That really fucking sucks. What if I want to race people? What if I start street racing and I need those extra wheels? Alright, it is time to begin. We're gonna go all the way to Oregon, then we're gonna come back, and we're gonna go to Oregon again, and then we're gonna tell people we've been to Oregon twice. People are gonna be like, wow, that's twice the adventure. That's fucking incredible. Alright, let's do this. It is time to go titties or go home. We're gonna have meager meals, but we're gonna have a fucking record-setting pace here. What's the fastest pace? Grueling pace. There it is. That's it. That's all we need. That's all we fucking need. It's time to hit the trail. Only 102 miles. I can throw a frisbee further than that. Not even a challenge. Oh, we're already here. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I just blinked. The speed of light's got some serious competition here with this wagon. What are our options? Let's take the ferry across. The ferry operator says that he will charge you $5 and then we have to wait 2 days. Only $5? We have more money than the state of Oregon. That's no problem. Just floating across on toothpicks. And we're across safely. What an incredible start. We'll be in Oregon in lickety-split. I really like the way this oxen moves at a grueling pace. It's like watching an animal cracker on a treadmill. What do we got here? Oh, it's only 3.7 feet deep here. How tall is the average oxen? Like 300 feet tall? I think we can ford this bitch. I really think we can get across safely. You know, we're fording it. We didn't come this far to just take a shit and then eat it. We're gonna go for it. Fuck. Well, after a booming start, I have now lost 2 oxen and a party member. And not just any party member, probably the most important one you could ever lose in a party. How the fuck did that even happen? We were moving through that river at a nice brisk pace, and then all of a sudden, bam, we fell into Atlantis' chimney. Yeah, you know, we'll take a look around here. Maybe we can find a resurrection potion and bring shitting back. I'm not sure why Captain Falcon is riding a horse, but it seems he's about to ambush that wagon. Let's try and trade with some people here. Let's see what they're offering in this area. You meet another immigrant who wants 50 pounds of food. He will trade you 50 bullets. Alright, so I'm trading with a psychopath. Let's see who else is here. You meet another immigrant who wants 2 wagon axles. He will trade you 1 ox. So basically, I'll give him 2 wagon axles and then they'll shoot me with a fire hose. Is there any sane people here? This town can go fuck itself. Let's see what supplies I can purchase here. I'll buy 2 oxen to replace the 2 I lost while scuba diving. And that should be all I need. Yeah, you know, that's good. Let's go back to the trail here. Let's continue. Here we go. Do you really think we have time to stop, look around, take a shit, get down? No, we gotta get to Oregon. That's what we have to do. Well, we're already here. That took like 3 steps from this oxen. Ooh, here we go. Change of scenery. Now inside of a Salvador Dali landscape. Well, I've just looked at a bull's anus, and I saw its shit. There is no way anyone in that wagon has a fever. 102 miles, not bad. Another person? How the fuck? Oh, shit, I'm almost out of food. Damn, I didn't even notice. I gotta pay attention to the food pounds. You know, I really need to start reading these directions. I know there's a way to move. You son of a bitch. It just ran up and got a big old whiff of my ass cheeks. How the fuck do I move? What is the... Maybe enter? Oh, there it is. There we go. Still don't know how to turn around, but we'll do some rail shooting here. Alright. Oh, turned around. Got it. Watch out, Circles. He's turning 360 degrees. Fuck hunting. Fuck hunting. I can't fucking hunt. You know, let's just rest. Maybe if we rest long enough, the party will vomit and that can replenish our food supply until we get to another town. That plan has backfired. We are now a man down. Unfortunately, it is my most polite member, because they are perpetually saying thank you to me, showing their appreciation for anything that I'm doing during this journey. Fuck you, asshole. Yes, we need to look around. I need food. Please direct me and my party to the nearest restaurant. Are you fucking shitting yourself? There is no supplies to buy. We're gonna have to trade. That is a tough pill to swallow. Well, I don't have many options here. I am fucking incompetent when it comes to hunting. And there's no supplies here, so we're gonna have to rely on other human beings for our food. Fuck every single one of you. I'd rather my party starve to death than try and trade one more time in this fucking inconsiderate town. You selfish douchebags. You know, we're going to Fort Bridger. Hopefully we can bridge the gap between starvation and a full tummy. I have to hunt. Either I go hunting and at least try and bring home the big bucks here, or my party starves to death. Alright, here we go. Show yourselves, animals. There you are. Alright, you know, alright. You think you can hide behind the trees? Son of a bitch. That damn deer just rocketed off of a rock. Damn it! These bastards are elusive. These fucking trees are on their side, too. They're setting fucking... These are perfect picks! These are screening champions! Oh, of course, no food. Well, it's a little difficult when you've got the NBA's best defense playing for the animals. This looks like a nice area. Nice and open. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Just walk into the bullet. Please face the animal. Damn it, what the fuck are you doing? Am I controlling an oscillating dildo? Let's just stand still. Maximum accuracy now. Perfect. Only now the animals are dodging me. Well, isn't this some fucking nonsense? Alright. 3rd time's the charm. This actually looks like a pretty good environment. We'll set up shop here. Why the fuck is this deer so fast? The deer just broke into my shop, stole all my shit, and left. This bear will not escape. There we go. Finally. We'll have some food. I'm just not even gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother even trying to shoot the deer. I'll take the slower animals. Oh, 100 pounds. I'll take a look around Soda Springs here, see what it has to offer. That is one happy ox. Let's try and trade here, get some supplies. Well, I should have guessed that. Apparently, my wagon is nothing but extraterrestrials here because no one wants to trade with us. Will they talk to us at least? Communicate with us? Oh, Celinda Hines wants to talk to me. My, the Soda Springs are so pretty. So she wants to tell me the Soda Springs are so fucking pretty, but she doesn't want to trade with me. That's really fucking nice, Celinda. Fuck Soda Springs. Maybe Fort Hall's a little more welcoming. Just hang on, we'll get water in a second. What the fuck just happened? Did Fort Hall shoot us with a cannon? First nobody wants to trade with us, and now they're dropping airstrikes on us? We just wanted to go to town and get some supplies. We're not your enemy. Yes, I'd like to look around, but why did you attack us? Well, actually, I guess that explains it. It's a town run by deer. They're very protective of their land. I was just going to buy some food, but now I also need to buy some supplies that I lost during the Battle of Little Big Bullshit just outside of here. Rough trail. Well, how the fuck is the trail rough? It looks pretty smooth from here. Impassable trail. Well, I mean, there's a simple solution to that. You move forward. There's nothing blocking you. There's no obstacles. How the fuck is all this happening? Are we looking at two different trails here? Because from my point of view, we're just walking on a giant wood plank. The water's fine. How did he break an arm? He's not doing anything. The oxen's doing all the work. Did he just like take his arm and slam it on his knee? Snap it in half? Actually, you know what? I do want to look around here. Is he telling us to jump off that cliff? You must cross the river in order to continue. The river at this point is currently 1,000 feet across and 6 feet deep. Well, my calculations with the ox height was drastically incorrect last time, so I'm not going to try fording it. That seems like a fair deal. I'll do the trade. We don't need the clothes anyway. Alright, here we go. It's crunch time. Oh, this is looking good. This is looking good. Excellent. That's perfect. Alright, let's continue. Where the fuck did this fog come from? How is this bitch breaking his limbs? What is he doing? He must be just deliberately slowing down the group, working for Fort Hall. Yeah, I'll take a look around Fort Boise. I think this woman's titties are exposed. It seems like there's nipples on the end of those titties, but it could just be the dress, I'm not sure. Judging by the expression on that ox, I think those titties are indeed exposed. 160 miles, that's nothing. That is nothing at all. Even with a heavy fog, it's still, even bad water, it's still... What the fuck is this nonsense? And luckily I have plenty of spare parts here. Let's continue. Alright, what the fuck is going on? Are we going over landmines? I have more spare parts. Let's keep going. Nothing to worry about here. Oh shit. There is something to worry about. I gotta sneeze. Shit! Oh fuck. Fuck. Oh, fucking son of a bitch! Is this asshole's work? Is this how he keeps fracturing his limbs? He just keeps throwing himself at the wheels until they break? Oh, wow, I don't have any more spare parts. Wow, I've used all of my damn wagon wheels. In the short span of 15 seconds, I used every single wagon wheel. Maybe the blue wagon has wagon wheels. Or, I'm sorry, the blue mountains. It's not a blue wagon. And these mountains aren't even fucking blue. They're fucking covered in snow. And milk. How is it a rough trail? We haven't even started yet. This is just getting absolutely absurd. He now only has one usable limb. He's broken one arm and 2 legs. Taken 3 wheels with him. Well, that's a really impolite thing to do. That dude on the right is giving the dude in the middle the finger. Telling him to go fuck himself. That's actually the best thing that could have happened for this journey. He was sabotaging us, so he threw himself into some quicksand. A very noble decision. That's not good, though. That is not good. We need to rest. Alright. 5 days ought to do it. That should cure him of his measles. Let's continue. Is this a water mustache? I'm not going to pay a toll. We've already paid our toll with the death of shitting and thank you. That was more than enough. The only logical choice is to float down this fucking river. Now that looks extreme. Use the arrow keys to guide your raft through the rushing waters of the Columbia River. Got it. After passing the 3rd direction sign, land your raft at the trail to the Willamette Valley. Understood. Alright. This actually seems pretty easy. I'll go right in between these rocks, that's no problem. Well, this is definitely a lot different than I expected. I was imagining some really high intensity, high speeds, dodging boulders, raging waters. But instead I'm just dodging cotton candy in a very large bathtub. Well, if it's fucking, as long as I don't fucking sink somewhere here, that'll be alright. What the fuck? The raft has missed the landing? How the fuck did I lose all of that just from missing the landing? Did I run into a concrete dam? Yes. Yes. I have never been this happy. After playing this for 2 years, I've finally completed it. I have made it to Oregon. Let's check my high scores here, though. That seems like a pretty decent score, 1002. I missed the 10 spot by 1 point. 2 points if I wanted to take the 10 spot. It doesn't even fucking matter. I made it to Oregon. I completed this. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. It's a beautiful 2006 Torino day. You're watching ski jumping pairs. It's the K120 finals, you son of a bitch. I hope you're ready for some intense skiing action. Weather conditions are optimal. Air temperature is negative 10 degrees Celsius. Snow temperature is negative 8 degrees Celsius. Humidity 85%. Wind. Well, who the fuck cares about wind anyway? I couldn't read it fast enough. Here's our first contestants, Aki Karatsamaki and Mika of the same name. Well, this is a good start right here. Nice steady pace going around Mach 3. What is this unorthodox move? The battering ram? Do you really think you're going to win the competition with such a rookie's move? This isn't the junior competition here, this is the big leagues, you assholes. Goodness gracious, they're going for it. Ima Nanji desu ka? Oh fuck. That is a tough pill to swallow. They really wanted the gold and they were that close. Let's go to our instant replay to see what went wrong. Oh, well there you go. There's your problem right there. That poor man died in midair. This is looking like it's gonna be a spectacular move. Good heavens, it's the droopy titty technique. Can they stick the landing? They pulled it off. They have just executed one of the most complicated moves in all of ski jumping pairs. Let's see that again. Take note of the skier's ability to simulate what a titty would look like if it was hanging from those skis. If we put an elderly woman's titty on those skis and put it side by side with this footage right here, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. USA's had a rather lackluster performance up to this point, but can they turn it around here? He has released the cargo. Looks like impact is imminent. Oh shit. The Turtle Rider. That is a move you'll only read about. I feel as though we're privileged to have seen it in action. Ladies and gentlemen, they are holding hands. I have seen this before, I've just never seen it on skis. This is a true display of friendship. Why the fuck is that an impressive trick? That one on the right's rather bloated. Oh, he's fighting with his stomach. This is some Total Recall shit. I must have missed the hanging dwarf the first time around. I'm glad the replay's there to shed some light on what actually happened in case you missed it. The ball is in USA's court. They're going for the mechanical bull. They're losing control. They're losing control. Yep. That's going to cost them some points. If you're going to ride the bull, you've got to be ready for its horns. A lesson learned the hard way for USA. Now their families are going to have to be executed. Good sharp nipples. Do you know what you're seeing right now? That right there is the lazy teenager. That is a move you could only dream of seeing, and you're witnessing it firsthand. It's the lazy teenager with a twist. This is the firmest erection I've ever had in my life. Anoto wa denwa bango nan desu ka? Look at this shit using their skis as noodles. Fucking innovative. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out. A helicopter has just entered the battlefield. Keep your head tucked inside your ass cheeks if you want to avoid decapitation. False alarm. They're out of here. You know, recently I've been trying to learn Japanese so I can understand some of these Japanese games I play a little bit better, but I really don't think any amount of Japanese will help me understand why they just took off like a fucking helicopter. I guess what they say is true. A bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. You've got Mr. Olympia holding up a contortionist like fucking Atlas holding up the earth. This is remarkable. What in the crusty anus is going on here? Is he giving him reverse CPR? Oh shit! Oh, he's a fish out of water. Alright, I understand. Oh, two fish out of water. It's the fish out of water move. How could I be so naive? My sincerest of apologies, gentlemen. Let's see this again, though. Just look at that one man taking a face full of dick like a champ, just getting pummeled by a wiener. And he just powers through it. Just look at this. Look at the slow motion assault. Just the crotch destruction of that man's face. And yet they still go on to execute the perfect fish out of water technique. This is the epitome of a Cinderella story. Nobody would have expected anyone to use such a high-risk, high-reward move in this competition. Nostradamus couldn't have predicted this fucking shit. These two are taking the game of who's got your nose to a new level. The therapist's seen it a million times. At least they're kind of mixing it up. He's using the ski as like a dildo massaging device, so at least that's a little different, but at its truest, it's still just the therapist technique. Oh, wait a second, what the fuck? I've made a miscalculation. I think it is. This isn't the therapist, nor the dildo massager, nor a combination of the two. This is the legendary ear cleaner. Just look, he's using the other ski as a Q-tip. Fuck the wax vax. This is old school ear cleaning. USA's up again. Let's see what they... Oh, two of them are hugging the skis. There's a Smurf. This Smurf is trying to fly. It's the Pidgeotto. Oh, never mind. This is more like a bird with its wings clipped. Those two gentlemen are taking a walloping right now. They are showing that snow who the boss is. The expectations are high for these two competitors. They came into this competition as the front runners, the favorites to win, the number ones to beat, the shits to eat. Oh my fucking goodness, they were hit by a predator missile. Well, there's no point in crying over spilled milk. Oh, he just bailed out. Oh, I understand. They needed less weight so they could get more altitude out of their rocket boosters on the back of their skis. It makes sense now. Especially considering the smaller gentleman is shitting out flames that's boosting them even higher. This is pretty much how it works in real life too. Oh, there goes his fuel tank. It's outlived its usefulness. Well, at least he's waving goodbye to it. You know, it's not like it's a human being, so that's fine. They're really high up here though, you know, it's pretty good altitude. If this doesn't get first place, I really don't know what will. He's on his way to Mars right now. He will be our ambassador to the aliens, and I couldn't think of a more qualified person for it. I tell you, these two really made a quick recovery after being shot by a cannon. What are they making here? What is this, field goal? Somebody kick the field goal. They've got it all set up for you. Oh, it's a pair of glasses. Oh, shit. That's a statement right there. That's telling the spectators, hey, if you don't think this is groovy, then you need glasses, you box of sperm. Look at the process of making the glasses. It looks like Transformers going from a car to a Transformer. Oh, the fuck's going on here? Oh, it's some football. Alright, yeah, go long. Good pass, good pass. The defense is asleep. Nice catch. I think he got both feet in bounds. That looks like a touchdown to me, ref. That's 6 on the board. Alright. Looks like that extra point's good too. That's 7 on the board. The kicker really didn't give a fuck about that poor gentleman playing the ball. That poor guy can go squirt himself for all the kicker cares. Here we go. Matt Schaub's back in the pocket. Good protection. It's a long bomb. It's a bullet pass. He's got a robotic arm. Jerry Rice is going deep, because Jerry Rice plays for the Texans these days. All right, Jerry Rice is going for it. It's a nice catch. He gets both feet in bounds, maintains possession. The kicker is coming all the way from Uzbekistan for the extra point, so that's up and it's good. And that's pretty much how the Texans won the Super Bowl.
Today's such a special day, I even dusted off the bucket hat for it. It's High Guard release day. I imagine you probably already called in sick for work in order to take as much time as possible to enjoy this game that everyone in the world had been salivating for since it was revealed at the very end of the Game Awards. Since then, it's been quite a question mark with High Guard because they got the prime spot in the Game Awards out of nowhere, a game no one was expecting, and a genre most people weren't exactly super excited for these days. Most people perceived it to be a hero shooter, myself included, because in the footage they showed it looked like it was some type of hero shooter. Most often compared to like Concord, it wasn't a great trailer, and the position that it was placed in at the Game Awards made things even worse. They also then went radio silent for over a month up until like a day or two ago where they finally broke the silence saying that the game is still coming out as advertised and then finally started, speaking up about it. The game came out today and it's very clear that this is not a Concord level failure or anything. It had an all-time peak of just under 100,000 players, which Concord couldn't have even imagined in their wildest dreams. That game didn't even get to like 1,000 and it died in 2 weeks. It barely lasted longer than a poop left in a gas station toilet. So this blew it out of the water in terms of player count. And I think a large part of that success is because the game is free to play, whereas Concord was a $40 paywall. So even people that weren't exactly hyped about High Guard, they were at least willing to give it a spin, at least give it a chance. Kind of. There were some people that literally logged into the game and said this is the biggest pile of dog shit ever, 0 out of 10, throw it in the trash bin. Without ever even like playing a match, or maybe they did the training and then just said, nope, this is terrible, I quit. I spit on this garbage. Which, whatever, I'm not your fucking dad. If that's how you want to interact with games, all power to you, man. Pretty much the second this puppy popped out of the oven here, people flocked to Steam to leave scathing reviews on it and post their, like, jokes and memes about how fucking trash it is without ever even loading into a single match. Right now it's sitting at mostly negative. And of course not all of that is from people just looking to dunk on it because of the whole Game Awards fiasco. There are plenty of things to dislike about it so far with my experience. For me, I always like to give things a fair shake, so I actually played it a little earlier today with Matt and Danny. I have a video up on Moist Critical Gaming if you want to see how our first match went. And I want to give you like my early thoughts here. I'm going to stream more of it tonight. Real quick though, I want to interrupt to briefly mention something that I've been pretty hyped for. Starforge just partnered with Ducky and Jagex to deliver a very special RuneScape keyboard for the 25th anniversary. All of you know I'm a huge RuneScape enthusiast, a super fan, so I was just pretty pumped about this, so wanted to put it on your radar. If anyone out there also loves RuneScape and is looking for a new keyboard upgrade, pre-orders are available now at Starforge. So anyway, back to High Guard. Overall, the game is just, it's fine. Like, I don't think it's nearly as terrible as people are making it out to be. Like, this is one of the worst FPS games of all time or something. It's just not even close, really. It's just very generic. And not in terms of, like, the actual gameplay mechanics, because they actually do try something different. It's not a hero shooter. It's not a battle royale. It's a 3v3 raid skirmish. I don't even know what to really call it, where you have a prep phase where you reinforce things a la Rainbow Six Siege, except the reinforcements here are fucking worthless. Like, basically, you take paper walls and you put plastic on top of it. That's your reinforcement. You can still easily get through these reinforced walls. To me, it just feels like the prepping to defense is kind of useless. It doesn't really stop much, at least not so far in my experience. But you have this phase to prep like that. Then you have a resource gathering phase where you gear up, so you go out in the world and you do some fucking Fortnite mining for materials, which you can spend at the trader for weapons and armor. And you can also find loot out there for armor or other weapons or even like ability cooldown type stuff. Then after that, then you have the sword part, the shield breaker, where you and the other team will then fight to get the shield breaker. Whoever gets the shield breaker takes it to the other team's base, and then the raid begins, and what you want to do is plant bombs to blow up their base. Rinse and repeat. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of different things put into this mode, and I don't dislike it, but it feels like some of it's entirely worthless. Like I mentioned, that prepping phase to like reinforce certain walls around the points. Like in theory, that's a decent idea, like in Siege, but here, at least in my limited experience so far, the reinforcing just doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, again, it feels like you're just reinforcing a wall with like some fucking saran wrap. Like, it doesn't juice it that much. What you use to blow up walls when they're not reinforced, you will still use to blow them up when they are, with pretty much a very close level of success. So that feels like they could maybe do with an overhaul. The gearing phase also feels a little not super great, because as the rounds progress, like as the game goes forward, you can just buy what you want from the trader. So you mainly just collecting the crystals is the more important part than trying to like hunt for random loot. And it seems like you all end up getting geared to the same level anyway by the end. So those two things I don't think are amazing, but at least the horse makes this game feel faster than I thought it would be. I was under the impression this would be like Concord level molasses that you're playing through, where every character just moves at a fucking glacial pace. And then when I found out it's 3v3, I thought for sure this was going to be a snooze fest. But thanks to like having a mount, you're able to get around pretty quick, so you're able to go from fight to fight. And during the actual raiding, you do respawn pretty quick, reviving is pretty quick, so it does feel much faster than I thought it would. Movement is still pretty slow, like there's not a whole lot of like crazy movement tech that I've seen yet. I've tried like bunny hopping to a certain level and that kind of works, so maybe there's just more unexplored tech there, but base movement is pretty slow. And the big thing is the gunplay. This has been a contentious one because there's a lot of people that fucking hate it and some people that really like it. I think that it's solid. I actually thought the gunplay was pretty solid. I enjoyed it more than I expected to. It's not the tightest. It feels like aiming sometimes fights against you because it's somewhat floaty, but overall, the guns did feel good. Like, getting into a fight did feel enjoyable. Like, I don't think the gunplay is trash like a lot of people are saying. The big thing with gunplay, though, that holds it back is that there are certain things that this game is missing, which is why I'm saying that it feels kind of generic when it comes to its gameplay. Like, it has decent bones, but it's very bland. So because it's missing a lot of the flavor from some better shooters out there, this one just feels lackluster in comparison. But overall, I do think the shooting is just fine. Like, I have no issues with the gunplay. Some of the abilities are cool too, I suppose. I haven't seen all of them, but the ones I've toyed around with seem pretty solid. Really, at the end of our gaming session, the consensus Matt, Danny, and I drew was that was more enjoyable than we expected going into it, though it's probably a game none of us are going to get like super into. Like I said, I'm going to stream more tonight, so we'll see if maybe I end up falling in love with it somehow, some way. But for what I've experienced thus far, it's fine. Like, it's just a fine game. There's nothing like particularly special about it, but it's definitely not like a really bad game that people are saying that it is. I really think Jeff Keighley fucked him. Like, actually went in there and face fucked him by putting Highguard at the very end of the Game Awards, where apparently, based on a lot of like articles and stuff that have come out and talked about it, they didn't even want to be there. Like, they didn't want that slot or anything. Jeff Keighley just felt so strongly about it that he made the decision to put him there. I don't know if all of that's confirmed or not, but regardless, what is true is that their place at the end of the Game Awards, the most important slot in the most watched event for gaming, went to Highguard, which puts a huge level of expectations on this product, and it puts so many eyes on it. So people were expecting something like really impressive, and this game isn't. Like, it's fine. Like I said, like, there is some fun to be had there, but it's not like a game I can really see people like dedicating their lives to as like, this is my comfort shooter now. I do think that there, like I said, are decent bones here. So if they do decide to build upon it, flesh it out, add more to it, improve certain things, and start to really, spruce it up a bit, maybe it could get to that point. But as it stands right now, not really in that state. And by being in that position at the Game Awards, it really did hamper them. It was a huge detriment, because if this game was just shadow dropped or something, like if this game just like randomly came out today, like, hey, from some of the creators of some of your favorite shooters like Titanfall, we have this new studio and we've been working on this game and we want to share it with all of you today. Come give it a try. Let us know what you think as the game evolves. I think people will be a lot more receptive to it and a lot more enthusiastic about like maybe seeing this game improve down the line. But because it had so much hype at the Game Awards, people went in expecting something that this is just not really delivering on at the moment. Anyway, though, I just wanted to give you my thoughts on the game so far from the little bits that I've played, and I'm very curious to see how Highguard shakes out down the line. They already put like a 1-year roadmap out there, so it seems like they're pretty committed to it. I guess we'll see. But it did have a much more successful launch than Concord, so that's great. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I know I've recently made a lot of videos spitting on all the awful stuff that's arising because of AI, such as the prices as well as the slop. It's just not a whole lot of good news in the realm of AI, and I've been pretty aggressive about it, and, well, I didn't stop to think about the shareholders whose feelings I was hurting. And thankfully, Satya, CEO of Microsoft, really tugged on my heartstrings with his recent statement about how we need to stop calling AI slop. It's going to be an integral part of our games. We got to learn to be buddy-buddy with it now as it starts to replace every human being out there. It's time that we open our hearts and open our minds to the joy that AI can bring our beloved products as they continue to get more expensive and just significantly worse. So, with that in mind, Satya, thank you for opening my third eye. I think I owe these billionaires an apology for being so mean about all of these huge AI pushes that they're making here. I didn't stop to think about what effect that might have on their wallet as people start to, hate what's happening and the direction things are going with this kind of shit. I didn't really stop to think that, wow, they're suffering too. They're losing money. And they're only billionaires. They don't have a ton of money to spare in the first place. So I'll go ahead and let you see from Satya here. Hopefully he can also help you understand that maybe kindness is the best path forward for, our relationship with AI. We need to welcome it with open arms as all of us are replaced and fucked in the face by it. See the Microsoft CEO begging people to stop calling AI slop? I did. I didn't read his explanation for why, but I saw that Satya wants you to stop saying AI is slop here. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella really wants you to stop calling AI slop in 2026. We're beginning to distinguish between spectacle and substance. Yes. Yes. Please stop calling it slop. Would please stop being so mean to our AI? We're trying to save money and deliver worse products. Can you stop making the shareholders feel bad? When you say things like that, it makes our shareholders nervous, which costs us money. Come on, guys. Is this it? Yeah. As I reflect on the past year and look towards the one ahead, there's no question 2026 will be a pivotal year for AI. Yes, another one. But this moment feels different in a few notable ways. We have moved past the initial phase of discovery and are entering a phase of widespread diffusion. We're beginning to distinguish between spectacle and substance. We now have a clearer sense of where the tech is headed, but also the harder and more important question of how to shape its impact on the world. Yes, inspirational! 2026 is the year we all fall in love with AI, as we can't afford any of our products anymore because of AI. Excellent, yes. Yes. Nobody wanted to own anything anyway, Satya. Yes, of course, yes. In closing, Nadella seems to admit that AI doesn't truly have societal permission right now, referencing widespread backlash and mockery that continues to dog the technology. We need to get beyond the arguments of slop versus sophistication, Nadella laments, emphasizing hopes that society will become more accepting of AI, or what Nadella describes as cognitive amplifier tools, and develop a new equilibrium in terms of our theory of the mind. That accounts for humans being equipped with these new cognitive amplifier tools as we relate to each other. Yes, nothing says relating to each other quite like getting your entire social life through AI. We truly are getting closer to one another. Cognitive amplifier tools is fire. That is very cool. That reminds me of EA calling loot boxes, surprise mechanics. What do they call them? Surprise goodies? God, what the hell was it? I want to remember exactly what it was. It was surprise mechanics. Have you heard about people debating using Grok on manipulating images? They say if you post something online, you're giving consent to do something with it. Is that what people are saying to justify taking every photo ever posted and putting them in bikinis or naked? Including to minors? That's how they're justifying that? Well, if you didn't want us to do that, you shouldn't have posted the photo on your private Facebook account. They were asking for it ass response. Yeah, pretty much. Have you seen the body cam where a casino's AI facial recognition software gets an innocent man arrested? I haven't seen that body cam yet. That's on my to-watch list.
So, very, very peculiar. Peppermill has this pretty sophisticated artificial intelligence software that analyzes faces of previous trespassers. And they get a 100% match on this guy who, whenever they trespassed them before, presented an ID that had a different name. They look like the same exact guy.
I'm not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike.
So either he is who he says he is and he's not have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool, and the fact that he's acting super suspicious. I'll be 100% honest. It could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
I like that. Well, I mean, the software's pretty cool. I mean, it's 100% accurate, like 100% of the time. Like, there's no reason we shouldn't trust it. Like, this guy's clearly fucking lying. My AI facial recognition software said so. Welcome to the future. Couldn't you solve this super quickly by just looking at his ID? What are you, some kind of, like, investigator or something? What are you, like, detective? Okay, Brainiac. What, so you don't trust AI like that or something? This is happening a lot lately. Saw some dude got detained because AI thought his Doritos bag was a gun. Student handcuffed after Doritos bag mistaken for a gun by school's AI security system. What? Oh my god. What a headline.
Your hands on your head. Keep walking towards me.
With guns drawn, Baltimore County Police surrounded a group of students at Kenwood High School Monday night after the OmniAlert AI gun detection system warned school leaders that the student had a gun. Body camera footage shows police detaining all of those students and then searching one of them.
Did you have a gun on you?
No. What?
Do you have anything blue that looks like a gun?
No.
But the student never had a gun. Instead, what OmniAlert detected was a bag of chips.
Ah, junk food! It's even worse than a gun!
Yeah.
It's the silent killer.
Confirming there was no weapon, the Department of School Safety and Security reviewed and canceled the initial alert.
So basically the cameras around the system, they pick up on things that look like guns. I guess just the way you guys were eating chips, Doritos or whatever, they picked it up as a gun. That's all.
A totally normal thing, by the way. It's easy to get fucking Doritos confused, like eating chips, with a gun. Everyone would make that mistake, not just AI.
How did it come to be that we had police officers with guns drawn approaching a kid because of a bag of Doritos?
As police conclude their investigation, one of the responding officers is heard pointing out the system's faults.
AI is not the best.
What did you just say? Arrest this officer! On camera, 4K. He's doubting AI. Throw that man in fucking slammer, please. Grok, put this officer in a bikini, please.
And lands an innocent man behind bars.
What good is the ID then? Why do I even carry that mother?
Exactly, it's obsolete. AI will tell you who you are from now on. Get used to it. Jesus. IDs. Get a load of this dinosaur IDs. AI will tell you who you are. Grow up.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
How you doing? Oh, thank God you're here.
The man declaring his relief at the sight of the officer is 40-year-old Jason Killinger.
This guy's like, oh, thank heavens. We can finally put this stressful ordeal behind us now that an officer is here. Surely, this will help me.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, you guys have this fancy software that does all this stuff, so it's like...
Can't be wrong.
1 second, man.
A few months earlier, a man named Michael had been trespassed from the casino for sleeping on the premises.
All right, man. So this is who you are?
They do look similar.
Miss Jagger, is your first name or last name?
Last name.
All right, Mr. Jagger. Yes, that is who I am. I drive the semis for UPS. I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike. I'm a craps player here. Look, there's my socks for UPS.
So that's the ID that he presented. Well, B.
Look in the nose.
Huh. Weird.
Shit.
Very weird. Right, let me snap a picture of that. I'll run both names.
The casino's AI facial recognition software positively identified Jason as Michael, the man they had trespassed.
We got him.
Step out this way, I get better reception.
We fucking got him. The nose, it doesn't lie. That's Mike right there.
Yeah.
This is crazy, man. That's fucking awful. Okay, buddy, calm down. You'll be appointed an AI lawyer. True. Did they actually arrest him? It seems like it. He went to fucking jail. What a shit show, man. Can he at least, like, sue for it? Oh, wow. Even though the charge was eventually dismissed, he now has a criminal record. All because AI flagged him as being a different guy. Oh, wow. Yeah, I saw the Ashes of Creation stuff. Archive sent it to me. This has been a crazy disaster that just keeps on getting messier and more pathetic. What happened with Ashes of Creation? Like, in general? You don't know the story, or do you mean what the new stuff is? Because here, we'll just read the article just in case people don't know the lore. Ashes of Creation, though, in a nutshell, massively successful Kickstarter campaign, and then out of nowhere in a very public blow-up got taken down, like 4 or 5 months ago? They're like, all right, we're done here. No more Ashes of Creation after raising $3.2 million. Okay. So it was removed from Steam in February. Wow. I didn't remember being that. I thought it was a lot longer, but whatever. I thought it was a lot earlier. Watch like the first 20 seconds of the video in that article. It's insane how much money they spent on bullshit. Down here. Yeah, we'll get to it in a minute. The ensuing back and forth between former CEO Stephen Sheriff and the studio's board has made the veracity of both sides' claims difficult to verify, but following an extremely detailed report published by YouTube channel Nefas QS on April 11th, there are now more allegations flying around about how the project's funds were managed. The news report claims to have obtained and processed the entire Intrepid Studios general ledger from 2015 to 2026, which they state paints a troubling picture of a company that was on the threshold of financial death at multiple points in its history. And then it talks about the new allegations here about the lavish lifestyle. So basically, using funds for nefarious purposes outside of making the game that they were supposed to deliver and following through on the promises.
$21,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash, $8,700.
$220,000 for DoorDash. That's diabolical. What is he ordering through DoorDash? How is that possible?
$1,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash.
$220,000 for DoorDash doesn't even make sense. You'd have to be eating like every hour. Man's out here DoorDashing caviar and shit every hour on the hour. DoorDashing gold bars to my house. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that's possible. I didn't see that figure. I saw like the TCG stuff where he wasted $48,000 on trading cards and shit. And then the private chef. Why is he getting a private chef for $21K when he's still DoorDashing $220K worth of food? Is all this guy does eat? That's all he is? He's just like fucking gluttonously consuming? Just like this filthy, gluttonous man? Like Nurgle or something? Like, this is crazy. How is that possible? How does an appetite like that even exist? Because keep in mind, this is $220,000 in a relatively small period of time. This isn't over the course of like 40 years. Wow. Wow.
$8,700 for office plants, almost $16,000 for the movie theater.
What? $16,000 for the movie theater? I go to a movie every single week and I haven't spent anywhere near $16,000 in the entire time I've done like the moist meter and shit. How? What does he do? This can't be right. You would have to be seeing every single movie that's ever released for the last, like, 5 years in Dolby and IMAX. I don't get it. That's mostly food. Oh, true, yeah. Maybe he spends $16,000 at the theaters, not on tickets, but on concessions. That's a good point. Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. All the limited edition popcorn buckets, you're right. Didn't even think of that. How silly of me. The guy who DoorDashes $250,000 worth of food is definitely finding other ways of wasting even more money on food at movie theaters. Holy.
$95,000 for Amazon orders, 3.5.
What was that? So, let me just full screen that because it's getting because it's getting blocked by the embedding.
$8 million for the almost $16,220 for the movie theater, $595,000 for Amazon orders, $3.5 million for Amazon Web Services, $1.48 million for the American Express credit card, $3.9 million for multiple Chase credit cards, $102,000 for Epic Games, $21,000.
Say that one more time.
Multiple Chase credit cards, $102,000 for Epic Games.
$102,000 for Epic Games? Like, what does that mean? Like using their engine or their service or something? Or is he actually spending $102,000 on the Epic Games Store? I don't even think they have that many games on there that could even warrant that amount of spending. If you bought every game Epic Games has, I don't think you would spend $100K. Oh, V-Bucks. I didn't even think of V-Bucks! Son of a bitch! Oh, you're right. I didn't even consider that. How accurate are these numbers? Well, according to the article, he got a hold of like their entire financial ledger from 2015 to 2026. So I think it's probably pretty accurate. I don't know. And even before this video, there were allegations of like really crazy spending and mismanagement. So like it's entirely believable. It's not confirmed per se, but I could see it. Oh, I spoiled one of them. He spent $421 at a luxury cigar retailer. It's kind of cool. Okay. Oh, I'm getting spoilers now. Arguably one of the more serious allegations in the general ledger concerns a company named Gore Oil, which states he received $81K. Gore Oil Company was the deed owner of Sheriff and Moore's San Diego mansion, which was sold to the couple on April 11, 2020 for $4.9 million. Sheriff, who is continuing to litigate these matters in court, told Kotaku there was no misappropriation of Kickstarter funds whatsoever and that any assertions regarding a lavish lifestyle or personal misuses of company funds were categorically false. An examination of the facts through the judicial process has already revealed that the parties behind these claims orchestrated an unlawful foreclosure to take control of Intrepid's assets from the people who built Ashes of Creation, with the intent to exploit those assets for their own benefit, Sheriff said. Since the new video went live, someone has been trying to make it go away. Someone already filed a privacy complaint against the video. Just a heads up, we will be disputing it. He wrote in the comments. Someone also reported my Reddit account from a community subreddit to the admins. Huh. So interesting. I am so beyond curious if these are accurate.
$21,000 for Magic the Gathering cards, $2,200 for hot dogs, $4,200 for luxury aromas, $6,600 for Steam games, and
How do you only spend 6K on Steam versus 100K on Epic? This guy's actually a madman. This guy is clinically insane. He needs to be institutionalized. I don't even care about the $2,000 that he blew on glizzies. Don't care. Shoving them up his butt, throwing them in the trash. It's a lot of money to be spending on glizzies, but that is not nearly as offensive to me as spending 6K on Steam versus 100K on the Epic Game Store. How? Bro is saving up to buy Tung Sahur in Fortnite.
$49 million for office rent.
Listen, someone's stomach, your child's stomach just growled.
Classic,
Did you hear
classic.
It? Gotta listen like me. Rent is too damn high.
Those are just some of the numbers you'll be able to look at both yourself in this video and the general ledger covering over a decade of monetary transactions I'm making publicly accessible.
Ooh. You can check the ledger yourself? That adds another air of credibility to it, I would say. Wow, I have got to see how this shakes out if this is all true. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I only read, like, the article, so I missed some of these up here in the beginning. I didn't watch the video. Yeah, the whole Ashes of Creation story is a crazy one. We talked about it when it first happened, when it first got taken down, and all of the wackiness. But this is brand new here. I paid $250 for it, sad. Oh, sorry to hear that, yikes. Don't worry, your money was spent on a glizzy. That's true. You were probably part of his hot dog fund. That was one of your backer rewards. Sheriff eats a hot dog in your honor. I don't know, man. It is very interesting that this is now publicly accessible. He's made the ledger public. It could still be bogus. It could still be incorrect data. I have no idea. I have got to see where this goes next. I am still so stunned on this right here.
$598,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash.
Can't get over that. I can't get over that. $220K for DoorDash. That's like that Wayfair shit back in the day where people thought they were trafficking children through the Wayfair prices because some of the furniture made no sense that people were paying or something, whatever that was. Now I kind of already forgot the details. That's like that kind of shit. Isn't it across 10 years? Yeah, I believe it's across 10 years. That's still an unfathomable amount of money. And again, 10 years is a relatively small period of time to rack up $220K in DoorDash orders. In fact, how long has DoorDash been, like, mainstream? I don't even know if it's been around, like, in a big way for a decade. Let's see. When was DoorDash launch? 2013 is when it launched, so let's safely assume that it was big in 2016. That's still crazy. I feel like most of these, though, like DoorDash, Uber Eats and stuff, really popped off around, like, COVID era, though. Like, that's when I imagine most of the spending would have been for them. Has to be $61 a day for 10 years. Oh my god. I do a lot of, like, Uber Eats. Like, I pretty much Uber Eats a meal once every other day for myself. But I think even across 10 years, it wouldn't reach that. Because, like, even with the Uber Eats, like, upcharge, it's like $20 for, like, a wrap. And that's with the, 25% tip, whatever the You're a Hero thing is. I don't know how you would possibly rack that up. Probably just not buying it solely for himself, family, friends too. I guess. Yeah. Yeah, okay, maybe. Is Uber Eats healthy? Brother, what? It depends on what you're Uber Eatsing. It's entirely up to you. Uber doesn't decide what it's sending you. You see the trailer for the game Agefield High? We might be getting another stinker. I haven't even heard of that. Agefield High Rock the School. Man, that thumbnail looks fucking terrible. Is that AI?
Welcome to Agefield High, Rock the School, a coming-of-age adventure game about friendship, love, and maybe a little rebellion, inspired by the raunchy teen comedies of the early 2000s. You play as Sam, who just moved to Agefield with his nagging mom and annoying sister.
Good college, great job, happy family.
I don't want a fucking job. I want a man with money.
At Agefield High, join forces with Kale and Axel and together try to pull off their Rock the School plan to become the biggest legends the school's ever seen.
Wow.
Most importantly, get the girl and rock the prom.
But on weekdays,
oh
you
my
have
God.
to be at school till the afternoon. Yeah, Agefield High features
this is bully but cringe
school system with different lesson types like English, math, geography, German, and music.
I'm just not used to country life yet.
Do you think we're some kind of dumb hillbillies or rednecks?
What is this lip syncing? I usually don't even really care about lip syncing, but this actually, like, this genuinely looks not real, like not a game. A lot of the Steam stinkers we play on new releases made by like a single dev and nothing but assets do a better job. It's like everyone's just got like fucking crazy amounts of Botox and can't move muscles.
I'm just not used to country life yet.
Do you think we're some kind of dumb hillbillies or rednecks?
Students arrive by bus in the morning and follow their daily routine. You can skip class, but then you'll have to hide from the authorities in town, or just cause chaos.
Hey, he's stealing my liquor!
The story missions
What is this?
School where Kale, Axel, and Sam work on their dream to leave their marks as legends. From awkward attempts at impressing girls,
I can show you that I am a real man.
Fighting dickhead jocks.
Not in my town.
And even Satanists, leading to the big question.
I am the hottest girl at school.
Which girl do you ask to prom?
Whoa!
Agefield High features 32 main missions and 15 mini-missions capturing the ridiculousness of early 2000s teen comedies.
Are you having your, happy time?
The open world of Agefield is free to explore, featuring the school campus, neighborhoods, town center, and countryside. After Sam's parents split and his mom struggles to...
This is a super long trailer, by the way.
He has to navigate Agefield solo. So you might want to check out Mike's bike shop and get some wheels. Don't forget some new fresh clothes and maybe even a tattoo. Just don't tell mom.
Did you get into a fight?
Complete some mini missions to make bank on the side.
We have to buy a Play With magazine so I can sell the pictures in it to my friends 10 times the original price.
Don't let your guard down around town or even the countryside. The jocks could...
Damn, they're everywhere.
Sam isn't a bully, but he knows how to crack a few skulls. He can throw some punches, deal some leg kicks, and shove them to break their defense. Don't forget to block.
And the graffiti just appeared.
I feel like I'm getting the video game tutorial as well through the trailer.
Collectibles. Agefield is soaked in a pop-punk soundtrack, vibrant colors, and a springtime setting, hiding the negativity of all the soulless adults in town.
I can't be the father!
Return to the early 2000s and experience the rebellious energy of Agefield High. Rock the School. Wishlist now on Steam.
I cannot wait to play that. I genuinely cannot wait to play that. That looks like a beautifully dog shit game. Wow. Wow. Looks like AI generated bully. It really does. Thank God they gave him a shirt that says 2002 so we know it takes place in 2002. See? Subtle storytelling, actually. You could learn a thing or two about that. So who's developing this? I can't even read that font. What is that? Frenulum Games? That's where the male G-spot is. What the fuck does that say? Refugium? I don't... What does that say? It's the same devs that did the Grey Hill incident? Holy shit, we're in for cinema. What the hell is their name? Is it Refugium? Oh my god, it is Refugium. Yeah, down here in the bottom right. What the... It's like a word I'd make up. Reflaffitator Games. Wow. This is the Grey Hill Incident Squad. Let's go. This is the game where, when you shoot an alien, it starts, like, slurping your shit up. It fucking gawks on the cock. This game was wacky.
Conspiracy theorists claim to have seen a UFO. The minority tries to convince other people that the small green aliens are real.
They're lying.
The government.
That is not a weather balloon. Ryan, this is an absolute invasion.
I'll have to replay this for the gaming channel to get hype for Agefield High. It's set in the same universe. They should make it a connected universe for sure. Wow, it's been 3 years since Grey Hill Incident. That's crazy. Time flies. I hope it's at least fun bad. Grey Hill Incident was fun bad for the first, like, 45 minutes-ish. But this looks like it has at least 2 hours worth of dog shit fun bad content. They even got fucking Gerard Way over here. They hit him with the shrink ray. Man, they got everything. So who are you taking to prom? I don't know. That's actually the final mission, it seems. So the whole game will build up to that one choice. I'll probably spend my time socking the teachers in the jaw.
Class. But then you'll have to hide from the authorities in town, or just cause chaos.
Hey, he's stealing my liquor.
Nice. Good find. I can't wait for this game now. That's so good. Could have sworn you reacted to this trailer before. I doubt it. It's only 13 hours old. Oh, wait! There are other trailers from 5 months ago. Maybe I did. Was this shown at one of the game showcases?
It's the year 2002, and 3 friends decided not to leave school as losers.
Good morning, everybody. This young man right here is our new student, Sam.
There's Cale Baines, the guy who thinks college is for chumps.
You're the new guy, huh? What's up?
Axel Philly, the wannabe rock star.
I got an F in English.
And you, Sam Tatum, the new kid.
So we can have the party, but my mom cannot find out. If she does, she'll go ballistic.
They made
so relatable. That's so true. I remember that.
And leave their marks as
I remember that in high school.
They want to indoctrinate me even more into a boring fucking life and work 9 to 5 like some sort of mindless zombie.
Fuck thinking about college, dude. We need to stick to our plan to rock the school.
But there's always something or someone.
Oh, baby.
Overbearing parents.
If you don't get into college, I'll throw you out of my damn house.
Perverted teachers.
You messed with the wrong one.
Nosy neighbors.
Fuck.
Aliens in the forest, in the countryside.
Not to mention Seth.
Damn, maybe I was too quick to poo-poo on it, because this story is riveting, actually. This has everything.
Popular guy at school whose life mission is to make yours miserable at best.
So you think you can move to my town, come to my school, embarrass me in front of my friends and ruin my party?
Seth, you have to go now. My dad's gonna kill you. I'm serious.
But that doesn't hold these guys back from trying.
Whose panties are those?
Oh, fuck. Another fight. It's all fighting.
Sam Tatum, who saves the day.
It's like Samson combat.
Coming of age adventure. Explore a fully decked out campus in quirky small town. In this open world inspired by the early 2000s teen movies.
Do you really think you're the first students to try to get into my pants this way?
Her
What?
dad brought lipstick home from his trip to Mexico, and now they all look prettier than ever.
Oh, fuck. Walter White's coming out here to cook meth. Run.
We drink as much as we could, go streaking to the girl we liked, and then tell her how much we loved her.
Return to the early 2000s one last time. Age Field High.
What do you mean one last time? What? Why is this the last time you can return to the early 2000s? That's the only way to go back? Through Age Field High? It disappears after that, the memories vanish. The setting's gone. I wonder how many times they'll say early 2000s. Not enough. Yeah, it comes out this summer apparently. That'll be something. That will be something. They say imitation is the greatest form of flattery, but I disagree. I think the greatest form of flattery is this. That's that Donnie from Wild Thornberrys type riz. But when does imitation go too far? When is it no longer an homage, but instead tiptoes over the line into plagiarism? That's what we'll be analyzing today, and by that I mean I learned about 2 channels that have blatantly plagiarized another YouTuber. I saw this right before going to bed tonight. I'm kidding, because I didn't fall asleep. As you can clearly tell, it's 6 a.m. I've been up all night again. Insomnia is here again, doing that to my damn little butt cheeks over here, and I'm tired of it. But as I was trying to fall asleep and then ended up giving up looking at my phone, I saw that there's a bit of a hoopla about this plagiarism thing going on right now. And you're never going to be able to get rid of all the plagiarism on YouTube because it is a rampant issue, but I always think it's nice when people do find bad actors like this just blatantly stealing their work. But as I was looking into this big developing story here, I learned a lot of twists, not only about the original video creator, but also the ones that allegedly plagiarized. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first one before diving into a bit more about the original video as well.
So if your views are low or you're scared of demonetization, listen up because I'm going to tell you the 8 biggest changes of the YouTube algorithm, starting with change number 1, Gemini. So it's fully official. Okay, the YouTube algorithm is now powered by Gemini AI.
This one is egregious. They didn't even bother doing the bare minimum of changing a single word from the original script. So this comes from a YouTuber named MoistVerse, and the YouTuber that's copying his video is someone named Belmont. Now this is a guru who is also selling a course. Now I use the word guru real loosey-goosey because that's how these fucking dweebs refer to themselves as. They're scammers, basically. Case in point. If you're going to be purchasing a course from someone on YouTube trying to give you the secrets, bestow upon you the ancient wisdom of success online, just know you're most likely not going to be finding the fountain of youth there. You're probably getting a big load of fucking barnacles. I've never even heard of a course that one of these dorks was selling that was ever even remotely helpful in any way, shape, or form. When it comes to this subject matter, I know in like the fitness space, there's a lot of YouTubers that have courses that are very popular, very successful. I'm talking specifically about this garbage where they have these videos, usually just like a bunch of regurgitated information. In this case, they are literally copying someone else's information in order to try and hawk a course. But like usually it's just some dog shit where they're like, "Yar matey, so you want to get YouTube views? Well, you're gonna have to fork over the funky digits on the back of that credit card for this fucking PowerPoint I threw together haphazardly." It's all trash. Now, an interesting little fun fact, a little tidbit of lore. In the only Belmont video I've watched, he has a gold YouTube play button behind him for a channel called Serum. So I looked it up, and that's this channel right here, and that's definitely him. Basically, this channel is Sniper Wolf. If Sniper Wolf was a guy who's a huge dweeb. And he hasn't posted in over a year, but he had 4.5 million subscribers. I don't know why he stopped posting. I looked into it, and there's a lot of theories. Apparently, a lot of people seem to believe that he was demonetized at some point, so he abandoned the channel. It's certainly possible, but it's just a theory, a little game theory there. But what's not a theory is that this guy just blatantly plagiarized that video. I guess he's made his triumphant return. No longer is he Serum. Now he's Belmont. And he just takes other YouTubers' videos word for word as his own. Yippee, welcome home.
Now, for those of you that don't know what Gemini is, it's pretty much Google's ChatGPT. And the job that YouTube gave Gemini is to analyze videos. So technically, it's no longer about tags, titles, or anything that's mattered before. Because of Gemini, now it's what you say, how you say it, and what you show. Like the actual visuals of your video. It understands the tone. If your video is supposed to be sad, it understands it. If being sarcastic, it also understands. Gemini also analyzes behavior on the platform. Which takes me to number 2, trust score.
It's actually fascinating how not only did he copy the script one-to-one, but he even copied the timing. It syncs up perfectly. He did exact intonation, exact timing of everything here for his blatant plagiarism. I've never seen that before. This is like the equivalent of taking someone else's homework, copying it, and not even changing the name on it when you submit it. It's fucking baffling. Typically, we're about to look at another case of plagiarism from the same YouTuber, actually. Not Belmont, but the same YouTuber had his work stolen by another channel as well, this time a much more popular channel. I'm actually kind of blown away by how brazen Belmont's plagiarism is. He's got a lot of other videos on his channel, and I imagine all of those are also plagiarized from other YouTubers as well. It seems like that's probably his shtick. I imagine the only reason the visuals aren't exactly the same is because he didn't want to take the extra 2 minutes it would take to crop out the YouTuber from those visuals, because he wanted to just shit and ship this as quickly as possible, a matter of minutes. So instead he just filled it with a bunch of probably stock videos for his points here. Now the next accused plagiarism patriot is Danny Y. Interestingly enough, it's the same topic that Belmont copied, that now Danny Y has a video on that's eerily similar to Rumero's. An interesting coinky-dink, if I had to spitball a guess at how that's possible, I would wager that douchebags like this probably consult ChatGPT for what videos they should steal, and right now ChatGPT is recommending that one from Rumero. That would be my guess. Now, Danny Y's video is a little less obvious than Belmont's. He does change some words around, and he does change the order in which the information is presented. Instead of following the exact blueprint one-to-one of Rumero's original video, he changes where it goes. But watching them both back to back, it is still fundamentally the exact same piece of content. Now, another explanation here, like I said, I don't know Rumero's content. Maybe it's possible he generated a script for this topic through ChatGPT, and Danny Y doing the same thing. Thus, they came with very similar scripts. I think that is also equally possible.
Now, for those of you that don't know what Gemini is, it's pretty much Google's ChatGPT.
And if you don't know what it is, think of it as Google's version of ChatGPT.
And it even understands the tone.
It even picks up on your tone.
If your video's supposed to be sad, it understands it.
If your video is meant to be funny, it knows.
If you're being sarcastic, it also understands it.
If you're being sarcastic in your video, it also knows that too.
So that's pretty scary shit within itself.
And honestly, this one scared me when I first learned about it.
Now, when YouTube reviews your channel, which they will.
When YouTube reviews your channel, and they will.
The first thing that Gemini will check is your channel trailer.
And the first thing that plays is going to be your channel trailer.
The age of the email and the age of the YouTube channel.
Use an email that has been around for a while.
The older the YouTube channel is, the better. Just use your personal email.
Maybe your personal Gmail that you've been using for years.
If you have any Google subscriptions like Google One, Google Workspace, YouTube Premium, any of those subscriptions, the better it is.
Even better, if you have Google subscriptions like YouTube Premium, Google One, or Workspace, that's extra proof.
Right, you want to show Gemini and YouTube that you're a human, and a human doesn't start YouTube by uploading every single day.
You're basically showing the algorithm that you're a real human.
This one's a bit trickier because he does change the words around, and he does change the order around, but all of the information from Rumero's is still present here, including his advice that he gives in the original, so it does still seem a bit stinky here that maybe he had grabbed his script and had AI rewrite it a bit for his video. And, there's only so many ways of conveying information if the information is accurate, but this goes a little bit beyond that, where it's not just conveying similar information, he's doing it basically very, very, very similarly to how Rumero's video covered it. Now, I had that theory that maybe Rumero generated an AI script and Danny Y did the same on the same topic, which is why they'd be similar. And I think there's even more meat to that theory because I did some digging on Rumero's channel.
If we go ahead and just search up the title of one of these articles and we throw it onto YouTube, we will be able to find YouTube channels like this one, Hip Hop Daily. So if we click on it and we click on their videos, we can see that their views are not bad at all. Now moving on to step number 2, which is scripting your entire video. Now there's a few rules for this, right? I have a lot of beginners come to me and they show me their videos and they're only like a minute or 2 minutes long. And to be honest, I tell them every single time, might as well not post the videos because with AI, there is no excuse for you not to make a video over 10 minutes. YouTube clearly favors, and this is my opinion, YouTube clearly favors YouTube channels and YouTube videos that are over 10 minutes. So here's an example of how easy it is to script write.
Oh my goodness, he's giving the keys to the kingdom, the Krabby Patty secret formula to the ultimate slop. Step 1, look at other YouTubers' content. Step 2, basically steal it. So he's like, look at these channels. You can see their views are doing well, so this is a successful niche. So you want to aim for basically copying the same topics because you can see that it has a track record of doing well here. So step 2, use AI to make your script for you. So he then shows you like to grab an article, copy and paste it into AI to have it write a script for you. So that way it can cook that shit up for you pretty much instantaneously. And bingo, bango, bongo, you've got a soulless AI regurgitated video that can now just passively generate income on YouTube for you for doing fucking nothing at all. So not a huge fan of this guy, to be honest with you. Yes, I do think he was plagiarized in the first instance, and honestly, I am leaning more towards Danny Y also taking his video as opposed to just getting a similar AI drivel script. And that's due to a couple of reasons I'll share with you. But as far as creators getting plagiarized goes, this one doesn't move my heart all that much. This is a world's smallest violin moment for sure, because he himself also kind of preaches the same thing to his students about like, look at all these other channels and basically do what they do using AI to do it for you. So it's a little odd that he would cry foul that other vultures in the same space are doing the same to his content when he has these AI faceless slop channels that he literally kind of does very similar things with. Granted, it's not one-to-one or as brazen as the examples here, but still, it's fundamentally the same DNA. He is also just regurgitating the same information using AI to do it for him. Now, maybe he doesn't do it on his Rumero channel. That I don't know for sure. But in the videos on this channel, he does talk about and literally try and instruct people on how to take other people's topics and like ideas and plug AI into it so it will make the scripts for you so you can stretch these videos to 10 minutes and make money off it passively for doing basically fucking nothing. So, not exactly like the best creator to be talking about being plagiarized, if I'm being honest. But I do still find it to be an interesting topic nonetheless. And like I said, I do think it's obvious in Belmont's case that he just one-to-one stole the video. I do also think Danny Y most likely had AI spit out a script from Rumero's video as opposed to just covering a similar topic.
And that leads us to the next change, one that got thousands of channels deleted just last month. YouTube now probably gives every channel a hidden score. They don't show it to you, but it probably exists. And it controls everything. I call it your trust score. Think of it like a credit score, but for
your trust score? Where have I heard that nomenclature before?
Do that, but it's almost guaranteed that the amount of people that have done that, and this change was done about 2 weeks ago, which is why you've heard so much news of people getting their channels taken away. But I think I found a solution.
Still not at the right timestamp, but basically in Danny Y's video, it's the exact same information. He changed some of the words and changed the order in which he presented it, but he's still basically just saying everything Rumero said, but in different order.
But the most important part is that Gemini also analyzes your behavior on the platform. Which takes me to number 2, trust score. This has got to be one of the biggest changes that I've ever seen on YouTube. So this is the easiest way to explain trust score.
So, from what I can tell, Danny Y wasn't the one that came up with the trust score. Watching both videos back to back, it's basically the same fucking thing. Like I said, Danny Y just changed the order in which he presented shit, but it's still fundamentally exactly the same. And at points, like in the minute and a half clip there, it is almost identical. I find it unlikely that this is some big misunderstanding and it's just a coincidence. I understand that when it comes to information, there is only so many different ways you can convey the information, but it just feels very fishy that not only is it conveyed very similarly, almost identical at points, but also saying weird things like, I call it your trust score. I came up with that, when he clearly didn't come up with that. Also, couple that with the fact that the advice he gives in his video is the same advice Rumero gave in his video. It just feels like he did take the script from that video and just change it around a little bit so it wasn't just so blatantly obvious. Not as lazy as Belmont was with it. Anyway though, plagiarism isn't unusual on YouTube. This shit turbo sucks and it's only being more common now thanks to AI. And people like Rumero himself also preaching very similar tactics of just taking other people's topics, ideas, niches, and just having AI be fed this information in order to spit garbage out for you to post and make money on. I think that shit also sucks, and it's not all that dissimilar from what he's complaining about here with these channels ripping off his video. His AI faceless slop channels are fundamentally doing something very, very, very similar. And it's all trash. It's all garbage. And I'm sure he knows that, but it doesn't matter because he makes a ton of money doing it. If you look at his channel, a lot of his videos are just kind of bragging about how much money he makes from doing these AI faceless slop channels. It sucks. It's sad. And that's the exact kind of shit that's ruining the entire platform. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the new Rambo movie, Last Blood. I bet a lot of you didn't even know there was a new Rambo movie. I know I certainly didn't. I only knew this was coming out because I check new movies every week, and I saw Rambo was coming out on Thursday last week, and I was like, wait, that's weird. That's Rambo. That's a pretty powerful franchise, and I hadn't seen a single preview for it, and I go to the movies once a week, and I hadn't seen anything, which is really surprising to me. And I know action movie heroes, action stars, kind of a thing of the past, which is a goddamn shame. We still have a couple like John Wick and, well, I guess just John Wick. He's like the last action star. I guess I can't even think of another one, like maybe the Fortnite default character. I have no fucking idea. But even still, I figured Rambo would be kind of a big deal. And it really wasn't. I went opening day, and it was in the smallest theater they had available. It's just disrespectful to my boy Rambo. But anyway, the marketing campaign sucked ass, and I got a shit theater for it, but whatever. Since I went into this without seeing a preview, I didn't know if this was going to focus more on the emotional side of Rambo's journey trying to settle down, have a normal life, or more on like an ultra-violent gore fest type of deal where there's assholes being turned inside out, blood and rock and roll flying everywhere. I didn't know what approach it would take. It turns out it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Both are done decently enough. The latter being much better. The ultra-violent gore montage at the end is superb. I really enjoyed that start to finish. It was a lot of fun. The kills were very creative and very brutal, which I was very happy to see. And that's not to say the emotional stuff wasn't done decent. It was good. I thought the cast of characters around Rambo were good, and Rambo himself was alright. This thing is, with Rambo, his character is supposed to be so damaged and, you know, he's gone through all these horrible things, but that leads to some really awkward scenes in this movie where something really bad happens to someone he cares about a lot, and what he says and what he shows vary greatly. There's a huge disconnect. Something horrible happens, he says, shit, I'm real sad about this, but the way he's acting, it's just so goddamn stoic, as if he's not even there, as if someone was just holding up the line on a piece of paper and he read it. It's just odd. It just feels odd, and it makes the scene awkward, which takes the emotional aspect out of some of the shit that happens. Now, when Rambo's not in the emotional scenes, they're pretty good. And I don't think it's his fault or anything like that. I think that's just supposed to be how the character is, but it still makes it feel odd to watch it happen. And it makes the audience feel a bit awkward, because it's like, well, what is he really feeling? Does he even care? And then he goes into this fucking doomsday prepper mode where the second half of the movie's all about revenge. And he's got this entire fucking Home Alone booby trap setup going around his entire barnyard. All of his property has been outfitted with the latest, and well, not really the latest and greatest, but the most haphazardly thrown together contraptions, some codename Kids Next Door gadgets hanging from walls, shooting laser beams and shit, blowing assholes up all over the place. The revenge aspect of this movie is a lot of fun. It's just really mindless gore fun in like a really confined space where Rambo is taking out dozens and dozens of people, and you see each and every one of them, and you get to see all of the little traps that you have like a 5-minute montage of him setting up. You get to see each and every one of them played out, which is cool. It was a lot of fun to watch all of those unfold. It has a very satisfying conclusion, and all that was done well. Leading up to it, though, it had a really major problem of time. It's impossible to know how much time is passing in this movie because it's so fucking jarring, the jumps it takes. For instance, Rambo gets his ass beaten. He ends up in an ass-beating induced coma, and a character saves him, and he's crashing on her couch. Now, he's in and out of this sleep, and in one scene, the girl that saves him leaves the house, and the next scene she comes in, and Rambo's swollen eye and cut-up face is completely healed nearly. And then he says, how long's it been? She says 4 days. But you have no idea because all of a sudden, she walks out, she walks in, and he's done like a fucking quick change artist thing, and he's in perfect health all of a sudden. That happens a couple times. An incredibly major character gets killed, and then as all of the other characters around them are mourning and stuff, it all stops like that in the next scene where everyone's moved on, and they're ready to just go about the rest of the movie and forget about it. Well, not forget about it, but move on from it. They've all had their time to mourn. They've all now moved on and gone other places, moved around, and it's all changing, and it's apparently been like a fucking month. You don't know how long it's been because one scene, something happens, in the next scene with nothing really leading into each other, it's in a totally different state of mind for every character, and something totally different has happened. It's just really odd to keep track of how much time is passing. It's not that huge of a deal, I suppose, because it makes the plot move along much faster, and you get to the fucking kills really quickly, which it was really setting up towards for the whole movie, which was nice, but it still makes it a little odd to watch it unfold in that way. Now, I'm going to plug this shit into the Moist meter. I'm giving Rambo Last Blood a 65%. Now, I want to talk about another thing I had a problem with, but it's a spoiler. So this will now be a spoiler. So the movie's about his niece getting kidnapped and sold into sex slavery. She ODs, and she dies in Rambo's car. What the odd thing about this is Rambo saved her, put her in the car, and drove her across the border to bring her home. What I don't understand is why wouldn't Rambo take her to a hospital? He knew she was ODing. He saw it, and yet he's still driving in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, bringing her to a goddamn dilapidated barn in the middle of nowhere for no reason. Well, not for no reason, to get her out. But why wouldn't he stop for a hospital to take care of the overdosing problem that she eventually dies from? He had to have crossed the border. He had to gone by civilization at some point, and he didn't make a single stop to get her help at a hospital in the area, which I just don't understand. And maybe maybe the problem is with time. I don't know how much time it passed from him saving her to her dying on the road. Maybe he was still in Mexico and he never got out, never left, but I really couldn't tell in the movie, and that was just a kind of big deal because I feel like he could have saved her and everything would have been fine. The movie would have ended right there. It wouldn't have been a happy ending because a lot of bad shit happened to her, but it wouldn't have gone further, which would have been a shame because the kills and everything were great, but it just, from a plot perspective, made no sense to me. But again, the movie was enjoyable. I liked it, especially the end. It's just a lot of the stuff in the beginning was a little confusing, and it didn't do anything incredible, nothing overly creative. It was all pretty generic and by the books, but it worked. It worked well enough, and I really like to see Rambo in action. That's about it. See ya. I got no wacky intro for you on this one. We're going to be covering a degenerate scumbag streamer who appears to have beat his wife on stream. And now, since it's blown up, he's trying to use a Jedi mind trick to convince everyone that their eyes were wrong. That you had a malfunction in your vision. Because he didn't beat his girlfriend. He only pushed her, actually. Your eyes are wrong. You didn't see what you thought you saw, is his strategy. But how about I show you the clip first, and then we'll go ahead and digest that a bit.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow! Ow! Why is it drinking here?
It was in here. It was on this. I don't even know how. I turned around and...
Calm down.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Turn your thing off and turn the fan off.
Yeah, it looks like he strikes his girlfriend. Who pushes someone with a closed fist? you can see on that first time he brings his arm back, he has it balled up. You can very briefly see like a frame of what looks like a closed fist. Who is pushing someone like that? And also, she responds to the very loud noise that sounds like a hit by saying ow. She says ow twice, both times after he thrusts his arm forward towards her. So if it wasn't a punch, it was a slap. Either way, he is striking his wife. Like, he's trying to claim that it was just a push, which, by the way, is also a really fucking weird defense too. It's like, no, I don't hit my wife, but I push the fuck out of her, actually. I push her so hard that she says ow multiple times. Whoa, guys. Let's pump the brakes. Hold your horses. I don't hit my pregnant wife. That's uncivilized. I just push the fuck out of her until it hurts. I cause her physical pain through pushing, not through punching. I use open hand palm strikes in a pushing fashion like a monk. That's what I do. And that's normal. You guys, you're blowing this way out of proportion. It's fucking disgusting, this freak. And now all of this is over him spilling a drink on his setup and him like panicking and throwing a temper tantrum over it. His wife came in to like try and help, and then she's over in the corner, and then you can see him lunge at her twice, throwing his arm at her twice in what appears to be a punch or a slap. Either way, it is a strike. That is not him pushing her, and even if it is him pushing her, it clearly hurt. He caused her pain. You can hear the impact. Like, you can't talk your way out of that. You can see and hear this through the clips. But here, let's do a little zoomed in version where you can really more clearly see and hear everything.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow. Ow.
I think it's pretty obvious. Now, I'll go ahead and show you his response to it, where he tries his best to convince everyone that they're wrong, and he doesn't hit his wife in the face, specifically, is what he clarified. He doesn't hit her in the face, and that what actually happened is that he pushed her. And actually, he pushed her to save her life, actually, because her fingers were caught under the PC, and it was that's what was hurting her. That's what was making her say, ow. And him being so brave and courageous, he pushed her twice, just like that, in order to, keep her safe. His pregnant wife, by the way.
They're saying, like, the grunts make it look bad, like the way I was grunting. Brother, I promise you, brother, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's literally like, no, I grunted in that. I mean, I grunted, but I wasn't hitting her, bro. I pushed her. That's the only thing that I did. I didn't fucking hit her. I would never hit her on her face, bro. That's fucking crazy. She was not crying afterwards. What the hell, bro? She literally was like, she was not crying. She just literally said, turn the fucking thing off. Bro, what I was saying is, if I hit her, she would have been like, yo, what the fuck? Why'd you do that for? What'd you hit me for? It wasn't one push. It was one push, bro. It was literally like...
It's so fucking ridiculous. Like, what he's trying to pull here, it relies solely on people being dumb enough, delusional enough, or just genuinely not caring enough to form their own thoughts on what they can see and hear in the clip, and will instead just take his word for it. The word of an embarrassing cringe fungus that can't stop raging anytime anything happens to him in his goddamn Call of Duty game. This guy flips out constantly, and then he starts becoming Donnie from the Wild Thornberries, and then like going crazy and just like punching and throwing and destroying things around his room. He has so many fucking rage moments, and in one of them, he even like charges at his wife again. But in that instance, he doesn't appear to hit her. Instead, he just like body bumps her, going for like some kind of like chest bump on her as she tries to check on him to make sure that he's still okay and hasn't given himself some kind of fucking aneurysm or blown a gasket.
You fucking stupid! Oh my god, you just got me banned! 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 You just got me banned!
Stop!
You got me banned! You just got me banned! You just got me banned, dog! You just got me fucking banned!
Stop! You're shit! You're gonna ruin your...
I don't care. I don't give a fuck anymore. You just got me banned. You just got me fucking banned. You just got me banned.
There are just so many clips just like this one of this fucking loser. It became his shtick. Like, I'm pretty sure he tried to make this his whole brand image. I can find clips just like this going back to 2024. He is always just freaking out constantly. because he is just a maniac, like an actual lunatic person who needs to be institutionalized.
Ooh, I swear to fucking God. You think I'm not? You think I'm not? You think I'm not? You think I'm... And I just spilled it. Of course, the 5 seconds I gotta clean up. There's a... Please, on God. I don't know where my remote went. I don't know where my remote went. Bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. What do I do? Chat, please help me, bro. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck.
He's literally SpongeBob with the ripped pants. This is his one joke. I hesitate to call it that because he actually does just have this level of disorder where he can't control himself. He is just always having violent outbursts, but he tries to use it for his content on TikTok. Like, that's his whole image there, is he's the psychopath guy who's just always fucking angry, it seems. What a complete pathetic loser. How do you even look yourself in the mirror? The shamelessness, man. Like, how? You're just such a fucking weirdo. Now, he does seem to have made a habit out of constantly spilling his drink on his desk because he's always hitting it and freaking out. That kind of thing, always for the sake of his clips on TikTok. But in the one where he starts hitting his girlfriend, or excuse me, his pregnant wife, it seems like he didn't anticipate the drink to spill on his computer and actually cause a problem. So from what I understand, it did actually get in there and cause an issue on his PC, which is why he was freaking out even more so than usual, and then got physical with his wife. Now, to really seal the deal, Jordan Cisco here had a galaxy brain scheme of bringing his wife on stream to defend him and trying to really showcase everything that happened, you know, giving his side of things to make sure everyone understands the truth of the situation. And his wife seems to have a bruise around her eye. That's what it looks like.
I want to see what he says, Chad.
I'm literally like hyperventilating and shit. And then I come in here, and then she comes in running after me. Then I pick up the PC. I put it on top of that PC. You see that PC right there? I put it on top of that PC. All right, you understand? Let me put it in context, bro. So when she's standing there, I'm putting the PC on right here. Hold on, let me see. Wife, can you come and record this, please? Wifey? By the way, I just wanted before I'm talking about I'm talking about everything else. Like, if I ever did hit her, which is insane, I would never hit my wife, and she's pregnant. She would have.
It looks like you can see like the fucking mark in her face from where he fucking apparently hit her, you know? Looks like she's got a fucking black eye.
Have stuff on her face. I mean, you could.
I was gonna say, you guys can look here.
Literally see, like
I have shorts on.
It really does look like that. And his explanation here of, I was stacking the PC on the other PC like Lincoln Logs. You see, that's what was happening here. And then my wife came in and I needed help, and then her fingers got caught under there, so I had to start pushing her, you know, in order to protect her. And she was saying, ow, like it was hurting her because her fingers are under the PC and it's really heavy. It's like tungsten. It's like a tungsten block. Very dense. Fucking 10,000 pounds on her fingers. I had to start just striking at her face to push her off of there.
And I basically, with the cords attached, I was trying to pick up this PC like this, Jack, and I was putting it on this PC. You understand? On this PC that I just had. Nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. This. Laid it flat like this. Then it got on her fingers. You saw it. It was in the corner of the screen. By the way, nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. Man saw me use one arm motion and thought I hit her. Like, it's insane.
Listen to his story, Chad. I'll show you the clip. Hold on.
She had her fingers right here. And she literally, that's when she was like, she couldn't get it on the PC. So I pushed her, and she literally was saying ow because of the fucking shit was on her fingers. It was literally on her fingers. This is like I don't know how much it weighs, but it was on her fucking fingers like this.
The story doesn't make any sense. She wasn't saying ow until you threw your arm towards her, man. And you're saying you only pushed her once, but you can see your arm go towards her twice, and she says ow both times. If the pain was caused by the PC on her fingers, she would have been saying ow or expressing discomfort before you started thrusting your arm towards her, you wife-beating freak. you fucking scumbag. And every sensible, sane person on the planet is calling him out on that obvious lie there. There are no other explanations for what happened here because his official story doesn't pass the smell test. If the pain was caused by her fingers being under the PC, why was she not saying anything like, ow, until you started doing this at her? And he's saying he only pushed her once, but you can see 2 thrusts towards her. So what, did the second one not happen? That just doesn't exist? He's just rewriting the lore there, just trying to hope that you didn't watch the clip yourself? It's just ridiculous, man.
I'm not, I swear on my life, on my soul, I'm not an abuser. We are in a happy relationship, a very happy, we're literally married, and we've been together for 5 years. Trust me, if there was something up, our whole family would know about it. I'm telling you.
You can hear her saying, ow, ow.
I'm telling you, we are in such a happy relationship. She's going to be talking about herself, by the way. I'm going to be out of the room because I don't want y'all to think I'm being like that.
The skin contact that you guys are talking about, where you're hearing it, Jordan was so freaked out in that situation, and I love him, and I've been with him for 5 years. Like, when Jordan flips out, like, I mean, y'all have seen him many, many times. I mean, if he punched me, I mean, it would be very obvious. I'm very pale. Be very obvious if he, like, literally hit me or something. So, her eyes.
She's not really saying that she's not saying he did it either.
What I normally look like all the time.
She goes on to say that if he hit her, it'd be very visible, and that the mark on her eye is just what her eyes normally look like. Now, I haven't seen a picture of them outside of, like, a stream setting, so I don't know if that's true or not, but it definitely does seem like a mark. But she goes on to defend him, and it's just heartbreaking. And even in the initial clip, after the very clear signs of a strike and the sound of the impact, the skin-on-skin contact, she, like, responds, ow, and then, like, kind of shocked, like, you can hear that. And then she goes back to talking to him as if it's normal, like it's just business as usual, like it's treatment she's used to. And it's fucking heartbreaking to hear that. And for him to then put her on stream, like, okay, she's going to talk all by herself. I'm not going to do anything. She's going to talk all by herself. Now she's going to be over here and you can ask her anything you want. She's going to talk all by herself. She's going to be on the... And then she sits there to, like, defend, like, oh, no, it's all good. It's just very sad and scary. I just had to yap about this. I'm wishing the absolute best for her and the baby. I really hope she finds a way out of this relationship. I think the evidence is pretty clear that there was definitely a impact that caused pain. If not a punch, potentially a slap. I don't believe his narrative that it was a push, but even if it was just a push, why are you pushing your fucking pregnant wife? Why? Why are you putting your hands on her aggressively like that? He's saying he only pushed her once, which again is easily disprovable. It's categorically false because you can see twice he thrusts his arm towards her. So if it is a push like he claims, he did it more than he's saying he did, and it clearly was aggressive and a violent push. But I am of the belief that it was either a punch or a slap based on the sound of things. A push doesn't make that kind of sound. But I will reiterate again, if it was a push, it's still completely unacceptable to be violently shoving your pregnant wife, you gross fucking scumbag freak worm person. This whole thing has been infuriating. I really think this should constitute not only a ban, but an investigation. This should probably lead to jail time. I would think, like, they should look into it at least. I think the evidence is pretty clear, but let's see what authorities have to say. I hope there is a follow-up to this because it's just completely unacceptable. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah. This is kind of random, but do you ever buy sealed Pokemon collections? No. But you did just remind me. This video I watched earlier, I have it in this tab here. This is crazy. It's not necessarily a full sealed collection. She does have sealed product, but Pokemon has now reached a point where it's like a full-blown, like, luxury, like, display of wealth. So this is the Jolina Giselle collection, and it's being touted as, like, the largest and most valuable collection. I don't think that's true. If I remember correctly, there's a Saudi Arabian royal family member who's reportedly got the most valuable collection of Pokemon cards, but he doesn't want to publicize it. So of the public collections, this might be the largest and most valuable, but I don't think it's full bore the most valuable, but check this shit out.
Amazing collection ever seen here in Switzerland. This is just a small part of it, and trust me when I tell you, it's like huge. Over 60,000 cards and products of the Jolina Giselle collection. I mean, for me as a collector, we have here the Illustrator Pikachu not 1, but 2 times. Even the
it is crazy.
That is the first time it got graded. Yeah, so it's super crazy. I'm Thomas Kovac. I own a store in Zurich, Amazing Toys, and I'm in the hobby.
No idea where the wealth comes from for Jolina Giselle.
And it's not only my hobby, it's my job. I own the store online.
2 Illustrator Pikachus is wild. Oh, actually, you don't know the half of it. What's even more wild, it's not just 2 Pikachu illustrators. This one, this 9, is the first ever graded Pikachu illustrator, which is why it's not PSA or anything. It's literally the first illustrator card to ever get graded. It's fucking absurd what she has.
It is the first time it got graded.
Yeah, oh, he even says it here.
It's super crazy. I'm Thomas Kovac.
I didn't even hear him say that.
I own a store in Zurich, Amazing Toys, and
yeah, it is a very cool card.
Past 25 years, and it's not only my hobby, it's my job. I own the store, online shop, Amazing Toys, and I'm proud to show you all of this collection. This is just a small part of it, and trust me when I tell you, Illustrator Pikachu is a small part of it. There's way more in this collection. We have back here.
I will tell you something though. I wish she displayed it better. I don't really like this feel. It feels very sterile, very like almost callous from Destiny. I don't know, just a little gaudy. I think there would have been a much cooler way of presenting this collection. You'll see what I mean.
Favorites, Gold Stars. We have all of the Gold Stars. It's just some highlights in English, PSA 10, also in Japanese PSA 10, and way more, which you will see later down the road. For me, as like, I breathe Pokemon cards when I see this. It's for me, I've never seen this at one spot and place, and that's why we have also here.
Scalper's already planning an Ocean's 11 heist.
If you can see this anywhere.
I don't think so, man. Judging from this facility that they're in, I feel like scalpers would have a real hard time getting in here. They'd probably get shot by 15 phalanx turrets.
On the world, the University Magikarp, the Tamamushi University Prize, 5 times a Gyarados or Gyarados PSA 10. It's basically every Charizard you can think of. It's here, and it's from the even with the because we have
these gold walls open to just more PSA 10 Pokemon cards. So this is the Legendary Collection, full reverse holo PSA 10s. And she has that for like Crystal over here. But the thing is, it's in just like a shoebox rack. Like, I just don't think this is a cool way to present it.
Legendary Collection PSA 10 set in reverse foil.
Pokemon scalpers are scum of the earth. Completely agree. Now, like I said, I don't know what Jolina Giselle does, but I saw that she also did an interview with this guy. She explicitly states that she doesn't and apparently will not sell anything from her collection. Obviously, I'm assuming she's buying from like scalpers and like some fucking scumbags. But at the very least, it seems like she's just doing this for herself. It's not even a publicly accessible collection. Like, you can't pay to go see it or anything. So, as far as the hobby goes, this one's on like the lower end of degeneracy. This is just someone who has absurd fucking wealth that dumped it all into Pokemon. God, do you see what I mean though? It's just, I don't, like, you have reportedly 60,000 of like the most valuable Pokemon cards money can buy, and you display them like this. There's so much room for improvement. You could make a whole terrarium out of your fucking slabbed cards. How would I display them? Oh, I would have, if I had something like this, I would 1000% have had like custom displays made for it. Something to highlight the cards and the story of the cards, and I'd have a lot more like character to it. So instead of just being like, you know, fucking empty inventory just dropping out all of your PSA slabs, I'd have like, I don't know, other cool things from the hobby. You know, like maybe the McDonald's Pokemon promotional products from back in the day, like the old gold things that aren't super valuable anymore today, but they're still really cool. Just to help emphasize the cool items. Like, this is just, to me, very bland. It doesn't have a whole lot of character to the display. You're just asking for scalpers to steal it at that point. Oh, I'd never do it. I mean, I don't have anything like this. I'm just saying, she is clearly in a position where money is no longer even a tangible thing. It's now just infinite unlock. She can do anything. I'm just surprised that she wouldn't invest more heavily in something very visually striking for this collection. Because this is, at the end of the day, just a closet and a couple of shoe racks that are filled with Pokemon cards. There's an interview that I think is on this channel. Oh, maybe not. That's her, though. I'm assuming she just comes from unimaginable wealth. Go to her website. Yeah, the website's weird. I went to the website. That's how I saw the interview, because I was so curious where this comes from. The website is a little odd. Like, in the history, I thought for sure it would say, like, the origin here, but instead it reads kind of like a Saturday morning cartoon villain kind of thing. One evening, almost casually, she asked the question, "Dad, couldn't you simply buy all the Pokemon cards? I think it would be really cool if we had them all." That's the wholesome beginning to the most valuable collection ever. In her words. I don't think it's the most valuable collection ever, but it's the most valuable publicly displayed collection.
Jolina, thank you for having me here. I've already saw part of the collection, so I'm very happy that I can see it, and it carries even your name, and it even more has like a story from your childhood. So can you tell us a bit about the story of this collection and how it came to be?
Of course. Well, in school I was pretty shy and introverted, so I had a really hard time making friends. And I always brought something to school.
No, I don't think it's AI. If this was AI, I would be beyond shocked, because this guy, from everything I can see, is legitimately someone that owns a TCG shop, is in the community. It would be crazy if he just flushed everything down the shitter to do this promo piece for a complete AI sham. And again, you can't buy anything, so I don't see what the scam would be. Like, you can't spend money here. So it'd be a really weird thing to AI scam people with, because you get literally nothing out of it. How old is she? I don't know. She looks like maybe mid-20s or something, but I have no idea. I didn't look too deep into Jolina Giselle. From the very little bits I did look, I didn't find anything. So I really couldn't tell you. Where'd she get her wealth from? That's what I said, I have no clue. I briefly tried to find it, but there's no information on where it comes
to
from.
Focus on myself, and one day there just happened to be Pokemon cards, and it sparked interest.
But I didn't finish this interview. I stopped like here. Maybe it's the last question she answers.
The other kids,
I don't know.
And that's how friendships form naturally and pretty playfully.
Is it true that as a little girl, you wanted to buy individual cards or trade individuals?
Unfortunately, no, because we like to keep the collection together, because that's what makes it so special. And if we were to sell it, only as a whole.
So, and why share it now to the public that this collection exists, which is basically for me also once in a lifetime?
We thought very carefully about it if we should go public with the collection or not, but we thought for the 30th anniversary it would be a real shame to keep it hidden, and we wanted to have something for the fans.
I mean, I'm a fan, but way out of my budget, unfortunately. If you were ever to sell this collection, what would the future owner of this collection need to bring that you could entrust this to him or her?
For us, it'd be super important that the future buyer would know what the collection stands for, because it's so much more than just Pokemon cards. It's about a promise my father made to me and always kept. And
okay, that's very silly. That promise is, Daddy, why not just buy every Pokemon card? Daddy, every Pokemon card, please. I don't know, it's not exactly the most wholesome of promises. That shouldn't really be the story or the message behind it.
Today it is the Jolina Giselle.
That's in her words, by the way. I'm not just making shit up. That is literally part of the history. Dad, couldn't you simply buy all the Pokemon cards? It'd be really cool.
Pokemon collection, the most exclusive and complete in the world.
Okay, so yeah, it doesn't explain where the money comes from. This lady literally didn't exist till last week. I know, actually popped out of nowhere with the video. But I'm gonna be honest, I think that lends more credibility to it being real, though. Because if Jolene Giselle was like some kind of influencer, or like, I don't know, had some failed like schemes in the past, and then all of a sudden happens to have the most valuable Pokemon collection ever publicly seen, then I'd be like, this is very sketchy, this is clearly a fucking sham, look at her history. But she comes out of nowhere and's like, we finally decided to go public with this collection, a collection that has unbelievable treasure to it. I feel like it makes it more believable. A Pokemon industry plant. Yeah. Actually, that would be pretty big brain. Because this is very clearly designed, like almost like a ChatGPT template for turning Pokemon into like some kind of Louis Vuitton like accessory, like a luxury fashion type thing. Or actually more appropriate to liken it to watches. It's designed the same way they would design like luxury watch spaces. So it could be, you know, maybe Pokemon's trying to make a play like, we need more Jolene Giselles out there with collections like this. How much would you guess the collection is worth? Haven't seen all 60,000 cards, but everything that's visible here, I think it's easily north of 20 million, probably like 25 million. This Pikachu illustrator alone is probably already like 3 by itself, and she's got 2, but this one's going to be more than this, because it's the first ever graded one. I feel like the story's real, she's real. The bigger question I have is, who is her family? Seems suspicious with how secretive it is. I would love to know. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's very fishy. There's only like 20-something illustrators, right? Yeah, I don't remember the exact number. It might actually be 20. Let me see. $39. There are 39 verified Pikachu illustrator cards. Look up the Giselle family. I tried, nothing came up. Because like when you look up Giselle, this is what I saw earlier. When you look up Giselle family Sweden, the first thing is Sweden charges man for selling wife to 120 men. And I was like, well, that's peculiar behavior. But it's definitely not her family. I couldn't find anything on the family. The dude on the website posing as a Swiss actor, though. Oh, this guy, who I assume is her husband? Or maybe boyfriend, I'm not really sure. They're Swiss, not Swedish. I thought they were Swedish. Is it Swiss? Doubt this will help us figure out who this family is, but you are correct. Kevin Lutolf is a Swiss model, and that is absolutely him there. He is not a small model either. Wow, actually very popular. Her dad worth at least 500 mil, cause ain't no way he's giving his daughter 25 like that if he isn't. Oh, I mean, I think it's very... Brother, that's just the collection alone. This room... Like, just look at this room. This room alone is probably in like a fucking $30 million mansion. Like the chandeliers, the glass... Even just like the cupboardry, like all of it is very clearly an extraordinarily expensive mansion. There's a second floor up here that's just gaudy gold. This is a billionaire family. The question is, who though? In 1,000 years, anthropologists are going to think this Pokemon cards were like Sumerian tomes or something. True. That ain't no ordinary glass either. It's Italian Murano glass. How the fuck do you even know that? I'll take your word for it because you're speaking like an authority on the matter, but you can just immediately identify glass on sight? He made it. Yeah, dude out here glass maxing. Actually, I designed those for it. Also, it's sitting on top of pure obsidian. If you stack those up, you can go to the nether. The earliest mention of her Pokemon cards is on his Instagram, February 18th. It's gotta be some kind of psyop. What was the mention? Was it like a hype-up thing? Or is it like a, So we just started collecting these Pokemon cards, me and my wife. Like, what is Dimension? I mean, I feel like we could probably track it, right? By some of these purchases, these are very low pop cards. So this is a relatively new video. I imagine as some of the like real OG collectors look at this, they'll be able to figure out who this is. So like this Pikachu Illustrator card, I have no doubt you can trace the transactional history of it. Or this PSA 8 Illustrator. These are incredibly low pop cards. People keep their eyes on these all the time. I'm just not deep into it like that, so I don't know where I'd be looking to find all of that info, but the real collectors know. So you could easily find out if this is some kind of like psyop and these are just like, I don't know, extremely wealthy zombies that are instantly trying to flip this to like a, you know, Saudi royal family member looking to expand their collection. Or if it is like she says and it's been like this lifelong journey over 30 years collecting this. Entirely possible they hired him for that shoot. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really true. Can you come pretend to be like my boyfriend or something for my Jolina Giselle Pokemon collection tour? I'm crafting a fine narrative. That's very true. I didn't think of that either. That'd be so fucking sad. Jolina apparently did an interview on a Pokemon forum where she said the collection doesn't belong to her, it belongs to her father, who wants to remain private. She also said her family's not rich, they've just been collecting cards for over 10 years. Wait, where's that forum? I've got to see that. That's the biggest fucking load of barnacles I've ever heard. Family's not rich, just been collecting for 10 years. Golden Mansion, by the way. Even 10 years ago, by the way, these cards are still hundreds of thousands of dollars. Pokemon blew up recently, but these are still extremely expensive cards 10 years ago. What forum is that from? I want to take a peek. Oh, this is new, too. Oh, is this in response? Oh, this must be in response to the video going up. No confirmation that this is actually her, but I guess still read it. Hi everyone, so sorry for the delay. We've been so overwhelmed with everything, but now I'm finally here to answer your questions. Guinness World Record, would you apply? Yes, technically we could apply. We've decided not to. It's a long process. We also don't want to take a title away from anyone. To be honest, we're also just not that interested in it. What matters to us is sharing the collection with the public, as many collections like this stay hidden for years. Guinness World Records are pretty meaningless anyway, to be fair. I could buy that. Where's the collection from? Is this about money? We're honestly just a normal family from Switzerland. Nope, not true. Very, very, very rich. I don't know why she's trying to pretend otherwise. This collection didn't come from being some super creepy rich family, but from a lot of time, dedication, and consistency over many years. Of course, it costs money, but most of the cards were bought a long time ago, long before they reached the values they have today. That being said, I know I'm very lucky. My parents have always raised me to stay grounded and humble. They both started with very little and worked really hard for everything they have. So for us, this was never about money at all. It was simply a shared passion for Pokemon, and we never expected it to become this valuable one day. So when I first asked my dad if we could collect all the Pokemon cards in the world, I had no idea what that actually meant. I wasn't aware that Pokemon cards could be so expensive. I was just a 10-year-old completely obsessed with Pokemon, and somehow that obsession ended up taking over my dad as well. Why Pokemon? Seems like she's telling the same story that she told in that interview about helping her make friends. About her favorite Pokemon. Okay, here's something interesting. We've had the collection for a bit more than 10 years. And although Pokemon is still huge and pretty emotional part of our lives, we feel like we would be ready to pass it on to someone else. Okay, hold on. That being said, we would only sell it as a whole. A collection like this took an incredible amount of time and effort to build, and we don't want to break it apart. But of course, my own personal cards are something I will always keep, and I'll share those very soon. Alright, now it's looking significantly more fishy. They've had this collection for only a bit more than 10 years. That kind of flies in the face of like collecting it for a long, long time. Again, these cards are still... You're spending millions of dollars to have this collection 10 years ago. Shit, even if you bought this collection 20 years ago, you're still spending millions of dollars on it. These are extremely, extremely rare low pop cards. There's just no way. And it's apparently 60,000 cards. So now it's seeming like they are looking to try and find a buyer for it, which to me is probably the impetus for why they came forward with this collection video at all. All of those certs are old certs too. Not many new PSA cert cards are there. That's an interesting observation. Who owns the collection? Who's Jolina? Collection belongs to my family, was built by my dad over many years. I'm Jolina, his daughter, and I never claimed the collection was mine. I've seen some assumptions that I'm a model actor pretending to be a fake daughter, which is honestly so funny to me, but no, I'm simply his daughter. My dad prefers to stay out of the spotlight, so I ended up being the one to share the collection since it all started with me, and that's literally all there is to it. There's still a lot more questions. I'll do my best to check in here from time to time. I'm a normal student preparing for my final exams. Huh. I don't know what the Reddit stuff is that she's referring to here. You think the cards are fake or just the story? The cards are not fake. I truly don't believe the cards are fake because, again, you can check the certs yourself. It would be very difficult to fake that. Even if you were trying to do like slab switching, it would still be a hard sell. Because you'd have to, for this, it would be noticeable. So the cards are not fake. I do not believe these are fake at all. The story and everything kind of around it, that's where I believe there's a lot of red flags. I like how she says she never claimed the collection was hers, yet it's officially called the Jolina Giselle collection. The people they follow on Instagram range from Logan Paul to Crypto Dudes. If you look at the playlist on the channel, they made an entire short film for this. All very sad. An entire short film. Oh, wow.
Goes into the kitchen.
What? Okay, wait a minute. They got Fincher in here making a short film for the Jolina Giselle Pokemon collection. Wait, I'm all in.
On action.
Okay. Where's the actual short film? Because this is just behind the scenes. Oh, here, let's see the trailer. Maybe that's the short film.
Robbery.
Not rich, by the way. Normal Switzerland family, by the way.
I'm all in.
This isn't just a collection. It's a legacy. Ready for round 2?
Huh. Wow, this really is peculiar. Imagine they got Neil Blomkamp to direct this. That'd be cool.
The energy on set, it was so much fun, and especially during the robbery scene, Kevin and I laughed all the time. It was so funny.
Nice. Action.
Nice stunt. Good work, Kevin. So this is definitely just her house. I was wondering if this was going to be like a set or something. Like this is just the house they rented for the sake of this short. I think this is actually just her residence. If you're that rich, why even sell the collection? If you're that rich, why sell the collection? Brother, more money. But, huh? Money, bro. What? There's still a lot of money out there that they don't have. It is weird. But again, like, I don't really see the fucking point. All of this to appeal to some crazy, gigantic turbo whale out there to buy their collection. It just feels absurdly over the top and unnecessary if that's the goal. It's very weird. It's all very weird. That's what rich people do, though. Do they? I don't know. I can't say I've seen a lot of rich people making a short film trailer to advertise their collection of Pokemon cards before doing a tour. That's pretty new to me. Like those fucking goobers that spend 50 mil on Jackson Pollocks and stuff, I don't see them making trailers to show you their Jackson Pollock, where they have Colonel Sanders fucking rappel through the window. I gotta get my hands on that Pollock. This is the fucking Rim Jimbo collection of Pollock paintings. Fucking world renowned. You're just not tuned into the scene. Maybe. Will you buy it? Will I buy it? Brother, what the fuck? Yeah, I'll toss her an offer. I'll play ball. You know what this is? You familiar with this expression? That's my fighting face, looking like Sirius Black on the Azkaban posters. I stumbled across something that actually just immediately pet my peeve. It is a head scratcher. It comes from Dexerto. It's an Instagram post. I saw this myself. For some reason, the algorithm fed this to me directly. Just to try and salty up my cheeks, I guess. I don't really use Instagram. The only time I go on there is to post pictures of me with my horses or chickens or and whatever from the farm, or petting my goose, that kind of thing. So I went on Instagram briefly, and the first thing I saw was this. I didn't do any scrolling or the For You or anything. Just the first thing when I opened Instagram was this. YouTuber Moist Critical weighs in on why The Boys Season 5 has been a success so far. What? Pardon? Excuse me? I said that? What, is there like a Tyler Durden situation going on here? Like I'm sleepwalking and saying shit like that? What? Me? I didn't do that. Not even getting into the rest of the caption yet. Just that headline alone, I didn't do that. I made a video last night, which is just me yapping about something that stream keeps bringing up, which is, what do I think about The Boys Season 5? There's only 3 episodes left, we're approaching the finish line, and in my take, I was going over why I think this is its weakest season so far. So, like, I don't know if Dexerto just didn't watch it and just asked Grok to put me in a bikini and then summarize what I said, and it got it all wrong and gave me, like, double D melons or something. Like, I don't know how Dexerto could have even come up with this. Like, they are just putting a wiener in my mouth that was never there. Like, I don't hate The Boys Season 5 or anything, but, you know, here, I'll just play you a couple of clips from it, and you tell me how the fuck Dexerto was able to reach this conclusion for their post. I think the first season is when the show was at its best, because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a soup, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. Some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. All of that is in the very beginning of the video. It's impossible to miss unless you just miss the video itself and are just pulling things out of your butthole based on a fucking wet dream you had or something. Like, I don't hate the final season of The Boys so far or anything, but it's a far cry from the way Dexerto is posting this headline about it where, you know, I'm saying I failed the Try Not to Come challenge because season 5 is so good and I'm singing its praises and explaining why it's so successful. Now let's go back and look at the caption. Moist Critical recently praised the success of The Boys Season 5, highlighting how the series has managed to maintain momentum 5 seasons in, pointing to its balance of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth as reasons for its staying power. This butt is ass, bro. What? This has to be AI generated. I mean that genuinely. I didn't say any of that in the video I made yapping on this topic last night. I didn't have a whole spiel about like, The Boys has maintained its relevancy and its momentum even 5 seasons in thanks to the brave tiptoeing act, the balancing act of dancing on the line of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth. That's the reason for its staying power. I never even talked about anything of the sort. He acknowledged that certain episodes felt padded, but argued that the overall narrative still hits hard with standout performances and bold storytelling choices that make this season one of Prime Video's biggest wins. I actually don't know where any of this is coming from. Whoever wrote this may have just been on ayahuasca and they fucking hallucinated this or something coming out of my mouth. I didn't fart out any of this that they're saying here. At all. You can go watch the video for yourself. That never left my lips. What I did, however, dig my heels into the sand on is what I believe to be delusional take that this final season is all filler. It's not. I do think that this is like the worst pacing The Boys has had. That I completely agree with, but I totally disagree that it's all filler. Because even the things that people point to, like Terror's little brief adventure, his little side quest where it's the banging the Homelander toy, even that little bit contributes to the overall plot in a meaningful way. So Terror banging Homelander culminates with us seeing the fallout of the boys group through the dog's eyes. It's very quirky, it's zany, and I don't love that. I actually really don't like that they did this angle to show it, but it's not filler. You are getting important information about what's happening with the group, and most importantly, what's happening with Butcher. Because one of the core things that's been being explored is the lack of humanity in Butcher. And how, now that he's completely just forsaken his humanity, he's basically just a fucking shell. He's a husk. And that's something Huey points out a lot. But in this Terror, like through Terror's eyes, as we go through this, we see him care for this dog and want to save it when he consumes chocolate and panics and worries about the dog. And that lets Huey know, that lets Huey see that there's still that human side of Butcher. And that is important to the plot. Seeing what's happening with the group is important. And it's very important seeing where Butcher is mentally, like where his character is. Is there humanity left? And through that, we know that there is at least a glimmer of it still there, a little spark. So it's important, even something as dumb as that. Like I said, I don't love that that's how they convey that information. I think it's kind of shitty. Like, I didn't love the way they did it, but it's not filler. Like, again, I agree with the complaint of pacing being a problem, but none of this is filler so far. People were even pointing at the Firecracker storyline as being filler, when that is the most important one they've explored so far. Fleshing out her deeper turmoil and her motivation, how she is at this, like, internal struggle about God and Homelander, and then they bring in her pastor who basically raised her. This is a very important struggle that we get to see that ultimately culminates with her having to decide between Homelander or God, her faith that has gotten her to this point. And she ultimately chooses to forsake God, throwing away the Jesus figure, and then shortly after, dying after choosing Homelander over God. All of that was very important to see. It's not filler. So that I will lat spread on and fight because I disagree entirely that it's filler. There has been padding. I do think there's a bit of bloat, and I think they're focusing on some things that they don't need to for way too long, so it drags a bit. But it hasn't been filler. I think that complaint is misplaced. And I actually think they've done a good job with Firecracker. I think they did a really good job with her entire character arc. And I do think it's odd how now all of a sudden no one wants to sit and learn about the characters anymore. They just want like action figures colliding for action and violence and gore. Now for some reason no one wants to sit and actually learn about the world or the characters in it that we've spent so many years with now. It's very odd. Because it's not like the boys had ever shied away from giving you like information on these characters and fleshing out like what's going on in their personal lives and how it relates to the overarching plot. They've done that plenty of times in the past, but now all of a sudden it's an issue. And I do think, like, the way that this should be framed is that for a final season, they've been extremely slow for the most part. So the expectation was everything's bubbling over, now it's going to be fucking chaos and, you know, just ass cheeks flying all over the place, whatever. Like, I could understand that complaint. Because for a final season, it really does feel like we are not in the end game. It feels like they are making this with still like the thought that they have 12 episodes left to go, when really there's only 3. So I don't see a world where this wraps up in a satisfying conclusion, because even with 3 episodes left, I feel like we're not even close to getting there. Because they have spent so much time on other things, probably for too long. But I just completely disagree that it's filler. All of it has contributed to the plot and pushing it forward. Granted, I don't always agree with the ways that they're doing it, like with the Terror plotline, but it's not filler. That's the only thing that I've been fighting for in regards to The Boys Season 5. But I agree that this has not been an amazing final season. So I don't know why this headline has popped up here. They didn't even watch the video, and the things they said that I was praising and commending, that wasn't in the video. I think they did a good job with A-Train in this season. I think they did a good job with Firecracker. And of course, Anthony Starr's Homelander is still always kind of a home run, so I think Homelander's been pretty strong too. But even then, I had a complaint there because Homelander feels much stupider now than he ever has been before, and they've randomly introduced some new weaknesses like Malchemical coming out, who's just an alcoholic gooner whose breath can knock him out instantly. That's a crazy powerful thing to just come out of nowhere with. So like I've had even complaints there too. I don't know why this headline is saying the things it says about my take on The Boys Season 5. Especially that little nugget they drop in there about how I was giving flowers to their bold story choices. What? Another thing I complained about in that video that they're referencing is one of the story choices they made that I really think almost ruined the entire character with Kimiko. Kimiko being able to speak, I think, is such a strong decision, and it's something they gradually built up to for years across multiple seasons. And now having her speak, I think, is a good choice, but what they've done is they've wiped their ass with it by having her only talk in porn and Zoomer slang, just fucking Gen Z slang from TikTok, which they even point out in a moment of self-awareness, but then they just lean into it and go whole hog, and that's all she ever says now. So they took a character who was emotionally very deep and strong, and now they've reduced her to very one-dimensional, just regurgitating porn and Gen Z memes and slang. Like, that's very disappointing, and I think it's a disservice to the character that they spent so long building. So I haven't been praising a lot of their choices that they've made. I don't know where that's coming from Dexerto. And by far the most confusing thing about all of this, why is it even a post in the first place? Who gives a fuck? Even if I was just meat swallowing The Boys Season 5, why is that even worth like a pseudo article, I guess, or the Instagram post? What is the purpose? It's like there's literally nothing there at all. I don't understand. Like, Dexerto's done like some decent reporting in recent times, like more so than they had in the past where they were just grabbing fucking clips from Livestream Fail. Like, they have been at least diving more into some of like the more modern stories they've covered. But why do they also have to do this shit too? Why can't they just stick to like the decent stuff? This doesn't make sense to me, and I'm very confident that this is an AI piece that they've made. I don't think there is a single human being that will have watched that video I made yapping about The Boys and walked away with this impression and this summary. It's very peculiar. I had to talk about it a bit. It was so weird. That's really about it. So yeah. Sora is getting shut down. Yep, I saw the good news. I know. A pretty great day. It was a double whammy because then Disney announced that they're pulling that $1 billion commitment that they had made to like let OpenAI train on Disney characters. I did see that they're still tinkering with the notion of Disney having a strong AI presence, but last I saw, they're no longer doing the OpenAI deal. And that came on the back of them announcing Sora's shutdown. Glorious. Finally, something to smile about. OpenAI is winding down Sora, the video generation app it launched to much fanfare last year that signaled a bigger push into creative tools and social media. OpenAI is shuttering the standalone app to focus on other priorities. As we focus and compute demand grows, the Sora research team continues to focus on world simulation research to advance robotics that will help people solve real-world physical tasks. Sounds a lot better than just a lot of shitposty Sora AI videos and AI-generated anime. God, it's such good news. I read somewhere, and I don't know if this is confirmed, that they were losing like $10 million a day on Sora. And that just put a wet spot in my trousers reading that. Oh, it's so good. This must be what it felt like when my grandparents watched the moon landing. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine it was much of this sensation. Oh, so good. We respect OpenAI's decision to exit the video generation business to shift its priorities elsewhere, Disney spokesperson said. We'll continue to engage with AI platforms to find new ways to meet fans where they are while responsibly embracing new technologies that respect IP and the rights of creators. Yeah, it's a bunch of fucking hogwash there, Disney. Can't wait for the AI bros to start tweaking. I doubt they're taking it that well, but who knows? Maybe they're being very understanding of it. Let's check the OpenAI subreddit. No, even they don't seem to care all that much. AI generation tools are like a hydra. You cut off one head, 4 more take its place. Sora was a big head to cut off, though. That is good, no matter how you spin it. Now you gotta check out r/defending AI art. Why do antis do that? AI slop. Why did you come to an AI sub then? Probably just to make fun of you would be my guess, man. These are like real Redditors. Like the quintessential Redditors. Just, I can tell based off this one meme as their top post. Holy. Not gonna lie, I don't think we should correct the Sora dead AI is overcrowd. If they are dumb enough to think Sora is the only video gen AI, then let them believe it. If they think AI is truly dead, then maybe they will stop raging on the internet. Who thinks Sora is the only video generating AI? Are they fucking lost in the sauce somewhere? No one thinks that. Not a single human being on the planet thinks that. People are just happy to see Sora get the plug pulled. Also, this is a terrible meme. People 10 years ago, imagine a future where AI does everything for you. Life would be so much simpler today when they see something made by AI. The idea here would be they do all the chores and shit no one wants to do, like the good use of AI, as opposed to just video generating celebrities screaming the N-word, or like garbage like fat people breaking bridges or whatever. How are these two even related? Or just taking jobs from artists. If only the Fruit Love Island TikToks were made with Sora. Yeah. That will persist though. Fruit Love Island continues. As sad as that is to say out loud. It does live on. Oh yeah, I saw that the family that got offered $26 million to sell their farmland to an AI data center, and they said no. Well, let me see if I can find the link to that real quick. That was so fucking cool, man. That's a real patriot. What was her name?
To that offer.
Yeah, a woman and her mother in northern Kentucky, get this, they just turned down a $26 million offer for their property because they don't want to see a data center built there. Local 12's David Witter spent the afternoon with these.
A little bit more than that. They were talking about how much the land means to them. They've had the land for generations. They've lived there for so long. They also use it to like feed their community and everything. So the land means more to them than the money ever could. And also, they basically just say, fuck data centers. They don't want to see the land get destroyed for it. Huge W, though. Huge W.
India.
Stay and hold and feed a nation. If it's my way, I'll stay and hold and feed a nation. 26 million doesn't mean anything.
Some people might find it hard to understand how Delcia Bear can turn away a $26 million offer to buy some of her land until you spend a little time with her walking the dirt road she grew up on and in the house her daddy built.
My grandfather and great-grandfather and a whole bunch of family has all lived here for years, paid taxes on it, fed a nation off of it, even raised wheat through the Depression and kept the bread lines up in the United States of America when people didn't have anything else.
Delcia is one of dozens of landowners.
So good. 26 million. 26 million. I saw some intellectuals raising their pinky and saying, well, if she was smart, she would have taken the offer and then built a bigger and better farm. And I hate that perspective, man. That shit is so ass. I think her perspective makes the most sense. This land means more than the money does. She doesn't need 26 million for a bigger, better farm. She's got the perfect farm that's been in her family for generations, does exactly what she wants, has everything they want, everything they need, everything they want to do, keep feeding the nation, taking care of the cattle, everything. The fuck does 26 million do for you there? You've got what you want. You've got it. The money does nothing. And it's exactly what her mom says, too.
They call us old stupid farmers, but we're not. We know whenever our food is disappearing, our lands are disappearing, and we don't have any water. And poison, we know we've had it.
Oh, come on. AI data centers don't do that. Except for every single time they're installed. But surely this time would be different. No, this time they've got it all figured out. They worked out all the kinks. There's no way they're going to keep sapping all the water and ruining everything. That's not going to happen again. They got that all fixed.
Sia's mom, Ida Huddleston, is now 82 years old. She says she does not need the money or the hassle. She was born on this land and she plans to die here, and she certainly does not trust the promises made by the AI companies or the people who want them to build here.
What do you mean you don't trust the promises from the AI companies? Who's more reliable than these AI corporations run by these fucking zombies at the top? They only ever tell the truth with realistic expectations and exactly what's going to happen. If you can't trust them, who can you trust? It's like saying you don't believe in Santa Claus. Holy shit, no faith in AI companies?
So what do you say to the people who are in town that say, hey, this is going to bring jobs, this is going to bring economic prosperity?
I say they're a liar and the truth ain't in them. Is what I say.
No, that's impossible.
For Delcia,
a scam
or not, she says she's connected to her home like Scarlett O'Hara.
Grok, is AI a scam?
As long as she was attached to that land.
Are AI data centers a scam, Grok? And then put me in a bikini.
That's exactly.
Love that. See, that is the perfect American attitude right there. Love that. I saw this earlier today. It's been a great day for AI, honestly. Sora shut down, Disney pulling out of the OpenAI deal, and then this. Lovely. One of my friends used your clip saying AI is good in the medical field on a graduate project and the doctors liked it. That's good to hear. Hey man, I've been screaming that from the mountaintops. I love AI's usage in the medical field, especially with some of the more recent stuff we're seeing, like the one we went over with the dog, and using it to help make individualized medicine for the dog with cancer. That's a great usage of AI. That's the stuff that AI should be thriving in, instead of all the garbage that we have it used for right now with the creative industry. That's what it should be explored with. Nah, fuck that, Grok. Make my dog fight Vegeta. True, that is more valuable. Charlie, you will sell your own farm for $26 million? Fuck no. If that same company rolled up and offered that for my land, I would say that no for sure as well. But, to be fair, I guess it's a little bit different for me, since I already have money. For someone like this, I think it's a much more powerful statement and a far more patriotic perspective to plant your feet saying, I don't want that money because the land and what we can do with the land means more than the money does. So I think it's far stronger coming from someone like this family than it ever would for me. They ruin the surrounding community, and yeah, there is just literally nothing good about an AI data center being installed. Clean water has lived to see another day. Yes, it has. Against all the odds.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Shred Sauce for the PC. Let's do this shit. I know arrow keys move, and I think space is jump. Big air. Oh fuck, stay strong. Yeah, successful grinding. That'll take gold at the Winter X Games. Round 2. Approaching it with an ass full of shit. 360 it. Incredible. Damn it. I was just checking behind me, making sure the mountain's still intact after all those explosive tricks. Now, how do I accelerate? Alright, I'm just checking behind me, making sure there's no snowmen sneaking up on me. It's always good to err on the side of caution in these situations. 1 minute you're skiing, the next minute you're getting your titties squeezed by Frosty the Snowman. Oh, there we go, that did something. What was that? Right ass cheek clear, left ass cheek clear. Houston, we are good to go. We have a green light for blast off. How the fuck do I turn around? You know what? Fuck pissing. We're gonna go like this. It's a risky maneuver. His whole shit producer can get torn in half, but we're going for it. Hit it! Yes, yes! He survived. Nice work. Oh, son of a bitch! Fucking shit, damn it. Will somebody call the park ranger to give me a hand here? Or perhaps contact an arborist to get this tree the fuck out of here? I'm stuck here. There's gotta be a way to use these ski poles. Oh fuck, oh shit, what the fuck? Did I hit something or was that a massive gust of wind? Was it 0? Is that what I hit? Yeah, it is. There we go. Look at me zooming around on this mountain. I don't even need the damn ski poles. I'm a fucking airbender. This is splendid. Oh, massive air. Nice landing. More massive air. He's just getting his wiener sucked by the air. Too bad he's not a human. He's a slab of concrete on skis. We can make it to the mountain. You just gotta keep skiing, you useless statue. Oh, what the fuck? Might as well open up our suitcase of tricks. Oh shit, there's actually text over here. Shred sauce. Well, how do you like the toilet scrubber? The malfunctioning windshield wiper. The food processor. Asshole. I know that many of you have seen skiing before, but have you ever seen some shitting? Ah, completely missed the grind. Oh shit, fuck! It's all part of the trick, folks. Stay in your seats. Don't be alarmed, there we go. A solid landing. That ought to get the spectators watching more. Oh, fucking damn it! Everyone always said, a mannequin just cannot ski. Imagine the look on their faces when one brings home the gold! Give them that shit, the 1080! Land it. Perfect. Excellent landing. Let's keep up the momentum. Hit him with the fucking interdimensional spins! Incredible! Oh, some non-Euclidean grinding. This is absolutely stunning. Oh, an encore for some bitches. Land it. Perfect. Fuck, am I landing on landmines? Why am I jumping so much? Steady the ship! I will prove once and for all that no one can defeat me at Limbo. Not even a tree. Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to add that. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's crunch time. Perfect. Absolutely marvelous. I looked at the controls, and apparently you can do some real tricks. So let's see how these compare to the spins I was doing. Give it to them. Oh, there's that shit. Look at that shit. Fucking incredible shit. Another impressive trick. Now he's going to outer space. In space, no one can hear you shred. What the fuck is going on? This must be how you keep combos going when you ski. This is a skier's manual. Oh shit. Land it. Land it. Damn it. That was a rather gentle landing. We damn near achieved warp speed. Alright, where do I go now? How does nature produce something like this? It's a fucking anomaly. This is a rock-solid, near 90-degree wall. Nature must be full of fingers if they think this is gonna stop me. Turbojets engaged. It's as easy as that. You just need some speed. And you just need a little toe touch. Just a little toe touch. Perfect landing. Alright, well I shredded the shit out of this mountain. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
See, like, look at this shit. Neighbors say mom's Christmas lights are too bright. Like, these stories are incredible. This is the real news.
Katie Rayner and her kids.
This really is just like straight fucking boomer news.
That the lights are too bright.
And in other news, we found 2 cats in a tree that were safely escorted down.
If at any point our lights become a nuisance, please
I bet she regretted that.
knock on our door. Katie letterbox
I guarantee that shit poured in faster than a Reddit hot take comment thread.
Plenty of feed, so much grief. They just hope it doesn't escalate this Christmas.
What a sad life. Oh, all that Christmas spirit next door is making me real mad. Damn, I can't beat my wife in privacy anymore with silence? Come on. I'm writing a letter. God, that looks so cool. Who the fuck is gonna complain about that? Are you kidding me? Around my entire fucking city, the most lights you'll find is one strand hung up from a tree by accident because someone got into a fight. And in an attempt to strangle someone with the lights, they lost control and threw it in a tree. I'd love to see shit like that. Are you kidding me? What else we got? I can't stop now. I'm so invested. Does vegan Vegemite really taste different? Well, I gotta know. I mean,
like Coca-Cola
with a title like that, I gotta know.
KFC's 11 herbs and...
What are you having for breakfast?
Vegemite on toast.
Said no kid ever. Isn't Vegemite just like caterpillar shit?
It's a
How do you make Vegemite?
Please explain. After 96 years,
Well, you
Vegemite
raided
has
a
progressed with the
barnyard
times.
and looked for the
salted
droppings.
Spread, now officially
And voila,
certified as
Vegemite.
vegan.
So there's a logo on the back of pack, which again certifies the
As
product as being
vegan.
vegan friendly.
Just that
So we
word
took
makes
it to the
things
streets
taste
to
worse,
ask
though.
the
You have to realize
devotees,
that.
The true lovers of Vegemite.
There's more to
what
flavor
they
than just the actual taste. There's smell, which is a big component, and then vegan, which is another big component. If it's there, it's going to be tasting worse.
Get your own personalised jar.
Oh, okay.
And here it is.
What?
The newest addition to the range. Mini
You bet your ass I'm importing a Charlie Vegemite for myself to enjoy.
Oh, I love it. I don't know if
Get myself a goddamn Vegemite enema.
USA and
I like how they
Canada
turned
for
this
the
story
first
into an
time.
ad.
What do you think of it?
Flawless.
It's very unique.
This is fucking awesome. Just so many trivial stories. I feel like I'm gathered around at like Thanksgiving and my family's just complaining to me about like these local stories. It's something just so wholesome about these things. God damn. Fucking love this. Country locals fed up with city slicker business owners' behavior. I'm in it.
How does a humble rural car washing business alienate a community? The two city boys who had a tree change and opened the business are now embroiled in the mother of all personality clashes with
Damn
staff
you,
and
evil
locals.
car wash
They're not too keen
executives.
on us either.
Damn you straight to hell.
Come on, Dave, no need to run.
They're just
Christ, the high-speed
the only
chase.
word I can use for them is just rude assholes.
Wearing a golden watch and a trench coat.
Fuck.
Super villain.
Yeah, it's for it.
Oh god.
Yeah. Have you done anything?
You fucking lasagnaed the car wash?
Disgusting.
Those doors can never open again.
Disgusting.
Quite well.
Turns out Walter White owns this car wash.
In the Akubra,
What
the
a
son of the late
name.
Bentley's chairman, Dick Dusseldorf. And it's
Dusseldorf.
fair to say the boys
That's
venture
Harry
into
Potter
the car
shit.
wash game. David, would you
Man,
would
when
you like to
current
have a
affair
chat?
comes around, the villains scurry away.
Gents,
Like fucking
with
Scooby-Doo
no
and the
sign of
Mystery
Walter
Gang
and
coming
David
in.
emerging from the
God
back
damn.
office, Bangry, we spotted David in the street. David,
Jesus, current
I've only
affair
got
is
a couple of
relentless.
questions, David.
We found David
He was
taking a
keen
shit
to
behind a
take the
bush
scenic route home.
and charged
Seems
him.
though you're terribly charity. David wasn't keen on a
God, they
powwow
found him
about the
again.
punches.
We broke into David's house to get an answer.
Are you busy?
Out.
I hate squatter
paid him a
laws,
visit.
but because he's a squatter, those charges are
So it's
waived.
quite official. Meat in a bid to combat theft.
That looks so high tech.
That's the way that Coles and
That
the
packaging looks like it's
supermarkets
right
have
off
to
of the
protect
International
themselves
Space
to
Station.
Protect their profit.
Well, you go around the corner there and then
I wonder
my daughter just
if they hired like prison guard security to lock down red meat, how far would they go to protect it? Like if you had an Area 51 storm the red meat aisle, they can't stop all of us stealing red meat. How hard would the guards work to protect the red meat? Is there any winning this battle?
It's way too easy. There's a problem. Yeah. Be in our system.
Yeah, it's called bad parenting. What do you mean? I hate these parents.
Terrific.
Same reason YouTube's eating such fat shit, because parents use it to babysit their kids because they can't be bothered to fucking watch them. That's on you, lady. I'm surprised his mom isn't blaming vaccines for his child's escape from the country.
You shouldn't have done, aside from the trip to Bali.
Coke, meth.
I drank a beer.
You did have a beer.
Damn! That kid has a
Where'd you have
baby
that?
tooth coming
At
in and
the
he's
beach.
pounding
beach.
shots
Did
with some
someone
Bali
in Bali-
hookers. Fuck yeah.
Actually, different rules over there, don't they?
Yeah.
Why is even the interviewer was licking his lips? I might have to plan a trip to Bali. You wanna come? Standoff between. Oh, I love this shit. They're just such small, trivial cases. Fuck. This is the kind of shit I love. Alright, let me see the standoff.
First,
How long has she been?
God, she's
2.5
scary
years.
looking.
It's a
The
long time,
embodiment
yeah.
of meth.
long time.
Had moved in with her kids.
And she was
Are her eyes that big, or is there something wrong with the photograph? That was like looking at a Sasquatch photo. What the fuck was that?
And that was that.
Looked out of a fucking Alita Battle Angel.
Julie claims that
Squatching, so you can't do anything about it.
And unfortunately,
There's
she's
dozens of
right.
Messages from you in there asking her for.
Once squatting rights kick into effect, the only thing you can do is pray that Jesus strikes it with lightning or something, because you're fucked.
Throughout this entire
Squatters'
period,
rights are
Julie
like
has
all-encompassing.
continued to pay off her mortgage
They could
and
commit
pay the
murders
bills
in
for
that
her
house,
home.
and if they're a squatter, the police can't go in.
In the meantime,
From a current affair, we just wanted to have.
Come out with your hands in the air, and the meth on the ground, please.
So what? You're a liar. You're a liar. What? You think you're in here? Julie, you're a liar. As far as she's concerned,
I can hear the bath salts now.
got the rights, and she said
This is more serious than I thought. We'll need an exorcist.
She tells me to get her
to deliver
God, look at that shit.
termination notice for rent arrears to Teresa this
Looks
week.
like the fucking
and will
boogeyman,
return
La
to the
Llorona or
tribunal to
something.
try to get her out.
Do you enjoy smashing eggs, making an unnecessary mess, or using a poor defenseless egg to give yourself the bukkake treatment? Salutations! I'm Wendy Kaufman. If the answer to any of my questions was yes, then you can lick my shithole. Introducing the Easy Cracker, the answer to every question you've ever had. Here's how it works. You hold an egg over some brown sugar, you tell the egg you're its friend, and then bam, you snap that bitch in half. That ought to show the egg who the boss is. Before I got the Easy Cracker, I just couldn't decide how to murder my eggs. I tried jackhammering my frying pans with them, stone cold stunning my Tupperware with them, and I tried eating them whole. It was pure pandemonium, but not anymore. Thanks to the Easy Cracker, my Gordian knot has been cut. I murder eggs with ease. It's a snap. A snap in half, that is. The patented egg-obliterating technology makes sure the egg feels maximum pain. Yippee. Put your titties in my hand. No more fingering eggs. Those days are behind us, you fucking primordial insect. The Easy Cracker also comes with the egg separator. That's right, get that yolk the fuck out of the good shit. Yeah, get that yolk out of there. It's been naughty. Punish it. It was trying to feed a developing embryo. Teach that fucker a lesson. Look at me jerk off at the top right with a kitchen whisk. I'm going berserk over here. I'm shitting in bowls. Ugh! I love putting common household items in my vagina. This is certainly something that will go up there soon. Let's crack an egg first. Oh, this one didn't explode when I broke it. Why is that? It's a hard-boiled egg, surprise! Do you like solidified vomit as much as I do? Don't fuck this up. You fucked it up. We're filming for commercial, damn it! Oopsie, I farted. I have eggs all up and down my kitchen. I destroy them, obliterate them, annihilate them. I use 2 of these Easy Crackers as nunchucks, bitch! Easy Cracker. With the egg separator, also known as the yolk urinal, for $19.95. But wait. There's more. You didn't think there was more? You must be fucking yourself. How do you think you could go on living without the Easy Scrambler? Look at this. This is what it does. You put an egg on top of this bitch, like the old ball and cup game, and then it gives you that perfect diarrhea egg that you've been looking for your whole life. It is the ultimate 1-2 combo, and you get it for free. $19.95. Order this shit. Get the Easy Cracker. Kill some eggs with the Easy Crack, or I will easy track your ass down and make you buy this shit.
Man, I didn't realize how big bad DJs were. I'll go with this one. Is that Anthony Sullivan? Pop off for me. Pump it. He is lighting up the conference room here at Verizon. Yeah. Oh, is he being judged? Oh, this is... Oh, holy shit, that's a big crowd. What the fuck is this? A LAN event? Intel? What is this what goes on at Ultra? Whatever? That music festival? Oh, DreamHack. I see it now. This guy's probably not even a DJ. He's just one of the players. Wait for that drop, baby. It's coming. He's building it up for 10 minutes. It's gonna be so satisfying. Here it comes. Yeah. Oh, wait, not there. I don't think it's coming. I've been teased yet again. There it is, kinda. One guy's having fun, yeah. Fuck you, gamers. This is real fun. Man, that's gotta suck to be up there right now.
Watched Knives Out and loved it.
The crowd is going nuts. That sea of men has never looked more lively. I don't know, just wiggle your fingers or something. Show mercy on my poor boy up here. Christ. Though I will say he made a bad decision choosing a 20-minute song. And I don't know why he's looping it like it's a commercial soundtrack. I mean, he could definitely change it up. There's improvements to be had on both sides. Yeah! 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 DJing with no hands, baby! Yeah, throw some condoms out there. A little goodie bag. Whip out your dick and start peeing on the front row. Splash zone, baby. Do we got a bottle of Jack Daniels up there to throw on the crowd? Sprinkle on them. Oh god. Oh no. At least give him a fucking high five. You heartless fiends. What the fuck? It's a lot of equipment there, Kid Luke.
This card right now is at about a 7. I need y'all at a 10. Here we go.
He's working them. He looks like Adam Sandler in his new movie. But instead of gambling, he's DJing.
I need everyone jump in.
Yeah!
Jump, jump,
Where's the music? There it is.
jump, jump, jump.
I hope his mom's at least out there busting her ass wide open for her boy. Show some goddamn support.
We're at about a 6.9. We need to get this up to a 10. Let's go.
We are not claiming very high on this rankings. We are still at a 6? What the fuck? It's been like 3 minutes. How have we not reached 7?
Yeah, I know we got some Travis Porter fans up in here.
Who?
We're at an 8.5 right now. We're
Oh!
almost there.
That's a big jump. Big jump.
You know the words. Make it. Make it. Make it. Make it.
Well, I gotta say, that's a pet peeve of mine when the DJ just keeps interrupting the song. I would not be... I'd go down from a 8.5 to a 6. What are we at, goddammit?
9.5. We got
There it
like
is.
0.5 left to go. Let's go. I
Yes.
need everyone jump in.
Yes! Yes! I can't handle being at a 10, Kid Luke, no!
We're about that time right now. We're about to bring out VIC. I need everyone's
Who?
hands up. Let's go. Jump with me.
Who is DIC? You're bringing out Dick? No! There's plenty of Dick on the dance floor, Kid Luke. We don't need more. Good God. Show mercy. Is this Dick? Are we at a 10 yet, Luke? Please. My mom says I can only stay at a 10 for 5 seconds. He is having a good time. And so are we. We're at a 9.5. Yeah. Spinning the stacks of wax. Like a little Romeo intro. Oh, that's gonna get me to a 10, Luke. Shit, I can't stop. I'm gonna hit a 10. No! Luke!
Let's try that again. Everyone, I need you to say, yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah! Yeah! Luke, I'm going above and beyond 10.
Make a bag, get up.
Luke, help! Luke, my brother's having a heart attack from being at a 10. Slow down! Christ, have mercy! Luke! He has an aw yeah button. Oh, that's better. No, God, no! God, this guy sounds hammered. Oh, wait, I've seen this. He slaps your titties. Wait, I remember Biff from Back to the Future goes up to her and slaps her tit. I haven't seen this shit in years. I forgot this goddamn thing existed. I'll leave it a like. That's one of those timeless internet classics. Can we get my boy Kid Luke on the turntables? Getting aw yeah in here? Let's get this wedding up to a 10, boys. Boo! Boo! This is at like a 5. Why is he called the worst wedding DJ? He didn't do anything wrong. Oh. He can't seem to keep a CD in the player. Ireland's Next Top DJ. Is that like an actual show? I'd love to watch it. Oh, Crazy Frog! The Cracker Barrel is going wild tonight, boys! Turn it up! He's summoning his mom with the air horns. He's quickly YouTubing good DJ songs for old people. Oh, we're building. Makes you want to slap the diaper off your grandma, yeah. Now we're turning up. We're at a 7.5. She's in it, baby. What, does she have a toy gun? This is good. This is a good set. There are plenty of things I don't like. Traffic, bad drivers, green eggs and ham, and of course, Nintendo's business practices. That last one I've moaned and groaned on for years, because I love their games, but the way the company is run is the most unfriendly corporation in the gaming space. I don't think they're the greediest, nor do I think they're like the most degenerate or anything. That still firmly belongs to Ubisoft. They wear that crown proudly. I don't know what happens over there at Ubisoft. I guess their workday consists of going in and huffing paint thinner and then eating glue. But it is crazy how out of touch that company is, and everything you could possibly do wrong as a business, they do with a smile on their face. Nintendo is nowhere near that level, but I think Nintendo is just so anti-consumer and very aggressive to the people that love their games. They make incredible games, but they make it abundantly clear they really don't like you to enjoy their products in ways that they don't intend for it to be used. And they are not afraid to bring that fucking hammer down. They throw their meat on the table and say, suck or else. They have many times over the years shut down community events for a variety of reasons. And recently they've put their peepers on a speedrunning charity event called RTA, where they gave them a warning that unauthorized use of the Nintendo games would no longer be permissible by this event. They need Nintendo's permission for them, but they gave them that warning way too late, thus they couldn't get that permission in time. Now, this is an event that's been run for almost a decade now without hiccups. They've run Nintendo games for all these years, and now all of a sudden, Nintendo puts up a big stink about it saying, whoa, 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 scoundrels, you can't do that, you fucking hooligans, you need our permission for each game here. I guess they just had the itch. They were scratching at their neck looking for something else to shut down from people that love their games, so they went out of their way to target this charity event. And while they're not shutting it down per se, they did just put a big damper on it by forcing the event to have to omit Nintendo games because they didn't get enough time to get Nintendo's permission after receiving their notice. This event's been run for the past 9 years, and then suddenly this time around they received a warning from Nintendo about using games without permission. They do still have hopes that they'll be able to bring Nintendo titles back into this event in the future, but this came so suddenly, way too quickly, that there's no way they can get permission in time for it. Thus, they've had to pull the titles from this upcoming RTA, which starts today. RTA in Japan made the announcement on their website explaining the absence of the titles. Apparently, Nintendo pointed out to the nonprofit on June 13th that organizations require prior permission to use Nintendo games, adding that RTA in Japan's previous use of Nintendo titles was unauthorized, as permission was not obtained in advance. Oh no! That's a big-time crime right there. Unauthorized playing of a Nintendo game. Oh boy. That's some big potatoes right there. But anyway, immediately upon receiving the notification, RTA in Japan began negotiations in the hopes that they could use the titles again for future events, but as of right now, it hasn't really gone anywhere. It's been decided that RTA in Japan will apply for permission on a per-event, per-game basis, basically having to ask Nintendo every single time one of their contestants wants to play through a game, even if it has been featured at previous RTA in Japan event. In their announcement, RTA in Japan revealed that they were unable to establish clear guidelines on this process in time for 2025, hence the omission. They also apologized to everyone who had applied to speedrun Nintendo games for the event. This article then goes on to explain the reaction to this. So at first glance, it seems like overprotective Nintendo picking on a small charity event. However, the majority of Japanese-speaking users commenting on the matter took a balanced view of the situation, or even sided with Nintendo, with many saying they understood why Nintendo had taken this action now. RTA in Japan started off as a small volunteer-run effort. However, over the past few years, it has grown into a large public event with major sponsors, and the organizer is now registered as a general incorporation association with all the bureaucracy and responsibility that brings. The event's growing prominence is likely what made Nintendo sit up and take notice. Some commenters even said RTA in Japan should have been more responsible and proactively taken measures to ensure that they had Nintendo's permission to avoid disruption to speedrun events. Oh my god. I hate this corporate dick sucking. This should be a positive thing. That this small volunteer-run effort has grown into something that generates real meaningful change and help to charitable organizations. This should be a celebration, not like a, well, you got too big, you should have known, you should have went and sucked on Nintendo's titties over there. Should have begged to be able to play those games there. You should have known. You're not allowed to just play games on the big screen and try and raise money for charity. That's illegal. And you know what? If Nintendo wants you to ask permission, fine. Why couldn't they have told you that months in advance so that way they could actually go through this process and have them present at the RTA in Japan as they have been for so many years previously? Clearly, June 13th wasn't enough time here. This is apparently a pretty long process. Why did they wait so long? Why not give them this notice at the start of the year or something? Why did they wait until there was no time left to possibly get the negotiations settled and get permission to have them played? Why did they wait so long? Why didn't they make that clear explicitly earlier? If this has become so big and it is already so known that Nintendo games are integral and have been woven deeply into the event, why wouldn't that have been made more clear to the organizers way before it was like at the deadline? It doesn't make sense. It's just so unnecessary to begin with, by the way. I don't think there's any justification or excuse for it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. They are playing your games because they love them and they want to use them as a way of generating positive change in the world. I will never be able to wrap my noodle around the Nintendo perception of every player being an enemy. They treat everyone that touches their game as a threat to their company somehow. Unless you are playing that game privately in your own home at all times, you are viewed as like an actual adversary to them. If you play this game in like a public manner in any way, they will put you under the microscope. It doesn't make sense to me. This is a fucking charity event. Again, if Nintendo wants them to ask permission, fine, but maybe just have that be more of like a collaborative effort at that point. Like, hey, we'd really love if you asked us permission so that way we can be like a big part of this. We love what you're doing with this charity speedrunning event. We love that you love our games. Let us be a part of it. Just talk to us first. As opposed to be like, you need our permission for each individual game, and if not, you cannot have us there. We will come after you. Like, that is such a different tone. If they want this to be more collaborative with permission, fine. But give them that warning sooner, and then also, maybe, like, for this one, they could have been like, hey, I know we didn't tell you this in time. You can still play our games this time around. You'll get, like, our expedited permission for this, but just know, for the following event next year, we would like to go through, like, a deeper negotiation and work more together in order to ensure everything is fully authorized. Like, you didn't need to come in here with the fucking sledgehammer. It's a charity event. It should be something to be celebrated. And overall, it's just so pathetic from Nintendo here. Again, it's your games, sure, you can legally do this, but why do you want to be the biggest douchebag on the planet? They're just a bully. They are now bullying a non-profit charity speedrunning event. Unauthorized use of their games. They're just playing them. They are just playing your games while trying to raise money for a really good cause. What kind of company has an issue with that? They're not stepping on your toes or anything. They just love your games and want to play them, speedrun them, and raise money for a good cause. How does that not fit in line with the Nintendo MO of bringing positivity through this art? It's just crazy to me. And unsurprisingly, I've seen a lot of Nintendo drones defending this, as there always will be. There are people that will fight tooth and nail for the honor of Nintendo as they continuously get spit upon by the company, but they love that spit in their mouth. They live for that shit. They do all their PR for free. So there are people saying that it's not that big of a deal. This is a legal thing, and, they gotta ask permission if they want Nintendo games. They're not shutting them down. They're just saying, you need our permission to play those games. And I know I'm about to repeat myself, but it is just a point that needs to be made, like, strongly. There's, like, no real way to wiggle out of this checkmate here. if it isn't that big of a deal of like asking permission from Nintendo to play these games, why did they wait until there was no time left for RTA in Japan to get that permission? Why wouldn't they have given them this warning, this notice much sooner, so that way they could go through this entire process, go through this whole song and dance that Nintendo requires them to do? It does seem like there's a lot of moving parts to it. Why wouldn't they tell them this and get this going many months ago? This event has become big enough that clearly Nintendo is aware. They could have easily reached out to them and let them know much earlier this year. So that way they would have had time and they would have gotten the permission to be here. Instead, they waited until there was absolutely no time on the clock. They couldn't get the buzzer beater negotiations over the finish line. Thus, they just had to remove the Nintendo games or else face potential punishment. Like, I don't understand how anyone could look at this and think Nintendo's in the right here. Like, if they want you to have to ask permission, fine. But make that clear way in advance so that way they can do that. I don't think there's a strong defense for it. Now, I've made it clear I have no plans of buying Nintendo property again until this company has a drastic overhaul. I know, what a brave hero. But I keep getting asked, like, what do I think of DK Bonanza and all that? I think the game looks great. I have no plans of getting it. I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2. I have no plans of buying a Nintendo Switch 2. Even though I'm the biggest FromSoft fanboy there is, I am like so fucking deep like in the hypnotism that I must consume all FromSoft. Their upcoming Switch 2 exclusive game, Duskbloods, still not going to be getting it if Nintendo as a company doesn't change, or at least show that they're willing to work more with the community and go in a better direction. It's shit like this is exactly why. I can't stand it. It's so incredibly unnecessary. It's a speedrunning charity event. I find it so weird how successful companies have been at brainwashing people to side with them always. It's become very common for people to side with a corporation over an individual now. Now, granted, in this case, the speedrunning event, the charity event, is a company too, but it is a non-profit organization that solely is doing this to generate money for a charitable good cause, using products that they own to make a positive impact. And somehow people are still going against them, blaming them, saying that they were in the wrong, just because Nintendo said so. Because Nintendo reached out at the last minute saying, no, you can't play our games because you didn't get our permission. You need to get our permission. Let's start. When there was no time to start and finish that negotiation. Thus, they had to get rid of those games, which are a big part of the event, apparently. I just don't know how people can be at this point where all of a sudden they look at that and be like, yeah, Nintendo was super right. It's just super weird to me. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya.